Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. Host robnoerr. Good show for you tonight. Got a full slate this week, man. Streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday with guests every night. Tonight, I'm supposed to have average debate enjoyer. I believe a self-described Democrat, though a centrist, wants to talk with me about interventionism and sort of an interventionist foreign policy and why he thinks that he could convince me more to that side. So I'll be happy to talk to him on that. Tomorrow night, I will be watching the debate. I don't really like doing that. I like watching the debate afterwards and being able to pause it and talk about what's being said. But I'm going to be doing it live with Wick TV and Sowell. So I'll be the resident righty there. So all their left-wing audience can go, look at this lunatic. But we know how that is. I'm right. They're stupid. Yeah, I've been arguing with Pisco today. I enjoy it. I love when Pisco does that. I'll have a conversation with Pisco, right, on stream. And then a day or two later, what he'll do is he'll put like a big thread up on, like a big post on Twitter. And it'll basically just ignore 90% of what we argued about. But it looks good to his audience because he has more people that follow him on the online sphere than me, believe it or not, especially on places like Twitter. So it's always funny to see. He'll just be like, "Well, this is how you beat Rob. This is lays it all out." And it's like, right, that ignores 80% of what we talked about and how I answered most of this. But that's okay. If I have free time, I'll go through it. And I've actually started doing a little bit of video editing, just the smallest amount. So maybe we'll talk about some of that, depending on how late this goes tonight with Average Debate Enjoyer. Yeah, Mojo I've blocked. I don't see Mojo anymore, so it is what it is. I'm not really interested. Maybe in the future I'll be interested in talking to Mojo again. I think I was more than generous with 6 hours yesterday with him. Yeah, it was funny, but it takes it out of your mana, your personal soul, to deal with people that are that bad faith. I'll do it. I'll do it for 6 hours for the content, for my own enjoyment. But after you're done with it, it's like, I need a shower. The hell with these types of people. It's the same with that food shops person as well. They're putting out on Twitter. They called back in after the beatdown I gave them last week. Then they called back in the other day for like a half hour, 45 minutes. Got another beatdown. And then bizarrely claimed that Pisco needed to save me. Because Pisco was just happened to call in later and was like, yeah, I call. What the fuck were they talking about? Yeah, last night, it's a great example though, just to watch. And think about it this way. If you're not someone who's skilled at being able to point out just how much shit's being spewed in that debate last night, it's easy to get lost in the weeds. And that's how people like that person last night. They rely on the fact that almost all the institutions are on their side. And so they just spew bullshit and expect, the average person's just like, okay, that's what CNN's saying. It's what the New York Times is saying. So sounds good. Yeah, I don't think Twitch likes me. I don't know how many people get notifications. But yeah, that was a good one last night. Was up late though. Definitely was. So I've been doing some editing. I have to give a shout. I cannot believe I did a big long video a couple weeks ago, damn near a month ago now, probably 3 weeks ago, on this website, lacrisis.fr. It's a French website, and they look into scandals and things like that. They did in 2019, 2020, they did a phenomenal series on Burisma in Ukraine. It's absolutely amazing. So for the past 3 weeks, I've been watching those videos, trying to cut them up and edit it to make individual points. I've been trying my best to find the documents that are linked in those videos, including emailing the people that put on the presentation and trying to see if they could give me a hand finding some of these sources. What's remarkably difficult is to find things in Ukrainian media or governmental sites, because I don't speak Russian or Ukrainian or whatever the fuck their language is. It's subtitled in English. It's dubbed and subbed in English. We'll show some of it. So for example, you're watching the video and they'll be like, they said that the investigations into Burisma were shut down under Shokin, but here's press releases. But they'll be from the official Ukrainian government case numbers and stuff for these cases. So good luck trying to go to a search engine and find those cases. It's damn near impossible. But I have found some, which is, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing that I've been able to find some of these. But we just accept as the gospel truth. Well, you know, the State Department said X, and CNN reported it, and the New York Post reported it, and some, you know, the Times in the UK reported it, so that's it. That's the truth. Like, I have all sorts of questions. How unpopular was Shokin? You know, some of the stuff I was reading today said there are credible accusations that the protesters against Shokin were being paid to go protest against him. That Poroshenko himself was getting all of these bribes, which he was then paying out to politicians and whatever to get rid of Shokin because he wanted to appease Biden. So it's difficult. It's like, what was going on there? What was the average feeling? Like, if you're looking at news sources from the United States, granted, there's way more out there, right? So if you're in Spain or you're in India and you get on the web and you're like, what's the feeling in the United States right now? Despite the fact that there's way more sort of a social media presence for just regular Joe Schmo individuals like me here, plus way more news sources, so you could maybe find differing opinions and sort of get a bigger picture of what's going on. You would still come away, because everything's so slanted in the control of the narrative, thinking that this country was super woke. And that everyone was like the people of New York City or the people of San Francisco. That, or they're just toothless hicks. And so given that you could see that picture, and you live here, or you at least know of here, and you can still see how someone could get a slanted view of that, what's that like in a country that's sort of been rife with corruption, that there's not a lot of media presence coming out? I mean, this isn't like the UK or Spain or France or Germany. It's not like a first world country. So it's difficult to sift through this stuff. But having said that, yeah, and there's so much, and that's another problem that I have. There are so much detail. So like what happens today, and we'll see when an average debate enjoyer comes on, we'll have him jump in, and maybe he'll be late, or maybe something came up. That's okay. We'll just do the show. Either way. There he is. Thanks for the sub. So we'll get to that debate soon. I really appreciate it, average debate enjoyer. Did I title the video right? Did I get your name right? Yes. Yes, I did. It is difficult, because what happens is a strategy to... There's sort of multiple strategy you could do to dispel of conspiracy theories. That Mojo guy last night, he used the most basic, you're a conspiracy theorist, nuh-uh, we're not going to talk about the specifics. But one of the things you could do is get so specific that even if you're losing the argument, the average person's just confused. So you start talking about organizations within Ukraine, and you lose the bigger picture. Oh, you told people 9 p.m.? That's cool. Yeah, then we'll do it at 9 p.m. Yeah, Crucible. When do they want to do that? I would be interested in that. I don't know if that was my longest debate. It was up there, but... I'm already scheduled for tomorrow and Thursday. Next week, yeah, next week would be cool. Just let me know when. No problem. I don't have a lot to say on veganism, but I'm damn good at making people sound stupid when they say dumb shit, and I'm 99.9% sure that vegans will say dumb shit, so. Plus, I know that Jim Bob's crushed these, yeah, cool, Crucible. Jim Bob's crushed veganism before, so it should be good. So, we won't go through the whole video today, but Pisco puts up a thing, and he's... Just so you know, if you ever debate Rob, this is what you gotta do. And we'll go through, like, some of the points he makes. But I understand when you get into the weeds of this, sometimes it becomes so complicated that you lose sight of what's really being said. So I tried to do a mix of getting into the details and simultaneously being able to keep a good overview for people to understand. The overview is quite simple. I've stood by the same statement from the get-go. I think there's a double standard at the FBI. What they did to spy on Trump and the extent of the investigation over him for Russia collusion was a far lower bar than what we know about the Biden family and their corruption. And by the way, I didn't get a good chance to read, but man, these stories coming out. Let's watch this first. CNN comes out. Everything that I was saying about, remember a couple weeks ago when I was debating about the IRS whistleblowers and stuff like that, and people were saying, actually, David Weiss disagrees with them. The guy in charge disagrees, blah, blah, blah. Now the mainstream media is admitting the reason that charges were brought, even the super limited charges that were brought from Weiss's office to Hunter Biden, was because of the whistleblowers. They felt pressured because of the whistleblowers. So everything the whistleblowers said were true. They were going to let Hunter off scot-free. So then they tried to just give him a sweetheart deal that would have made everything go away except a slap on the wrist for taxes. The judge was like, no, I ain't buying that. Have you ever seen a plea agreement like this before? And they're like, well, no. So then they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar again. And then they're like, okay, we know this looks bad because Republicans had these whistleblowers and it's going to be like, uh-oh. So then they're like, okay, never mind, we'll scrap that. Then they appoint a special counsel. Who do they put? The very guy who tried to give this sweetheart deal, first tried to let him off the hook, and then tried to give a sweetheart deal. It's so bad. Yeah, right. Now we're seeing reporting. And this isn't reporting from Breitbart. These are left-wing mainstream news outlets that are reporting this. I think it was Politico reported that the Department of Justice, Garland's Department of Justice, was saying, if this goes to trial, then Joe Biden himself could be put on the stand, and we can't have that. So the same Department of Justice that you could see how they're interfering and putting their thumb on the scale in all sorts of these investigations, but we've been told, no, Garland's not going after Republican supporters, these parents at school board meetings. He's not the one that's saying that they should go after Trump and investigate. No, he's independent of all that. Now we see that they were like, oh, you can't charge Hunter because his dad might go on the stand if it goes to trial. It's unbelievable. Let's see this clip from CNN. This is CNN. Who's still shit. And don't get me wrong, they're just trying to protect their ass because what they're seeing is the evidence of corruption is so blatant at this point that they have to, okay, this looks bad, but remember, they'll bury Hunter Biden. They'll even bury Joe Biden if they have to. That's not the problem. The problem is the institutions like the FBI and the DOJ that allowed it to get this far in the first place. That's the problem. So if they have to cut and run from Hunter Biden and say, okay, you got to go down for something, they'll do it. Now, they probably still won't have to. They're still trying to massage the message. But when CNN's forced to come out and go, yeah, this is bad.
Ellie, glad you stuck around here. So when we look at this evolution, it really is quite the evolution in a fairly short period of time, according to the New York Times. I know you've noted on multiple occasions just how long this investigation had dragged on. Have you ever seen a federal case play out like this before?
No, Erica, it's really inexplicable to me. I mean, first we had basically 5 years of behind-the-scenes investigation with no transparency, no action, and some questions being asked, what's taken so long? But in the last couple months, we've seen a pattern here, and Marshall just laid it out. And we've now seen it play out 2 or 3 separate times. DOJ moves towards a very lenient disposition. They're just about to lock in that lenient disposition. And then there arises pressure, either through whistleblower testimony or through public scrutiny. And then DOJ backs off and says, actually, we're not going to do that now that it's been called out. We're going to try to up it a little bit. And then that happened again. And then they go all the way to appointing special counsel, the same guy who's been presiding over the case for 5+ years already. So I genuinely am perplexed by what DOJ is doing here. I think they've made a real mess for themselves, and now they're going to have to deal with the consequences of it.
So in terms of the mess and those consequences, look, public trust is certainly one of them. Is there anything that you see that DOJ could do, based on your experience, right, as a former federal prosecutor, to restore public confidence in this investigation? Is the only way to fix this a trial?
It may be, Erica. You know, DOJ's sort of been in a darned if they do, darned if they don't posture on this from the start, but they've made it way worse by sort of careening back and forth here. It may well be that any deal is never going to be accepted as fair. So if I'm in David Weiss's shoes here, heaven help me, I would just say, look, we're charging everything we have. We're not in position to make a deal. It'll go to trial, and we'll let the jury decide this. I think that's the only way to restore any credibility to this matter.
That's CNN. Geez, 5 years of non-account. Why did it take 5 years? Why hasn't it been transparent? If only there was someone that's been talking about this for years. Oh yeah, me. That was me. I've been talking about it for years. Since at least 2019. That's me talking about it. And I was told over and over and over, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. There's nothing to see here. And surely they did a reasonable investigation. That's what I was told over and over again. Every step of the way. So much so that even the other day when I was on Kick or Keep a couple weeks ago, remember I'm Really Important was on there? And I was like, we were talking about the whistleblowers. And I mentioned the IRS whistleblowers. And he goes, yes, but don't forget, David Weiss disagreed. That's the other side. Well, who was right? Me again. Why did David Weiss need to be made special prosecutor, special counsel, if he already had the ability to bring charges? It's almost like he didn't. Yeah, the guy last night, he's still saying all this stuff about the Bidens, blah, 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 it's bullshit. I told you exactly what was going on here. What they're trying to do with Hunter, first they would have let him off scot-free if they could have. But once the whistleblowers came out and stuff, they were like, okay, let's charge him with something. But the key is, above all costs, to protect the institution, to protect the FBI. They can't admit, yeah, we fucked this up for 5 years, or we were corrupt, or we tried to bury it. They can't admit that. But the step below that is, they're trying to insulate other prominent politicians like Joe Biden. That's what's going on. So they're more than happy to say, okay, if we're forced to, we'll have Hunter plead guilty to tax crimes. But they don't want him to plead guilty to FARA violations, because that means he was lobbying for a hostile foreign entity. Well, who would he have been lobbying to? Whoopsie daisy. Now all of a sudden Joe Biden's, I didn't know anything about my son and his businesses. I never talked to him about any of it. I never met anyone that he was in business with. Whoops. Now that comes under scrutiny. Is that true? Of course not. As we've known for a long time. As we've had testimony, not just from Devin Archer, but he's actually showed emails that were sent, or messages that were sent from Joe Biden to him. Tony Bobulinski telling us, I met Joe Biden, he came, shook my hand, we talked a little about the business. This has been evident. It's been covered up. The media didn't give a shit. The Democrats didn't give a shit. The FBI didn't give a shit. The Rhino Republicans didn't care. And all the lefties that I debate, they could have cared less. Now, because of a couple brave whistleblowers that the people were calling so-called whistleblowers, that were being treated like shit and that were being retaliated against, now the ball started rolling and we just see the tip of the iceberg of this corruption. Thank you, Defund the Media. I want to take this moment. I really appreciate the donations. I really do. Thank you. I want to take this moment to say something you could do to help me is I'm going to start looking at the clips that people clip from my shows on Twitch and maybe turn those into small, like 1 minute or 2 minute YouTube or TikToks. Thank you, Gandhi. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So if you hear anything you like and you want to do a minute, I don't know how long you could do a clip. I think a minute is the maximum. But if you could do like a 2 minute clip or something, that would be fine too. A minute, 2 minute clips, whatever. It was rhubarb cobbler. I kept screwing that up, didn't I? Rhubarb sucks, by the way. I hate it. It's like sour. So, that's where we're at with that. But I'm not even talking about that today with Pisco. We weren't even talking about this level of it. We're not even talking about now we find out that Joe Biden was using an alias and they were emailing Joe Biden's schedule when he was talking to Poroshenko to Hunter Biden as well. That's odd. Why is the president's son, who's not involved in government, on an email chain with his dad using a pseudonym, talking about meeting the very president that's going to appoint a prosecutor that's going to be looking into the company that Hunter Biden works for? But nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Now, one of the things that I constantly forget when I'm arguing with people, Pisco, and others on this thing, there's so much information that sometimes you'll miss or you'll forget some of the damning things that you've seen. One of the most damning things, and no one's even attempted to comment, Remember, it is my criticism is of the FBI. That's where my criticism is. Of the FBI. Why did they have a two-tiered system in their investigation versus Trump versus their investigation of Biden? In this, their defense has been for years, the quid pro quo of Joe Biden was okay. He forced the firing of a prosecutor that was investigating his son's company. And they say, but that's okay, because one, everyone in the world wanted that guy fired. That's not true, as we'll go through here in a bit. There is no evidence of anyone suggesting firing that person before Biden. That's the first time it comes up, is Biden's team. And as I'll get to, Biden's assistant, his advisor, admitted that Biden himself, not even his team, Biden himself is the one that, after the phone call with Hunter in December, when they're on the plane a couple days later, he announces to all of his assistants on the plane, I'm going to issue a quid pro quo. So it wasn't schemed up with his team. That was something he came up with himself after he talked to his son. After his son was told, call your dad, by the very corrupt guy who said, I'm under investigations. I want you to call your dad to deal with it. We'll get to that in a second. So one, it was everyone wanted him fired. And second, it was Shokin wasn't investigating anyways. Now, the testimony of Devin Archer, and then the subsequent Tucker Carlson interview, seems to suggest that's not what he believed. That's not what Devin Archer believed. That's not what Zlochevsky believed. They felt that they were under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations. That means the entire defense of Joe Biden, as nonsensical as it's been for 4 years, is out the window. So now the argument was, yes, but Devin Archer was told by the lobbyist in D.C. for Burisma, actually, Shokin's under our thumb. He's under our thumb, so him being fired is bad. Of course, I talked about, if you watched the interview with Tucker, it's clear that Devin Archer's like, I don't believe that. That's just what they were telling me. And I explained how that's exactly what you would say. You wouldn't tell the people in your finance department, hey, we're lobbying the vice president's son so that he corruptly ends this investigation to us. You're not going to say that. You would say, oh, shucks, this will be bad for us. To cover your ass and to cover Biden's ass. That's what you would say. But I forgot something that I stumbled upon while I was doing research. This is absolutely amazing. And I always love when I'm able to use sources that the left relies on all the time. So if I present a source from John Solomon, oh, he's a bullshitter, he's a conspiracy theorist, blah, blah, blah. But what if I use the New York Times? Let's see what the New York Times was writing in 2019. Now, the argument is, actually, the firing of Burisma, or the firing of Shokin, was bad for Burisma. Actually, Pisco links an article or document, which we'll go through, that literally makes the claim firing Shokin made it more likely that Burisma would be investigated. So let's see what the New York Times was reporting. Ready? Did Joe Biden's push to remove the prosecutor help Hunter Biden's employer? Quote, Mr. Zlochevsky's allies were relieved by the dismissal of Mr. Shokin, the prosecutor whose ouster Mr. Biden had sought, according to people familiar with the situation. Mr. Shokin was not aggressively pursuing investigations into Zlochevsky or Burisma, but the oligarch's allies say Shokin was using the threat of prosecution to try to solicit bribes from Mr. Zlochevsky and his team, and that left the oligarch's team leery of dealing with the prosecutor. Shokin was replaced by a prosecutor named Lutsenko, whom former Vice President Biden later called someone who was solid at the time. Zlochevsky's representatives were pleased by the choice, concluding that they could work with Lutsenko to resolve the oligarch's legal issues, according to people familiar with this situation. While Lutsenko initially took a hard line against Burisma, within 10 months after he took office, Burisma announced that Mr. Lutsenko and the courts had fully closed all legal proceedings and pending criminal allegations against Zlochevsky. The oligarch, who fled the country amid investigations by previous prosecutors, was removed by a Ukrainian court from the wanted list and returned to the country. So the New York Times is reporting, we talked to people in Burisma, people familiar with the situation. They were happy to see Shokin go, and they were happy to get Lutsenko to be the guy that came in. And Biden said Lutsenko's a good guy, but they knew we'll be able to work something out with Lutsenko and make sure this investigation goes away. And that's exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. Any response from the left? They're just getting... you want me to do their response? Well, that's an unnamed source in the New York Times, so we can't believe that. There you go. Now, again, we got a discussion debate coming up at 9 o'clock, so until then. So let's go through what Pisco says today. I'll have more to say on this later as well. Pisco's responding to me now. So here's what he says today in his post. Let's go through this. For those of you debating robnoerr and Burisma Hunter Biden garbage, I want to give you some pointer. It actually requires a lot of work to debunk this shtick, so don't attempt if you're not ready. 1. The minority staff report from the Senate Dems is your Bible to get sources statements showing the widespread assessment of corrupt prosecutor Shokin before, during, and after his investigation. We'll open that up. This report is a document that was created when Senate Republicans tried to follow up on Rob's story but totally failed to find anything damning. They must be on it too, huh? By the way, here's something I want to say. One of the arguments you have against conspiracy theorists like me is that everyone would have, if that's true, everyone would have to be in on it. If that's true, then these establishment Republicans would have to be in on it too. And they'll laugh at me and be like, there's no way. If a Republican wants to go after Trump, if a Republican says this stuff was okay, then that proves it must have been okay because Republicans hate Democrats. They'd have to be in on it too. And then this is what'll happen. I'm not saying anyone high up will ever be held to account. But as we find more and more evidence that exactly what I was saying happened, do you think they're going to say, oh shit, yeah, I guess that means everyone was in on it. I guess I was wrong. Geez, I said if that was true, all these people would have to have been corrupt. No, they'll change their story. They'll go, well, that's explained by XYZ. Both things can't simultaneously be true. If the defense of this is, no, that's crazy because the other side would have to be in on it too, and then we find out that's what happened, then you have to believe the other side was in on it. But it won't, because they'll change and move the goalposts and say, oh, no, that's explained away because of X. So remember that the more we find out. Trump impeachment testimonies are great, but there's a lot of stuff to sift through. Shokin was corrupt, and even Rob acknowledges it. I don't acknowledge that Shokin was corrupt. I said that my belief is that pretty much any federal prosecutor at a prominent country, particularly countries that are rife with corruption, probably has some level of corruption. It seems like the two scenarios are Shokin actually was investigating, and he wasn't individually corrupt, or that he was just doing what his boss told him, and his boss was telling him, yeah, keep the investigation up, while his boss was trying to get a bribe. There's no evidence that Shokin was taking a bribe. Poroshenko was there and corrupt, and everyone knew he was corrupt, and everyone knew he was a dude taking bribes, and yet the United States decided to work with him. And we'll get to that more later tonight, probably. And so, the idea, what Pisco wants you to believe is this. It's the same bullshit they do with their two-tiered justice, right? They'll be like, well, technically, are you allowed to have classified documents? You're not. Therefore, technically, what Trump did is a crime, and so, yes, we should prosecute him. And when you're like, yeah, but my problem is the two-tiered system, so look at all these other people that did that. Why weren't they prosecuted? That's whataboutism. What's the same here? Was Shokin technically corrupt? I don't know. I don't have proof that he was corrupt in the sense that he was taking bribes from prominent people like Zlochevsky, but he's probably corrupt in the way that, hey, thank you, Wick. I'll be on with Wick tomorrow night, talking about the Republican debate. So it should be a fun show. By the way, Wick, if you're still here, thank you again for the raid. When I hosted the debate that you did on the Crucible there the other day, I knew that we'd interacted before, but I actually was going back and looking at some of my old videos. We were on several panels together a few years ago, which I didn't realize. Of course, I crushed you, but you know how that goes. But no, I don't really feel like talking about adult movies. So I thought you did better in the debate I moderated, but not my job to jump in. I was just trying to ask questions of both sides despite what my belief is. And I admit to being biased because despite the fact that you're a dirty, dirty lefty and Andrew's more right-winger, I agree with you about political violence being unjustified. That is something that I would absolutely wholeheartedly agree with you on. So, but I thought it was a fun debate to judge or to moderate. So, the left calls Wicker right wing, but the left's stupid. So, what do you expect? He's a lefty. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Anyways, back to the Burisma stuff, right? So, yeah, it would be like saying this. It's like, I assume pretty much any alderman in New York is corrupt. I just presume. I don't have specific evidence that Jim Smith, the alderman, is corrupt. I just assume that it's so crazy that there's probably some sort of corruption. Probably some sort of, yeah, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That's different than like, oh, I'm covering up a murder because I'm being bribed by the mob. You could still be corrupt, but that's a different level. So I'm just saying I pretty much start on the base assumption that every politician, every official in Ukraine, because it's so rife with corruption, is probably some level of corrupt. That doesn't help Pisco, though. Because Pisco will also say that. Burisma was corrupt. Lutsenko was corrupt. Shokin was corrupt. Every prosecutor there is corrupt. But the only one that we ever did a quid pro quo using your tax dollars to force the firing of happened to be the one on paper that was looking at the vice president's son. Or the son's company. Just that one. And Pisco wants you to believe, if you think he's corrupt, then you have to be okay with that. You have to. And we've gone ad nauseum why that's stupid. If you think that Comey was shit, and Trump says fire Comey, does that mean you're like, well, then we don't need to investigate Trump? No, of course not. Pisco goes, no, but the reason he fired Comey was for personal reasons, so we do need the investigation. If I could make as much as I do at my job on streaming, would I quit? I would have to be reasonable about more, because my job is guaranteed income. So I couldn't quit to like be a YouTube streamer because I have a child, I have a wife. I couldn't quit to become a full-time YouTube streamer and then make money and then all of a sudden get demonetized next week. That would be a bad plan. Average Debate Enjoyer and me are going to have a discussion about interventionism at 9 p.m. So that'll be coming up in about a half hour here. So, yeah, that's Pisco's shit argument about, even I acknowledge that Shokin's corrupt. I don't know. I don't have anything specific. I assume that he was probably some level of corrupt, though. Doesn't justify the quid pro quo. He says, second, learn to love the timeline. For example, Rob makes much of the alleged December 2015 phone call from Hunter to Joe Biden, but according to the State Department officials, the interagency consensus to pressure Shokin's removal was reached by November in 2015. It's true. I say this all the time. There was an email that went out November 2nd, 2015 from Vadim Porzhaki, or however you pronounce it, at Burisma that went to Hunter Biden that was like, hey, we need to start getting deliverables from prominent politicians in the United States to close down investigations into Burisma. And then right after that, all of a sudden we see that Biden's memos start saying we need to call for the ouster of Shokin. He continues to try to gaslight people in that everyone in the world, the IMF, the EU, the UK, all of these people were like, fire Shokin, fire Shokin, fire Shokin. And then eventually Biden was like, okay, we should fire Shokin. So he was just doing what the established foreign policy was. That's not true. He is yet to provide one piece of evidence, including from this document that he just listed, that prior to November or even prior to the December quid pro quo that Joe Biden offered, that anyone was talking about firing Shokin. He can't provide one piece of evidence. The evidence that the Democrats cite are like, well, in February 2016, the IMF was like, maybe Shokin should go. And then in March, the EU was like, maybe Shokin could go. That's months after Joe Biden's quid pro quo. Let's keep going real quick. And he'll say, well, we'll get to it. He says, did you find these timeline bits? It forces me to propose more lies, conspirators. No, it doesn't. I've gone over this. He tries to strawman me, acting like this would require millions upon millions of people. The State Department and all these people could have legitimately thought that it was absurd that Burisma was left off the hook in 2014. They could have actively wanted an investigation into Burisma. Hell, they could have even believed that Shokin was the reason that the investigation wasn't happening, and they wanted someone new. That doesn't mean that when Joe Biden and the people at the top started telling him, yep, we need Shokin gone, that it couldn't be evidence of corruption on their part. And remember, I'm not saying 100% proof positive Biden's corrupt. I'm saying there's more than enough evidence here that would have warranted an investigation. And you can see from some of the videos that maybe I'll play for you later tonight, the prominent people, like there's this guy, I can't pronounce his name, it starts with an O, who is sort of a businessman in Ukraine that had tapes of him talking to Poroshenko. In 2016, he tried to come testify, but Obama's team repealed his visa. Shokin tried to come and testify, but his visa got repealed. The FBI's not talking to any of these people. They didn't talk to Joe Biden. They didn't interview him. And we can see what Weiss and company are doing, trying to cover up now. Why would Blue Star Strategies be trying to talk? The more work and suppositions required to make all the parts fit, the less plausible the story. My conversation with Robbie doesn't bring up the February raid anymore. That would be the seizing of the assets. Why? Because he used to believe Biden's quid pro quo occurred in February, right after the raid, but now he knows it was December. I will admit, at one point, I did think that the raid occurred in February, but the reason for that is the very document that he released, that Pisco released here, that we're about to go through, because it says that the quid pro quo was in March. So that was the story that was being put out in the media. So it's like they raid the assets and then the quid pro quo's put out. Or I'm sorry, the quid pro quo's put out and then they raid the assets. Really what happened was the quid pro quo's in December, but there's no action on it until February. Once the raid occurs in February, where these assets are seized in February 2006, Joe Biden makes 8 phone calls in 4 days to Poroshenko to discuss. So it's like when the prosecutors stepped up their pressure on Burisma, all of a sudden Biden's calling more and more and more and more. So it's weird to ascribe causality to the event in respect to the administration's position. Knowing his talking points, don't let him blow up or diminish significance. For example, Robbo asked if the State Department was mad about the lack of action on Zlochevsky. Why did they not move on Lutsenko afterwards when he didn't take significant prosecutorial steps against Zlochevsky? Don't accept the framing. Answer. Shokin was not pressured for failing to go after Zlochevsky specifically, but for failing to go after corruption overall, which the Zlochevsky case was but one example. According to Ambassador Mary Yovanovitch and the State Department officials, Lutsenko was someone they hoped would work out initially, but turned out to be a disappointment. They continued to pressure Lutsenko, which is one of the reasons why Lutsenko tried to get rid of Yovanovitch. The USA had lost leverage, and the State Department was hoping he would be removed. This is a stupid point, right? The point was never that they specifically said, the reason you're being fired is Burisma. The reason they gave was they said Shokin is corrupt. And when people ask, can you give us examples of his corruption? Always, the first example they brought up was, well, Burisma. Burisma's not being investigated. The UK was furious because they had to unfreeze $23 million. All of these things that Pisco will list will say, the IMF was mad because they're like, we don't know if we could give loans to these people because people like Zlochevsky's siphoning the money from the government and getting away with it. So all of these institutions were complaining about, yes, general corruption in the prosecutor's office, but they were specifically citing the example of Burisma. And then all of a sudden, once Shokin gets fired and the new guy, Lutsenko, comes in, and within like 4 months, he drops the investigation. Let's see, he came in March, and I think he closed the investigation. No, he came in May, and he closed the investigation into Burisma by December. So what's that, 7 months? And all of a sudden, all these people that were really concerned about Burisma, Pisco's argument's like, well, they wanted Shokin fired for other reasons, just general corruption. Burisma was just one example. Yet why wouldn't they speak up? And he's tried to imply the whole time, well, you know what it really is? Lutsenko was doing a better job. That's what it was. Now, a couple things from this video that I wanted to cite, right? And I'll play some of it, but I could go for 4 or 5 hours on this. So I only got 20 minutes here, so I'll play just some snippets of what I've responded to him. But Pisco is not going to be able to answer, right? First is, the argument was that he's trying to make is, and we've gone ad nauseum with this, and you can... Well, where the hell? I thought he just... Let's see. It's weird, like, replies aren't showing up. So one of the things he says is, well, why would they call in December? So in November, after Hunter Biden gets the memo, hey, reach out to prominent U.S. officials to get these investigations curbed. Then after that, Biden's team's like, well, maybe we should push for the ouster of Shokin. That's what they say in a memo or in their talking points. And so Pisco's like, aha! If they said that in November, why would Zlochevsky insist on a phone call in December then? And Pisco thinks this is some big gotcha. So let's just do a simple analogy. You're in the mafia. And you're paying off the local police chief to stop an investigation into your corruption. The police chief says, okay, I'll do it. Then he goes and gives a press conference and goes, I don't think they're guilty. And yet a month later, the prosecutors are still investigating you in the mafia. Pisco's argument is, it would make no sense to call the police chief back up and be like, dude, we paid you. Okay, you came out and said I'm a good guy, but the prosecution's still going on. That's what's going on here. Yes, Joe Biden in a memo was like, maybe Shokin should go. He didn't issue a quid pro quo. He didn't successfully pressure Poroshenko to let him go. Now Zlochevsky knows, oh boy, Joe Biden's flying to Ukraine in like 5 days. So he tells Hunter Biden, I feel like I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigators. Can you call your dad to help deal with this? Right? He knows Joe Biden's about to talk to Poroshenko. So Hunter gets on, and then all of a sudden, on his own, on a plane ride, Joe Biden, on the way there, a couple days after he's talked to his son, who was told to talk to his dad to end the pressure on Ukraine, or on Zlochevsky, all of a sudden, Joe Biden's like, you know what we should do? A quid pro quo. We should say that you're not getting this $1 billion unless you fire Shokin. Don't believe me?
The sense was, not only in the U.S. government, but in the EU and the IMF, that Shokin had become kind of a single point of failure. Fast forward to December, Vice President Biden is traveling to Kyiv. So we're flying over to Kyiv, and we're talking about the speech, and we're talking about the loan guarantee, and the Vice President is getting briefed by his advisors, but also by Assistant Secretary Nuland, and then when we land, by Ambassador Pyatt. And the Vice President basically says, look, I'm just going to tell Poroshenko that you're not getting the money unless you fire Shokin. And the reason why the Vice President decided to make it that stark was that he believed we were never going to have the kind of leverage we had right now.
You see, so despite what Pisco's trying to tell you, that actually the IMF and the EU and all of these people at the State Department, they came up with this plan for a quid pro quo. No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. And just because Pisco's either feigning ignorance or he's too stupid to realize it, yes, if you bribe someone or lobby someone and they say, yep, I'll help you out, but then they don't come through, you may reach back out to them and say, hey, what's going on? I lobbied you, I bribed you, you said you would deliver, but you haven't delivered, I'm still under pressure. No one's denying that Biden said the quid pro quo. The question is, the defense that they're trying to make, Mr. Banana, is, well, Biden didn't come up with it. This was planned by all of these groups. It was all of them were like, yep, you need to fire Shokin. Yep, the quid pro quo. But it's not. That video shows, the reason that video is important is it shows that it was Biden himself, after the phone call with Hunter Biden, that was like, you know what? We should do a quid pro quo. Now, the other thing that's worth bringing up that I'll just bring up here, you can see from Pisco's screed here, which I'm not going to have time to go through the document he listed, but I'll be more than happy to, maybe even late tonight. Maybe we'll do a long stream again. Excuse me. He's constantly been saying, and you can see from his screed there, they didn't want to get rid of Shokin because of Burisma. It was because just in general, he wasn't prosecuting, he was corrupt. He wasn't prosecuting corrupt people. And he cited people like the Anti-Corruption Action Center, who was partially paid by the U.S. State Department, and the leader of it, Kalyunik. And he cited David Salkerverdiz, I think's his name, who was a deputy under. And he said, the reason, because I'm like, well, why didn't they pressure to get rid of Lutsenko? He was shit. He also wasn't going up. Remember, the argument we're told is it took roughly 4 or 5 months of Shokin in office. He gets in office, and within 4 or 5 months, they're like, we don't think he's prosecuting enough people, get rid of him. But Lutsenko was there for 3 years. And Pisco's like, well, we don't know. Maybe he was doing a good job. So I found, not sources that I've said, sources that he cited as trustworthy, such as the Anti-Corruption Action Center. Let's see what the Anti-Corruption Action Center said about the record of Lutsenko. Surely he was doing a great job. Surely he was prosecuting people, right? That's what we've been led to believe. Oh, I'm screwing up here. Ready?
What?
Here's one of the experts at the Anti-Corruption Action Center in Ukraine, which has been cited by Pisco as an on-the-ground corruption advocacy group that he cited that said Shokin was corrupt. Let's see what they say about Lutsenko. This is from May 2017. Now, we're told, what Pisco's going to argue is, the U.S. State Department didn't know Lutsenko was shit until like December of 2017, till the end of 2017. But here we have an interview from the very organization that he cited so many times talking about corruption in May of 2017. Let's see what they say about Lutsenko.
What are his major successes?
Well, unfortunately, we do not see any major successes of Prosecutor General Mr. Lutsenko.
What about minor successes?
Neither we see his minor successes, because if we try to remember his promises that he made when he was appointed as Prosecutor General and compare them to what has actually been done, we see that nothing has been done.
What are his...
Nothing. Not even minor successes. So somehow the anti-corruption experts on the ground knew that he sucked. Hey, what's up, Phil? I know, Phil. Thanks, man. Thanks for calling it, or thanks for messaging me. I appreciate it. But I still like it to go back and forth. Here's the last video I'll play. It's a little longer, right? Remember David Sakravides, right? The guy that Pisco was citing a couple weeks ago that was like, oh, this guy was a deputy under Shokin. And he quit because Shokin was corrupt. Remember him? Remember Kalyanik, the leader of the anti-C that said Shokin was corrupt? Let's see what these people say about Lutsenko. Because the question is, if the argument was get rid of Shokin, he's corrupt, why did the U.S. say that Lutsenko was good? And why did they never pressure his ouster in 3 years? 3 years. Within 5 months, they were like, get rid of Shokin. But with Lutsenko, what we were told by Pisco, well, he was doing a better job. Really, let's see what the witnesses say. Shall we?
To wrap up, we therefore asked several witnesses for their opinions on Yuri Lutsenko. Let's start with journalist and writer Pierre Lerin, specializing in Ukraine, author of A History of this Country, which has been praised by critics.
Que pensez-vous de Yuri Lutsenko?
Yuri Lutsenko, je pense que comme procureur général, il n'est vraiment pas à sa place, parce que c'est quelqu'un qui visiblement a eu suffisamment de problèmes avec la justice pour qu'il soit exclu
Oh yeah, if you didn't know, I think it was in 2010, Lutsenko spent several years in prison for misusing his positions and state funds and all that. Yeah, they knew that he was corrupt and went to jail for being corrupt and misusing funds and things like that beforehand. So technically he wasn't, because he didn't have a law degree, and because of that, he wasn't even allowed to be the prosecutor general. But they changed the law for him. Anyways, we'll keep going.
D'office de ce genre de poste. S'il est devenu procureur général, c'était parce que c'était celui sur lequel certainement on avait le plus de moyens de pression.
Oh, almost like that New York Times article that we read that said Burisma was happy to have Lutsenko there because they knew, because he was the type of dude that had done shady shit in the past, that they would be able to handle him. He would be easy to pressure. The U.S. was happy with that too. That's why they liked Poroshenko, who also had a history of corruption. According to a 2014 WikiLeaks leak, State Department of State memos were saying that they knew Poroshenko was someone who was corrupt, but that would make him easy to handle.
Ce qui n'était pas le cas de Shokin.
Donc pour vous, quel est le pire des deux procureurs entre Lutsenko et Shokin?
Indiscutablement, c'est Lutsenko.
Let's continue with Daria Kaleniuk,
Lutsenko
director of
was
the
worse than
Anti-Corruption
Shokin.
Action Center in Ukraine, who has found the right words to talk about.
Here's Kalyanik, who Pisco cites who did say Shokin was corrupt. Let's see what she says about Lutsenko and whether or not he was corrupt.
About Lutsenko.
What do you think of Mr. Lutsenko?
Yuri Lutsenko is a crook. And there are many reasons for that. He was abusing his office for his personal interests. Yuri Lutsenko is a big shame for Ukraine. He was appointed as a prosecutor general without even having law degree, and he treated his agency as his personal PR.
Sounds like she didn't like him from the get-go. He didn't even have a law degree, so they knew it was a farce. Why was the Biden-Obama State Department confused? Why did they think he, at the time, looked like a good guy? Why? If the anti-corruption people that Pisco cites that were part of the reason for getting rid of Shokin right out of the gate are like, the dude doesn't even have a law degree. He's corrupt. But yet, the U.S. put him in. I wonder if it was because he was easy to pressure and it actually benefited Burisma and Zlochevsky.
Service. He treated Prosecutor General office as his personal political platform.
Homeless bag, I'm so handsome, you could have seen me anywhere. I do a lot of debates, panels, debated bigger people like Destiny and stuff like that.
We didn't like that. We criticized him heavily. He was intimidating reformers. He was undermining the anti-corruption reforms in Ukraine. And he was dumping a lot of important criminal investigations. Sometimes he was even closing important investigations. And I believe that he abused his office also for his self-enrichment. So, therefore, I think that Yuri Lutsenko is a crook.
So the prosecutor that was put in there didn't even have a law degree. The anti-corruption groups that the left cites as going after Shokin for why he needed to go was like, the dude's corrupt. He was actually working against reform. But that's weird. When I asked Pisco and all the left, well, why didn't the U.S. It took them 5 months to want to get rid of Shokin, 3 years of this guy, and they never pressed for his release. Not once. Why? The very anti-corruption groups that you say, the U.S. was relying on to prove Shokin was corrupt, they were saying this guy's corrupt too. He wasn't even fit for office, and yet, weird. The one thing he did do, though, was bury the investigation into Burisma, which happened to help the company that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors, but I'm sure that had nothing to do with the discrepancy.
Let's continue with David Sakvarilidze, former...
This David Sakvarilidze, however you pronounce it, this was the deputy prosecutor that was under Shokin that Pisco has again cited as evidence of Shokin's corruption. Let's see what he says. I wonder who he thinks was worse, Shokin or Lutsenko.
Deputy Prosecutor General of Ukraine for the period 2015-2016.
What is your opinion on Mr. Lutsenko?
Lutsenko is a crook. He's a political crook. He's an individual who does not have any moral values or principles. He worked in a couple of political teams and he used to jump from the one to another. He betrayed a lot of political leaders in this country, and this is a well-known fact. And the most disappointing and sad thing is that he betrayed 2 Maidans in Ukraine already, being in the leadership of Maidan and betraying it because 2 times he became the part of the corrupted system against which the Maidan actually was. So
that means in the first Maidan revolution, in 2004, he also was part of the system, and the very guy that we're told was one of the people that said Shokin's corrupt is saying, we knew he was corrupt from then. Then he came in as PGO and was corrupt again. So again, the people that the State Department was relying on to say Shokin was corrupt also knew Lutsenko was corrupt, and yet the State Department had the exact opposite message.
This is not a person who has any moral right or a background or a trust in this country that he can actually talk about any sort of corruption or any sort of justice. This is not the one who should talk about this.
Do you think he's a corrupted person?
I'm sure 100% that he's a corrupted person.
For you, which is the worst prosecutor?
I think worst is Lutsenko.
He thinks Lutsenko's the worst. Was worse than Shokin. But wait a minute. Pisco said that Lutsenko was doing better. That's what the left said. The reason that the U.S. didn't pressure for Lutsenko to go out was he was better. Well, the Anti-Corruption Action Center said he did nothing. He didn't even have minimal success. They said he was corrupt and intentionally sabotaging reforms. He was personally enriching himself.
Let's finish with Oleg Bazaluk, who is a professor of political philosophy at the universities of Kiev and Maoming in China, a political analyst and writer specialized in the corruption in his country.
Если американцы настояли, чтобы убрать Шокина, лишь бы кто-то другой, который бы не занимался расследованием бурштину вот этой фирмы. И Порошенко предложил кандидатуру Луценко. И она устроила на тот момент американцев, потому что Луценко был круг, да, мошенник, и им легко управлять было. И поэтому он встал, и он не мешал Порошенко и его окружению. И те воровали, он воровал, а никого не садил. Вот и все. Луценко не подходил даже для должности прокурора, у него не было образования. Для того, чтобы Луценко стал прокурором, Порошенко заплатил...
Et pour vous, le procureur Shokin enquêtait normalement sur Burisma?
Да. Да.
Pourquoi Yuri Lutsenko a-t-il passé plusieurs années en prison?
Чтобы вы понимали, вся карьера Луценко, она строилась на предательстве. Поэтому Луценко за это, он действительно коррупционер, и на момент его ареста там его состояние тоже оценивалось там больше, чем 10-20 миллионов долларов. Вот против него уже возбуждено 2 уголовных дела у нас в Украине, потому что действительно они очень сейчас богаты, они тоже очень много украли за время правления. И поэтому я не удивлюсь, если его снова посадят. Поэтому это характеристика Луценко. Он...
Remember, he got in the early 2010s, he literally spent prison time for being corrupt, taking money he wasn't supposed to in official government capacity. But the U.S. said, "Yep, that's the guy for us."
Он вор, он коррупционер, и он предатель. Его
Thanks, Chuckles.
И в Украине его не любят, и в среде, потому что я много общаюсь с политиками. Его никто не любит, но он обладает большим компроматом на людей. И поэтому его как бы терпят.
То есть он еще этими компроматами он держит хорошую власть.
Конечно, он же даже с американцами.
Donc, monsieur Lutsenko était pire que monsieur Shokin.
Шокин был профессионалом. Шокин всю жизнь провел в прокуратуре. Он карьеру сделал в прокуратуре. А Луценко, у него нет юридического образования. Это просто было политическое назначение. Луценко вообще не понимал ничего в прокуратуре.
Est-ce qu'il pense que Yuri Lutsenko était un escroc, oui ou non?
Да, я могу сказать, что Луценко вор.
Shokin was better. Shokin was actually a prosecutor, knew what he was doing. Lutsenko didn't even have a degree to practice law. He wasn't qualified. He'd been arrested for corruption in the past. I think there are things about RFK I like, yeah. Now, I know what Pisco's going to say. Let's do what the left will say. Well, some of those people we don't know if we can trust. And the other ones, even if we can trust them, the State Department thought we'll give him a chance. We'll give him a chance, even though he looked bad. They thought that he was working with them, so it's okay. All right, let's see if the guy's ready for the debate here. What is this shit? Oh. What is going on here? No. I'm having a problem. There we go. All right. We'll get back to more of that hopefully later. But for now, we have average debate enjoyer. He'll tell us a little about himself, but self-described Democrat who does agree with a lot of the stuff that I've been saying about corruption, but wanted to call in because one of the things I think we have a disagreement on is sort of U.S. interventionist policy. So we will talk about that. I presume this discussion will go much better than the past couple ones that I've had with people. But what's up, average debate enjoyer? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just covering more of this Burisma stuff in my stupid Twitter feuds. But I'm having a good day, so.
Yeah, I watched Pisco's video and read all of it to prep for this debate, just so I'm ready. I know your tactics now.
Yeah, you right. You should have followed Pisco's video. You should have did the guy last night, right? You prep with him. He knows what he's doing.
I watched about 2/3 of that. I did watch your conclusion as well to it. I skipped about 2 hours there.
I mean, it's one of the things, it's an oddity about me. I do this first and foremost because I enjoy it. I love talking to people, debating people. One of the things, though, because of that, because I like debate for its own thing, is oftentimes I'll get more interested in stylistically how someone's debating than sort of the broader topic. And so, like, when someone's doing this shit, I didn't say that. Okay, I said it. Okay, I said it, but it was sarcasm. I never said that I didn't say it. Like, it's just, to me, it's amusing because it's just like you're floundering so hard. There's not a better sign of being bad faith than that. When people get into these minutia issues and they're making the most absurd statements. But I think that sometimes it could be detrimental to me because I hyperfixate on just like, look how stupid you are. Look at how stupid this is. But I had fun with it. I'll say that. So.
Yeah. No. So let me do a quick little introduction to what my channel is. I don't even think I've discussed that with you at all.
Yeah. Have it.
So I want to eventually do an open source policy discussion thing and a think tank essentially for YouTube, using YouTube resources, academics, and different people from all over the political spectrum. And so I tried to get the ball rolling myself. I thought up a couple policy ideas. So I want affordable housing. Mm-hmm. And instead of just trying to ram something through and call everybody evil that doesn't agree with it, I listened to both sides of the argument and tried to develop a new policy to pass affordable housing that would actually meet most of the critiques from people on the opposition side. And I made up my own policy for it. Same thing with closing the wealth gap. Mm-hmm. I think that's a good goal. I think there's some good that can come out of it. So I decided to look into patent law and watch some debates in the Sowell forum about patents and a way to restructure patents to kind of help close that wealth gap. But also the people that are against that would say it stifles innovation. So I compensated for that stifling of innovation and make it so we didn't destroy our R&D in the medical field, for instance. Things like that. Mm-hmm. My next one's going to be term limits is the script I'm working on right now. Both sides want term limits for some reason or another. And there's a lot of ways we've tried in the past. Trump and Obama both tried two different things, and neither of them worked. So I'm trying to invent another policy there. But, it takes weeks to do research and look into the past and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what my channel is. I mean, this debating is, as I said, I suck at it, and I'm trying to get better at verbal debates. That's more why I'm doing this. I don't care about wins or losses, whatever. I'm just trying to flex the muscle so I can
hold my own. I think that's something. Now, I debated in college. I cared about wins or losses, but that's different than this, right? The actual game of debate, I care if I win. I'm trying. I don't get devastated if I lose. I lost a lot, so it would have been good if I got devastated. But this is different. For me, I enjoy the conversation because I like the gamesmanship of it and the back and forth, and I like testing myself. But the reason that I like all of that is, and the reason I'm not afraid to debate anyone is, what's the worst that could happen? Someone changes your mind? Well, that's a good thing. More information is good. I'm a different person now at 39 than I was at 29, right? Because I've learned things. I've had the experiences, I've grown as a person. So why would I intentionally go out of my way to not try to learn or try to grow? So nothing bad can happen on that, I lost the debate. Well, who gives a shit? In fact, here's a little secret, right? This is absolutely true, both in this type of debate and in general in life anyways. If you can admit that you lost or that you that you didn't sound good or something like that, people like that. They actually do. Because people are like, oh, there's someone I know that's authentic, because they'll admit, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Actually, I was wrong about that. So there's no shame. The worst that could happen is just that you're like, oh, my mind's changed now. And yeah, I admit that seems like a good point. And so that's because of that. To me, it's not necessarily about winning or losing. I think I'm a good debater. I want to sound good, but I don't mind if someone is specifically better. The other thing I'll say is it is important if you're trying to develop policy and stuff like that to become a more persuasive person. Debate is one form of that persuasion, and it can also help you in other forms of persuasion as well. So it's good that you're trying to do that. But oftentimes, skill in a debate doesn't mean that you'll win a debate. If I debate someone about, what's the best diesel engine, I'm going to get my ass kicked. Even though I'm a great debater, because I don't know shit about that. So, I do think that, it's like it's a fine thing where it's like, yeah, improving the skills of persuasion and debate is important if you're trying to change people's mind and develop policy and things like that. But also, we have to remain vigilant to know that, like, knowing what you're talking about in the policies and stuff, if you're a policymaker, that's probably still the most important thing if you're trying to change someone's mind, though.
Oh, for sure.
But
yeah, I watched Destiny try to debate that professor of apologetics on pro-life, pro-choice, and he got completely crushed because this guy was running circles around him. And I'm pro-choice, so, like, I wanted Destiny to win for the sake of the argument.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that. I'll be honest, like, it's a weird thing about me. I don't watch a lot of other streamers that do this, and it's not that there aren't people that are good, and there's certainly, if I was watching more on the left, it'd be easier content for me. I watch, like, chess videos, and, like, I've been watching this guy called Wrestling Bios that's watching Monday Night Raw and Nitro.
I am caught up. I am all the way caught up.
So that's what I do in my, like, when I'm driving my car. That's the shit. It's funny because now I was doing a lot on my free time today. I was looking into this Burisma shit a lot. But it's funny because, like, this guy last night's criticized, it's like, all you do is sit around and research this shit. And I'm like, dude, if you knew how little time I put into, like, my debates and my show, like, literally it's normally the time I'm putting in my shows, the time it takes me to power on my computer and get set up, and then I'm just going. So, but yeah, I love that Wrestling Bio shit. I think it's very entertaining.
I like his show more than I liked wrestling as a kid.
Me too. Well, yeah, probably. I find it good. Wrestling's fascinating to me anyways, because as someone who's interested in sort of the meta of debate, the meta of wrestling, like the fourth wall breaking and stuff like that, I find very interesting. And in real time, when I was like 13 watching, Steve Austin and The Rock, I didn't know any of the shit behind the scenes. But now knowing stuff, you're like, oh, that's interesting too. The politics behind the scenes, how that influenced what was going on. But anyways, enough about that shit. We're going to talk about interventionism, is what you wanted to talk about this evening, I think, right?
All right, so I don't expect to change your mind today just based on past instances, debating with people, talking with people. But I do want to kind of plant some seeds. I heard your end of your debate last night. You said that you're not like a hardcore isolationist, but you do lean toward it. So I probably win you over some of the no-brainer, easier arguments. But there's some things I'm not going to do, and I kind of want to just go off on those. A lot of people say isolationists are bad arguments, racism, xenophobia. I'm not going to call you any names. Don't worry about that. It's going to be complete polite decorum. I'm not going to, if you have some anecdotal examples of times that interventionism has failed, you're going to hear me just kind of roll over and give you a lot of those, because there's a lot of them I don't agree with as well. I'm more arguing the ideology and not every specific time, especially military interventionism. Every single time that we've tried, there are some bad ones, for sure. Absolutely. You're going to hear me make any positions of like America first, strictly isolationist, and insist I will argue that, I'm not going to say that the America first. I think that interventionism is actually more pro-America. Globalism for the economy is actually more pro-America than the America First strategy because of the results, not because of the in the long-term results, not the short-term ideology. In a sense, that's kind of going to be the structure of my argument for the most part.
Okay, yeah. I think that I might say some things that aren't the usual stuff that you get in some of these debates. So I think it'll be interesting. I do. So you go ahead. You can start then, and we'll just go from there. So
I tried to guess some ways you might go. I have about 5 pages of notes that I'm going to kind of be roughly reading off of, and I guarantee I won't use half of them. But I kind of want to go over definitionally first. 1, for anyone in your audience that doesn't know these terms. 2, so we can agree on definitions of military interventionism and economic interventionism. So military interventionism would be if we see something bad happening in the world, genocide in Rwanda or Afghanistan harboring Osama bin Laden and not letting us in there and then mistreating their people, or Assad gassing his own people, things like that. That would be a military interventionism, where economic interventionism doesn't necessarily have to do with bad things the country is doing. It could more be a humanitarian crisis, like there was a hurricane in this poor country, and we're going to go in and give them some money so they can long-term rebuild structures and whatnot. And in that, we're going to kind of do a quid pro quo, but in a legal way, where we say, here's some money, but you have to do this, this, and this, get rid of the corruption in your country, or build some roads for your people, or blah, 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 move down this direction to kind of make yourself more like America. And I feel like America, is doing it right. So if we're doing it right, we should probably push that onto other people in a polite way, not forcing them, not imperialistically, but just kind of nudge them in the right direction. So that's kind of where I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with your definitions of military interventionism and economic interventionism. I don't anticipate that sort of semantic argument coming in. So I would say, yeah, in general, that, one thing to say that maybe it's worth defining here at the outset, just a couple terms. There are two types of power projection that people routinely talk about with foreign policy. There is hard power projection, and that's sort of through economic or military might. And then there's what's called soft power. Soft power is more projection of power through cultural avenues. And so it would be like, we have the best movies and the best art and the best economy and the best way of life, and we're very nice to people and we're very diplomatic. It's more complicated than that, but that's basically soft power, right? Those are two different things too. When you're sort of, I don't really have as much of a problem with soft power because that sort of interventionism is sort of organic and almost unavoidable. We're projecting our way of life to the rest of the world. I get that. Oh, let me say real quick, thank you so much, David. I know you donated the other night too, so thank you so much. He says, I'd be more open to economic interventionist wars if they were just on about it. They always try to decorate it. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that. But thank you, David. But other than that, I agree with your definitions. I don't agree that we should be doing it, but I agree with your definitions.
All right, so let me start with military then, and I'll start to give a couple of arguments for you. So I would say that it's kind of a proactive stance to be an interventionist, and it's a bit reactive to be isolationist. And you can kind of get the proactive stance of my refugee argument. So in 1951, the UN did a refugee convention, and then it's 1967 protocols, where they kind of laid out rules for Western nations to take in refugees. So we're kind of bound to those, and maybe not so much like as we need to be, but we're kind of bound to those rules. So we can either sit back and kind of let the world do its thing, wars be waged and genocides happen, and then take in the refugees, or we could go into these countries before these things happen, when we start to see the symptoms rise up. Sometimes we've been too late, especially early ones like Congo. We were way too late to get into there militarily in order to prevent anything, which created a ton of refugees. But if we can actually intervene with our military to prevent a lot of these things from happening, maybe just fund some rebels and help a country change its direction in a little bit. And there's going to be examples you can bring up where we funded rebels and it turned around and bit us in the ass. And the biggest one I can think of is Osama bin Laden. So again, I'm going to concede that one right out the gates. But I do think that overall, the majority of time we have done some forms of lighter or heavier military intervention. We have prevented greater problems of happening. We have kept more people in their country of origin and not turned them into refugees of war. And doing this would kind of sustain an equilibrium throughout countries and not cause these massive conflicts where we see refugees going into maybe Germany, and then you have these no-go zones the police can't go into, and huge conflicts of culture in the UK where you have roaming rape gangs, or did years ago, and their rape rate doubled in a decade when they were bringing in a lot of these migrants through NGOs and such. So I feel like it's proactive, to bring it back to my original point, to get ahead of these things and go into those nations solving those problems beforehand.
So I disagree, but I think the way I'd approach it is to say there's two levels of this, right? The first level is just sort of a philosophical principle. Should countries, particularly a hegemonic country like the United States, a world leader country, philosophically, is it a good idea to get involved and not, right? And we can talk on that. But the biggest issue I have is the literal, should the United States, right? I think even if you could win the argument that philosophically that the world superpower should be intervening, that the United States is not the right actor to do so, because the people that run our foreign policy have lied to us and showed how corrupt they are so often that you can't trust that they're doing things for benevolent reasons. And so many times, despite their reasoning, they actually make the situation worse. So even if it is true that philosophically, with having a benevolent leadership, that yes, the benevolent leader of the world power should sometimes militaristically intervene, I don't think that we could accept that because we don't have benevolent leaders. And so even if it was true that 1 out of every 15 times the U.S. would intervene, it would objectively be for the reasons that they're telling us, and it would objectively make things better. We as a people are lied to so often by these corrupt institutions that we will never know if they're telling the truth. Let me give you an example. You might say, when you're going on vacation, it would be better to have your neighbor check in your house. And that's true. I think that's something we could agree on. But if your neighbor has robbed your house several times, you would say, even though philosophically it would make sense to have a neighbor, I'm not giving that dude a key because he screwed me over so many times. And so instead, I will say, no more people coming into my house. You might say, well, then get a different neighbor. Well, then let's get different intel people. Let's get different people that are running our military. But we're not doing that. So, for example, you say, I think that on the literal, practical things that you mentioned, that, the military interventions, although there have been bad situations, more often than not, it's good. I disagree. I think we could go through the examples. You could tell me the examples that you have. I could cite a litany of examples, and that's just from what we know. If you read books that talk about the CIA's color revolutions in South America and things like that, who knows how many revolutions or how many terrorists or how many terrible groups were inspired or funded or something like that by our intelligence agencies that we'll never know about. So when I look at the most recent, like if we're just going in a timeline, if I look at the most recent interventions, we got Afghanistan, Libya, Syria. I mean, what other ones can you think of? Yemen we're being involved in? Those all seem like a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, there are some definitely. So Afghanistan would be one I'd like to focus on because I actually dug a little bit of research into that. So in Afghanistan, we saw that while we were there, the life expectancy of the average Afghani went up, I think, 5 years. And then that started to immediately fall off when we left. We saw women going to school and being educated like they were before the Taliban revolution. We saw, and then as soon as we left, people started selling off their 8-year-old daughters to pay for food. We saw their economy improve. We saw human rights somewhat improve. It wasn't amazing. They didn't become America by any stretch of the imagination, but it did get better. And I would make that argument. South America, I got to be a little vague because I didn't do a lot of research on that specifically. But I would say even if us going in there did put them in a better spot than they were in before we intervened. And it wasn't perfect. We didn't fix their nations by any stretch of the imagination. Some of them are still pretty fucked up. But I would say a lot of them, these situations did get at least slightly better when we went in to help and worse when we left.
Okay, let's look at it this way, though. Is the situation in Afghanistan today better than before we entered?
I think currently it only is because it's still tapering off. I think in 5 years from now, it's going to be about exactly the same as it was before we went in.
So then this is what happens, right? You could look at it and say, while we were there, things would have been better. That's probably true, right? Just like if an authority, if you live in a place where there's a lot of violence and a low standard of life, if a king comes in and makes you a serf, I guess your life expectancy could increase. But do we want that outside people, outside institutions taking away our sovereignty? I would say just philosophically, that's a dangerous philosophy, because then that's the philosophy of, well, we know what's right, and you have to be our vassal, and you don't have a say in it, and we're going to come in, but things will get marginally better for you. I don't know that that's necessarily a good philosophical position to have. And even such, I think that what we see in Afghanistan is, because we went in based on a lie, and because even though objectively, I do think by some metrics while we were there, you could say things like life expectancy, or I don't know, I haven't looked into these up, but I totally believe what you're saying. I would be shocked, I guess I'd say, if I look this up later and you're wrong. So I'm accepting what you're saying is true. I would guess violence against women went down and things like that. The problem is, when we left, it's going to retract to as bad as it was, if not worse. And what happens is the natural progression of countries sort of to have a more, and I use this term not in the left-wing sense, but to get more progressive, to get more civilized, that's stymied. They didn't go through those growing pains. So what happens is now, if you're a farmer in Afghanistan, and before the United States came in, basically Afghanistan, I think it was, it's been so long since I looked into this. I think it was like 13 provinces in Afghanistan, and it's really crazy shit. Like, it's really third world stuff, like no paved roads and, no refrigeration, like crazy shit. Like, and I have friends that served over there that would tell me these stories, like not just horror stories of the conflict, but horror stories of, you wouldn't believe like how backwards this country is, and there were like 13 warlords or whatever that each ruled these provinces, and shit like this would happen. They would come into these farmers and they'd be like, hey man, you're done growing crops. You're going to grow poppy seeds, or we're going to kill your family and we're going to kill you. And here's what we'll do though. You grow the poppy seeds and we'll give you a small percentage of the profits so you have enough to live, but we're going to take most of it. And these people were pissed. They're furious. They're like, that's terrible. Then the United States comes in. You know what they did? They burned the poppy fields. So now these farmers are like, well, what the fuck? Even though that's not a good living, it was my living. And what happens is, when the United States inevitably leaves, and it turns out that all of the reasons that we said we were there was bullshit. We weren't there to help those people. We weren't going to make sure that they were left in good hands. It was all bullshit. It was all for the enrichment of people in the military-industrial complex and things like that. And, had to do with geopolitical strategy and Russia and, all of that stuff. When we leave, now the animosity to the United States is going to be even higher than it was pre-us coming in. And one of the reasons it was bad in the first place in Afghanistan was because we armed the Taliban and the Mujahideen in the 70s. So it's constantly, we go in, we fuck shit up, and then 10 years later, we got to go back. Then we stay there for 20 years. And then when we leave, things are worse off than when we entered. And now they're set behind even further. Now they are reliant on an outsider coming in to save them because they didn't have the chance to go through the natural progression of having talented people and leaders come up through their system like all first world countries have had in the past. And that's not even to get into this question, which I don't want to ramble too. This is the last thing I'll say, right? My priority as a citizen of the United States is the people of the United States. So I don't think that we should be sacrificing the lives of our people to go over there for a situation to enrich a bunch of wealthy people in this country that are bullshitting us, knowing full well that we're being bullshitted, and when we leave, things will be worse than when we entered in the first place. Not to mention the trillions of dollars we spent.
All right, well, you went 2 points. So I'm going to go into the philosophical first, and then I'm going to talk more about what you were just talking about with Afghanistan specifically.
Sure.
So my philosophical argument is about the moral duty of the strong to protect the weak.
Mm-hmm.
So we as a nation have the tools to go in and stop these genocides. We are the richest, most prosperous country, and a lot of people aren't going to like this, but right now in America, we live at the best time to ever be alive, in the best country to ever be alive as a human being. And there are some problems, don't get me wrong, but we have still been exponentially going up. Even when the people you don't like are in office, we're still going up. It's still a great country to be in. So I think if we have these extra resources and we can go into a nation and help them, it's kind of our moral obligation. I'm not religious. Religious people, it'd be your Christian obligation, I guess, to go protect the weak. For me, it's more about doing the right thing. If you see a genocide happening in Rwanda, if you see women being treated as second-class citizens in a country that executes people for being gay, and they're also harboring the guy that bombed the Trade Center, you should probably at least try to help in some ways. Maybe not a 25-year invasion and occupation of their country so much. I think there are probably better ways to do it than go and give them some democracy, but I think we are morally obligated to go and protect the weak on a philosophical level.
Okay.
So,
I don't mean to, I know I talked a lot, so I do thank you if you let me interrupt here real quick, but I'll try to be brief here, right? Let's say that I agree with that point. I don't, but if I did agree with that point, do you have the philosophical obligation to force other people to protect the weak? Because that's what you're doing. You're forcing people that serve in this country's military to go over and risk their lives. You're forcing taxpayers in this country to spend their hard-earned tax dollars to help weak people in other countries. Do you have the moral obligation to force people to protect the weak?
Oh, that's a whole... With the Army, that's kind of what they enlisted for. Not exactly. They enlisted to protect our country, not go protect another country. But they did enlist to be in a hierarchy where they listen to their higher-up. They listen to their commander-in-chief and generals and what they think is best. And the long-term expectation is our national security does get better when we go into some of these states that do harbor terrorists and take out those terrorists from power. We definitely put a huge kneecap on the Taliban for 25 years when we went into Afghanistan. The Taliban is a joke of what it formerly was before he went in there. So,
I don't know if that's true. They certainly are more well armed now. There might be less of them.
Yeah, with $20 billion worth of
right.
US.
They're one of the strongest air forces in the area now.
And
you have to remember, why was the Taliban strong in the first place? Because we funded them and trained them. Right? So again, it's like, would the Taliban have been in the position they were in the 90s and early 2000s had we not intervened in the first place? And the reason we intervened, the problem is, like, all of these philosophical questions, I don't think that you do have the right to say, I could force others to protect the weak. Even if you say, but when you signed up for the military, you've basically, agreed to a chain of command that whatever they say goes, it's for the greater good. But that still doesn't answer the taxpayer portion of it, and it wouldn't answer if, like, someone was drafted, like in Vietnam or something like that. The moral principle of the strong have an obligation to protect the weak is different than what happens. It is, does the strong have the obligation to force others to protect the weak, right? And I don't think that's as clear cut. I don't even know if the original supposition is good, right? You might say in general, yes, but at what point? What if you're wrong quite often? If you just took it to it as a man who, arguably is strong, I don't think really, but if I see a man physically assaulting a woman, well, it's my moral obligation to step in and do something about it. But then I do that, and it turns out that it's some sort of weird domestic dispute, and they both attack me and they shoot me. Right? Like, sometimes the there's a solid chance if I intervene that I'm going to be, there's all sorts of problems that could come with this. And it happens in the real world now, because people say, why is everyone standing around and looking at this violence happen? Well, because if you're that guy in New York, you get prosecuted when you intervene, or the crowd turns on you. So that's a question in its own right. But I don't even know that that's worth having the debate, when the question to me is sort of, can you force other people to protect the weak? And I think that what happens is, even if we would look at a perfect, omniscient person that always knows, yes, you're stronger now, and yes, these people are weaker, and yes, they need protected, it's questionable then, but certainly you would agree that's not the way it plays out. The excuse is always given. We have to intervene to protect the weak. Whoops, we made the situation worse.
No, it does play out. I wouldn't say most of the time we make the situation worse, but there are some examples that we definitely do. I only want to briefly touch on the taxpayer question, because we could literally have a 2-hour debate on just that. I think that if you participate in an election, you vote for somebody, and the person you vote for loses, you essentially have to suck it up and do what the winning party wants to do. It sucks that you didn't want your tax dollars to go to Obamacare or whatever, but you participated in the election, you lost the election, now you get another chance in 4 years. So unfortunately, if you don't want to go that route, your time to rally a movement is now, and then your time to vote is 4 years from now. And hopefully, you can get enough people on your side to get the country to sway in that direction. But, when someone wins an election, they should be able to at least implement their policies. I think Trump should have got his wall. I think Biden should have got Build Back Better, at least to some degree, just because that's what the country voted for in that election, in a sense. So, again, we could go into that and talk about it for hours.
On that idea specifically, we'll skip the taxation portion of it, right? But on that idea, if you lose, you just got to listen to the other side. That's sort of a tyranny of the majority type argument. So if a party wins and is like, we're going to enslave these people, you got to be like, oh, well, we'll try again in 4 years? I don't think so. And you might be like, well, clearly something like, go ahead. You're going to say, well, that's...
I'm sorry.
No.
You bring up a great point. I don't think you should lose your voice. I think your opposition should still be there, absolutely. But I think that you should be working to further their goal in a way that would benefit both parties. Both parties are in favor of border security to a degree, and I feel like there could have been a compromise there. Trump tried to pass a plan that would pay $20 billion for the wall, but also give 2.4 million DACA dreamers a path to citizenship. And Democrats turned it down because they didn't want to give him a win, and some Republicans turned it down because they didn't want to give anybody amnesty, when that would have been a wonderful middle ground that both sides kind of got what they want, and the president that got voted in got the policy he ran on.
Yeah, I mean, on that specific example, I think that you could see compromises, and yet somehow our Congress is very unliked and oftentimes just exists to entrench their own power and aren't doing things that could be mutually beneficial. Certainly true. But going back to the idea of a moral obligation to protect the weak, I feel like your stance of if you lose, you should have to suck it up seems to be at loggerheads with that, because the loser in some form would metaphorically be weak. Right? And so do we have to say, well, losers need to suck it up when it comes to our country's voting system, but we also have a moral obligation, not just as individuals to protect the weak, but to force others that are strong to protect the weak. And I just disagree with, I disagree with that. I disagree foundationally with that. I think that we have a moral obligation, that humans are inherently tribal, and there's nothing wrong with that to an extent. So me looking out for my family first and foremost is something that makes sense and will make a better society. It's why collectivist societies suck. It's why the United States has the best foundational documents in the history of the world, because it focused on the individual as opposed to the collective or some caste system or some group. It wasn't the church, wasn't an oligarchy, right? It was, if we maximize individuals working for their own benefits and their family's own benefits, that we as society will end up in a better place. It was that sort of entrepreneurial spirit that made this country grow so fast, so rapidly, that ended up making it the place that is the greatest country in the world. That's what I believe. To say that you then have a moral obligation to look out for the well-being of others that is weak, that might be in an individual level something that I'm willing to hear. But to say, I also have the right to force my neighbor to do it, I disagree with that. I don't, because they might have a fundamental disagreement. And our government should be constrained by those constitutional metrics. And that means that they should not have a duty to look out for the well-being of other people around the world. The government exists as a collective body of the citizens of this country and should look out for them. I don't believe that it should intentionally cause harm to others, but certainly we should be under no moral obligation to have to intervene at our own detriment to protect others. And I don't think that it's self-evident that every intervention is positive. I'm certain you would agree with that, but I don't even think it's on balance positive. And even if it was, why should the individual that's going over to Vietnam and get shot and killed? You might be like, well, it was for the better of society. Anyways, I don't think we should be able to force that person unless it's a direct act of self-defense, which clearly Afghanistan, Libya, Vietnam, Iraq, none of those were.
Yeah, well, with modern day technology, I'm not trying to say that 90 soldiers dying a year is acceptable or good, and every single life lost in Afghanistan is a fucking tragedy, to be completely honest with you. But with modern day technology, we're only losing about 90 soldiers a year in Afghanistan. It wasn't a massive human toll. Like, we found ways to kind of use drones, to use technology, to use surveillance to facilitate these things. And I will say the majority of Afghanistan actually liked us being in there for at least a decade. And we did somewhat help because there was a power structure in place with the Taliban. Current day Palestine's very similar, where Hamas took over Palestine, and now they don't even have elections anymore. It was kind of similar in Afghanistan, where they were having sham elections. We went in there and we actually facilitated democratic elections that were at least as free and fair as ours, which some people will say aren't the most, but you know, they were getting better. They were in the right direction. I think there were better ways to handle it than we did. Absolutely. I'm more arguing the ideology behind it. I think that we could sit down and mill out some better ways once everybody's on the same page. But I do feel like, as the richest, most powerful nation in the world, we do somewhat need to act like the big brother of these smaller, more up-and-coming nations that do have somebody kind of, I would say, evil, for lack of a better term, in place.
Well, I don't know how much further we could go on the philosophical ramifications of should you be allowed to force your neighbor to protect the weak. But if we go to practically how this plays out, I'd be interested, so I could, just off the top of my head, I could list big militaristic interventions. I listed 4 or 5 there that I think were abject disasters. We might quibble on Afghanistan, but I'm not just saying while we were there, while it was good. You could say that in any time that you have a massive influx of government resources, that at the time it would be good. For example, if I'm totally reliant on welfare, if the government's sending me $50,000 a year or $50,000 a week, I would say, yeah, I like that, and my life's still good, even if they said, but you can't vote, and there's certain rights you have to give up to do that. My life might be better while I'm getting that. The problem is once they say, okay, now we got to take it away, where am I at? And I became reliant on that. I've become compliant. And so we have to evaluate not just how was the situation while we were there, when we were spending trillions of dollars, but also how did we leave it when we inevitably, because we can't afford to do that.
That is a fantastic point, and actually, I'm going to actually make that exact same point when we get to economic interventionism, and I start talking about mercantilism, because that is the exact point I'm going to make as well. When we do tariffs and such, we subsidize our own countries' companies to not have to compete on the world market. And as soon as those subsidies go away, you see American companies crash because they can't compete in the world market.
Yeah,
so absolutely, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, and one of the things that ends up happening in the way this plays out is it ends up enriching third parties, right? So there are people that that you work at Lockheed Martin, or you work at Halliburton, or you work at BlackRock, and those people are getting money. And oftentimes when we intervene in places militaristically, there's a lot of kickbacks and things like that are going on. So at the end of the day, it looks like on paper, it's like, well, wait a minute, this isn't being done by benevolent people. You might say, well, who cares if they're benevolent if the outcome's good? Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, because I don't trust someone who I know is lying to me and saying, I'm doing this because I'm a good person, but really they have a motivation. I don't think that I should have to sacrifice for that person. But I guess the question I have for you is, on the real world level, seeing as how I listed interventions that I thought ended up poorly on the metrics I'm using, can you give me some examples of the past 30 years of successful militaristic interventions?
I was actually going to go back even further. I was going to go to the first two that I could think of that actually kind of set the mold for this, and that would be Nazi Germany, where we went in and pretty much took their entire government out, and Japan, where we went in and dropped some atomic bombs. Both of them were no longer allowed to have a military. The United States became their military. We limited a lot of things they could do, and we pushed them toward a free market system. And now, after we pulled back on them, they're two of the most successful countries in the world. Well, South Korea is another one.
Japan physically attacked us. So that's like an act of self-defense, right? Germany and Korea, you could say of both of those, right? You could say, well, Korea we'll leave out for now, but for Germany, you could say that it was clear that they were becoming such a hegemonic power that they could literally be a threat to overtake us, right? That is not the case for any of the situations after World War II.
Well, Germany did attack our U-boats as well.
Well, yeah, but you've seen them. Sure.
Yeah,
but the U-boats were kind of there anyways. But yeah, right. So like North Vietnam wasn't going to overrun us. Korea wasn't, right? Iraq wasn't. Libya wasn't. Syria wasn't. Russia isn't now in Ukraine. They're not going to do it. So all of these militaristic interventions we have, it's not like, well, World War II. Yeah, that's different. I'm not such a pacifist that I'm like, oh, there's never a military response. I don't agree with that, right? I think that if there is direct attacks or imminent direct attacks, then yes, I believe in the people of the United States. Our government should protect us first and foremost. And yes, you could make the argument, yeah, but couldn't you miscalc? If you say sometimes action's necessary, isn't there a possibility that I also suffer from but a bad actor could convince us action was necessary when it wasn't? Yeah. But that's still less potential harm than saying, oh, but we need to go out and protect people. So I'd be interested, other than literally situations where we could have been literally attacked or were attacked, like any of these interventions that we've had in the past like 30, 40 years. I can't think of one where it was like, well, if we didn't intervene, the United States was, could have been speaking, I don't know, Russian or, I can't think of one.
Yeah, I don't think there are any to that extreme. I would more point at like something like Rwanda, where there was a genocide going on and we went in and stopped it and probably saved millions of lives, even though we went in pretty late. A lot of people died before we got there. That would be an example of something we did for the better. Okay, so I'll be honest, I know of the Rwandan genocide, but I also know it's just the boilerplate when when was this? This would have been the 90s? Clinton, yeah. Yeah, it was just something people said, oh, genocide in Rwanda. I didn't know shit about it.
It was just something I heard, and I haven't looked into it significantly. But let's say that's true. Let's say that here's a situation where, Boko Haram or something like that. They're clearly bad people. They're going in, they're raping girls, they're doing this, they're doing that. Should we be allowed to go in and take out that bad actor? Right? Well, that's sort of a different question in how military interventionism works almost always, right? I would say that I could be convinced in a benevolent, omniscient ruler saying, look, if that benevolent, omniscient ruler sees something that's so evil, it could be justified to force other strong people to go with them and be like, we need to take out this evil, even if it wasn't directly threatening them. But the problem is we don't have that omniscient, benevolent ruler, right? And so sometimes what's likely to happen is we're just completely bullshitted, right? So for every Rwanda, and let's accept, because I don't know much about the situation, let's accept that that could be an example of a good intervention. They'll use the same excuse with like Saddam Hussein, or Gaddafi, or Assad, or Putin, right? They'll use the same excuse. Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. And then it ends up exacerbating the situation. It's what they did with the Mujahideen. You can see Brzezinski and them that orchestrated the 70s, sort of arming of the Mujahideen. They were talking about it in the 90s. I remember reading this, I can't even pronounce his name, Zingbingyu Brzezinski. I remember watching an interview of him. He was working at the State Department or whatever when they armed the Mujahideen in the 90s. And they were like, do you think it was worth it? Because now this threat of Islamic terrorism's out there. And he's like, of course it was worth it. It fucked with Russia. Soviet Union ended up collapsing. It was worth it. And then 9/11. Next thing you know, we have to lose our Fourth Amendment rights because Islamic terrorism is such a threat that now the government has to look at every email I ever send or every phone call I make. And that's directly a result of, well, we had to intervene because there was this great evil. But Russia wasn't going to attack us, right? So I could buy what you're saying if we had benevolent leaders. We don't. So I don't know how do I trust the next time the United States come out and says, oh, here's the next Rwanda, when they've cried wolf 40 times and made situations worse since then.
Okay, so I do want to address that point. I do have it in my notes of things I'm going to address. Let me finish my last point about military interventionism first, and then I will jump into that one as well. Because that's it is on topic, absolutely, but my counter argument is going to be a little bit off topic. So the last point I wanted to bring up was what I brought up in the introduction is the refugee crisis. This is a preemptive way to prevent refugees from having to leave their country, as opposed to letting the conflicts happen, seeing millions of people go into their neighboring countries and come here or in Europe and destabilizing their countries. I think that's probably one of the stronger points for military intervention is keeping refugees in their home country where they actually want to be, where their values are, where their culture is, and then helping them there, maybe with economic interventionism afterward. And we saw in Afghanistan, while we were there, we did at least set up a structure in Iraq as well. Iraq is actually a lot more democratic than it was when we left than when we came in. So we do see that we do actually set up some of these democracies. They're not perfect. There's a lot of complaints about them. Absolutely. But we are pushing them into that direction a bit and making it so we don't have to deal with their problems nearly as much in the long run, which will cost us more.
So, let's take a situation like Syria. What was it, 5-6 years ago, we heard about the Syrian refugee crisis all the time. What was occurring in Syria? This is how convoluted interventionism gets, right? I'll just give you the bare bones of what's going on in Syria, right? We're in Syria. The United States militaristically is in Syria because ISIS is there. Right? That's what we're told. And there's this big, basically, civil war that's occurring. But the players are this. There's the United States, and we're there backing the anti-Assad rebels. Right? So there are rebels that are good guys, and they don't like Assad because Assad's a bad guy. But there's also Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. But they're on our side there. Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra are on our side in Syria. Then there's ISIS, who we're against, but Assad's against as well. Then there's Assad and his regime, who the United States is against, and they're against the rebels, but they're also fighting ISIS, and we're fighting ISIS. And then there's the Kurds, and the Kurds are against Assad, and Assad's attacking the Kurds, right? Now, we're told that even after the war had basically ended, because it basically had, Assad had won. That's what was going on. It was over. The rebels lost. There might still be pockets of terrorists or whatever, but the rebels lost. The conflict that was causing refugees was ending. It was ending. But we were told we can't leave. And do you know why? Well, we're in a military alliance called NATO. And one of the members of NATO is Turkey. And Turkey is such an ally to us that we station nuclear weapons in Turkey. If we leave, our allies, the Kurds, will be wiped out by our genocidal allies, the Turks. So now we have to remain intervening in Syria because if we leave, one of our allies will commit genocide against the other allies, thereby causing a refugee crisis.
They actually attempted to. They pushed into Syria trying to kill the Kurds, absolutely.
Okay, but do you see then how absurd the interventionism becomes? Now we have to have perpetual interventionism because we've intervened and entangled ourselves in such crazy alliances that our allies are trying to commit genocide against our other allies. And we're fighting people like Assad that's also fighting people that we're fighting like ISIS. And we're allied with people like Al-Qaeda that we were told just years earlier were the biggest threat to us so much that we had to pass the Patriot Act and I have to get felled up every time I go through the airport.
Yeah, and we did give a lot of money to Al-Qaeda. We actually are responsible for funding ISIS and their inception as well, unfortunately. So I will say again, a lot of the funding rebels, that's going to be my weakest point. Funding rebels to overthrow countries and fight against people we don't like, it's probably the worst form of interventionism. There's not a lot of good examples of that, unfortunately. Almost every single time it bites us in the ass. So yeah, I gotta.
Let me just ask you this: like you, I'm not saying this is a debate point. I'm just saying you, as a person who presumably doesn't have access to levers of power, just like me, right? When you hear an international story, right? How do you, and like there's a genocide occurring in this country? How do you differentiate of is this another Rwanda or is this another Libya? Because remember, the situation with Libya was we were told, Gaddafi gave this speech and said he was about to bomb his own cities. But then once we started to cut through the bullshit, what had happened was the United States and the NATO, and the EU, or I'm sorry, the UN, maybe it was NATO, I don't know, one of those fucking groups. At this point, it's been so long, right? They were arming rebels, and Gaddafi's continually giving speeches like, dude, these aren't my people that are fighting me. These are rebels from outside. These are terrorists that are being armed by foreigners to oust me. And Gaddafi gives this speech, and he says, listen, I'm going to use my military to wipe you out. However, if you lay down your arms now, total amnesty. But I'm coming for you. And Obama, it was like, you can't say that. Now we have to intervene. You can't say you'll attack your own people. Well, that's ludicrous. If a bunch of people in the United States stood up and said, hey, we're being funded, we got weapons and shit, and now we're going to overthrow the United States government, it would be ludicrous to say that our president wouldn't be allowed to say, if you attack us, we're going to wipe you out. That would be ludicrous. That's not the same as killing innocent civilians of your country. So if I'm sitting here in like a situation like, what is it, Nigeria that's popping off, how do you look at that and say, yes, this is one of the good interventions?
I think there's a little bit more than I could give you right now. I kind of didn't plan for this, but I don't agree with the one that we did in Libya so much because he hadn't actually taken those actions yet. I think you have to wait till some people start getting wiped out, I guess. Maybe you have to wait for Rwanda to actually happen before you go in. I honestly don't have a great answer for you on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because I think that it's persuadable. Like, you know, there are things about you as a human being, like, you know, for me, an easy example that occurred, like, in my adulthood was, like, Boko Haram, you know? I do believe that Boko Haram was, like, going into villages, killing all the males, taking child brides. That's as heinous as it gets, right? Like, that's horrific, right? But I don't know how I could say, oh, okay, in that instance, then go in, when I know that our people in our government, in our military, in our intel agencies will be like, cool, that's what we'll say next time we need to go in. And they'll tell us any bullshit story, just like they did in Iraq. You know, they were trying to tell us that Saddam was allied with Osama bin Laden. Clearly bullshit. But that's remember the incubator babies in the first Iraq war? You know, clearly bullshit. Just absolute bullshit. And the idea, the idea that we, by intervening, could stymie the flow of refugees. I'd love to see a chart of how many times we've intervened militaristically or armed people that caused refugees versus how many refugees we've theoretically saved and allowed to stay in their own country because we intervened. I'm not so sure the tally's on your side. I do know this. that many people on the left that seem to want a lot of immigrants in this country for whatever reason, they also cheer for the very interventionist policies that lead to those refugees occurring, and then say, well, because of the United States' position globally and terrible actions we've taken, we created refugees, so now we have a moral obligation to accept them. My solution is, no, we have no such moral obligation to accept them. However, we should also intentionally stop causing harm, which does create refugees. I just,
sorry.
No, go.
With Syria in particular, we actually set up refugee safe zones in that country. We were trying to protect them. That was the whole big thing about Russia going in and bombing Aleppo. Aleppo was supposed to be that refugee safe zone that we set up for them, and Russia, we kind of took a step back when Obama didn't cross his red line and actually go after Syria like he said he would, and then Russia went in and did it for us, and he was patting them on the back for doing it for us, and then they turned around and bombed the refugee safe zone city. So we do actually have some structures in place to ensure that people in that nation are not affected by the war that we're participating in. So I don't have that tally for you. I don't have that chart. Maybe I could try to put something together for you. But
it would be so hard because it would obviously be a guesstimate on how many did we save. You don't know what you don't know, right? At least how it, but I'm not asking for that. I'm not saying I want an exact number. You see what I mean, though? Just like thinking through it. And, you know, the other thing I'll say real quick, and then we can move on to the economic interventionism is, how do you decide? Because clearly, even being the hegemon, the militaristic superpower, I mean, there are seemingly infinite examples we could give in foreign countries of the weak being screwed over. So how do we decide when, okay, like for example, do we intervene in a Taiwan situation? Do we intervene if a big dog like China decides like, well, we're going to fuck with this little country, or we're going to, the Uyghur Muslims in China. Do we intervene? Do we risk World War III because the strong have to protect the weak? Do we have to go to every African country where heinous shit's going on? So many South America. Like, where do we draw the line? Because clearly we don't have the resources to protect every instance of the weak, which is sort of the philosophical underpinning that you're suggesting.
On a practical level, it seems like whoever doesn't have nuclear weapons, once they get nuclear weapons, it's kind of off the table because we can't go into China. You know, we can't go into North Korea. North Korea is probably one of the worst human rights violators in the world. And since they have a nuke, we really can't do shit about it. We can just sanction the hell out of them, which is more of an economic interventionism. And then just that's about it.
What about Ukraine? What about Russia? They got nuclear weapons.
Yeah, well, we aren't actually going into Russia. There's, as far as I know, there's no boots on the ground doing anything in Ukraine besides training their army on how to use a lot of the things we're giving them. And
yeah, I don't understand. I don't know if you want to have this discussion. I don't understand the whole rationale. Like, I listen to someone like Peter Zan, and he's like this. He's like, well, we have to do it without boots on the ground, because if we put boots on the ground, then that crosses a red line that Russia's going to do this. But this is a war existentially that Russia's looking at as a threat for survival, because they see the tea leaves, and they see, we have to have access to these ports and stuff like that, and we're being, we feel like we're being pressured out, and this is the last generation. I don't understand how this seemingly, we're at the brink Russia will have the discipline to not use more significant weapons, because it's like, oh, the United States doesn't actually have a soldier here. They're just literally providing the weapons that will lead to the bombing of our major cities. I don't get it. I know that's not quite what we signed on for this conversation, but to me, I'm like, if this dude's such a lunatic, if Putin thinks we're going to lose, why would anything be off the table? So sort of the flippant, like, well, as long as we could provide any fucking weapon, cluster bombs, sure, no problem, as long as we don't have a boot in the ground. I don't understand the rationale.
Yeah, with Ukraine, there's just so much up in the air. There's so much wartime propaganda. We don't know exactly what's going on yet. I kind of want to wait for that conflict to end and people to study it and look into it before I really comment too much about it. But it does seem like about 95 to 98% of the fighting is going on Ukrainian soil. Mm-hmm. There's only been a couple attacks that I know of in Russia, but again, I'm trying to stray away from that and more talk about things.
I totally understand, right? I haven't even heard what your opinion is on Ukraine, so it's not like I got you or something. I'm just thinking through it. But what you said there, like this fog of war, how do we know? Right, that's the point. How do we know? And you hear of this, like, the trolley question. Do you pull the lever to kill one person, and if you don't pull it, then two die, right? Like, I'm not really into, like, having a philosophical question like that, but there does seem to be at what point do you say, me killing someone, is okay if 4 out of 5 times I save someone when I do this. Like, there seems to be some tenuous argument that's like, even if you could make I don't think that we've gone into it enough to think that interventionism in the past 30 years on a net, when we've done it militaristically, has saved lives. I don't know that that's the case. But even if you could make that argument, does a Rwanda and another country justify a Libya? And if we don't know, if we could admit, like a situation like Ukraine, we have no idea. We just have no idea. Like, what are we supposed to do with that information? Like, we have a spigot of money that's going into Ukraine. And I'm not trying to talk about Ukraine specifically. You can make the same argument about Afghanistan, right? Some estimates show that we spent possibly over $2 trillion in aid and militaristic equipment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, at what point do we just say, listen, no, sorry, because we can't trust you, right? Because you're corrupt, and even if we don't believe you're corrupt, you're incompetent, because we've seen when things have fallen apart, and this is costing a lot of resources. And so we think that, the chance, even an 80% chance of doing good, is that outweighing a 20% chance of causing evil? I don't know.
Now, I can kind of, addressing that would also kind of address the notes I've taken here in terms of, like, we have bad actors in our government that could take advantage of this interventionist lifestyle, or this interventionist ideology to push for things that they want. And I could kind of answer those both kind of in a similar way, more focusing on the latter than the former. And I hate doing this. I hate making comparisons to something else that obfuscates the details of what you're saying, but I'm going to do it anyways because I think I could get a little bit of sympathy with this. So you get police officers. The majority of police officers are good people doing their job well. There's 250 million police interactions a year, and only a small percentage of them end up being something where the police officer is an authoritarian prick or something of that nature. Same thing with government. We have to root these people out. We have to find the John Boltons that want war at every turn and kind of root them out of the government, but they're bureaucrats. It's also hard to do. We have to get those people, call them to task. Hillary Clinton with Libya, what you did with Libya ended up being wrong. There was no actual genocide there to intervene. And George Bush or Barack Obama, you funded ISIS. You need to be held responsible for this in some way. I don't think criminally so much as more politically, but still, I think that more needs to be done from the citizenry to hold people to task when they do take these bad decisions. And I could also side with you on seeing less, if not no funding of rebels. But going to Ukraine, to kind of go into your actual point here, is the Ukraine war is costing us, $120 billion in armaments and whatnot now, but not a single U.S. soldier has died. And if we're looking at America first in that aspect, I'd say saving American lives is the most important. We're staving off one of our largest geopolitical rivals, and all we're doing is spending a couple $1 billion that we could just keep printing with the money printer going with modern monetary theory, and saving, again, no American has died in the Ukraine war.
But I totally disagree with the interpretation there. Even if we don't know if an American died or not, but for the sake of argument, we'll say none. There could be some special forces. It's irrelevant to this, right? The problem is Russia isn't a threat to us like they're going to invade, right? So they've shown through this conflict with Ukraine, we're not in danger of Red Dawn happening, of Russia flying planes over and their military coming in and literally taking over the United States. It's not going to happen. Right? It's not. They might be able, when I talk to people that call themselves experts like Dylan Burns, he says maybe they could get into Moldova, but they're not going to get into NATO countries. They're not going to get into Poland. They're not going to get into, Western Europe. They're not going to, right? So the idea of, we're spending some money, but no lives are lost to take out Russia, but Russia's not a threat to us like that. They're not, right? And the question is things getting marginally worse for Russia? So let's look at the potential threats. We're closer to nuclear war now than we've been to any time since the Cold War. So although no U.S. citizens have died yet, if it triggers a nuclear war, was the gamble worth it? Right? And then, on top of that, right, we could say that because of our actions that we're taking, is it causing us to lose soft power? Is it causing nations to say, you know what, we've had it with the U.S.'s shit. We're going to join this BRICS alliance. We're going to stop looking at the United States as the world superpower because we realize we were economically allowing them to be the world reserve currency, but now that they're taking this hardline stance against that, to hell with that, we're going to go to other people that don't particularly like the United States, like China, and we're going to try to convince places like India to say, you know what, the U.S. will screw you over eventually. Look what they're doing. Look at their interventionist policies. Look at how, the only way you're safe is if you're a big dog. If you got nuclear weapons, you'll be safe. If you got a big alliance, you'll be safe. But they'll pick you off one by one if you're one of the little people. And so why don't you join with us? We're not going to massively print dollars. We're going to have a currency that's based on something stable. I mean, I don't know. I've seen conflicting reports, and I haven't investigated thoroughly, but I've seen reports that suggested that Russia economy, based on most world economies, is actually doing pretty good right now. So other than killing off people in Ukraine and killing off people in Russia, I don't know that we're hampering Russia's ability to be a rival to us. And I don't, and again, although I agree with you that I'm most focused on U.S. citizens, I don't want us to have a marginally better way of life because we're sacrificing Ukrainian men. I think that's pretty fucked up too. I don't think I should be obligated to help, foreign people, but at the same time, I don't think that I should say, well, shit's a little better for me. My oil's a little cheaper because, we're funding some peons over there to get massacred. I'm not down with that.
Okay, so going into what you were saying about BRICS, I actually just looked that up because I wanted to make that point as well. If you compare the United States, like BRICS doesn't have a leg to stand on because they could say the United States interventionist policies are kind of shitty, but at the same time, Russia's moving into Ukraine. I don't think there's a nation out there that has the ability to come into the United States and take us over, including China. I would say we're more looking at it as two geopolitical rival groups, NATO versus BRICS in a sense. And when you compare and contrast them, I would say that it's almost hands down that the NATO side is the more humanitarian, the better morally side, because we're not invading countries to the degree that BRICS are. And also to your point about Russia's economy, actually, the ruble has gone up since prior to, it did take a dip for a while, but it's actually gone up in currency versus the United States dollar since the war started in Ukraine. A lot of that has to do with the fact that they're so tightly allied with China. China has been deeply investing into Russia. They've been buying a lot of their gas. They've been buying up a lot of their businesses and such. So a lot of the reason why Russia's not feeling the real harm of this war on their economy is because of that BRICS alliance. China has been making up for it pretty hard. So
it's not just that the U.S. is interventionist that's the selling point of BRICS, right? It's also sort of what they're doing is the world reserve currency. And I think, like, for example, one of the things you see, it is beyond dispute to anyone who's being reasonable, that the United States, either themselves or their allies, sabotaged the pipeline, right? That was providing all of this energy for Germany, right? If I'm playing a game of Risk, right, and I'm not really concerned about, human emotions, and I'm just looking at, okay, I own this little area, and I want my area to do good, I'm looking at the United States, and I'm like, fuck these guys. I have to use their currency. They'll massively print. They don't give a shit. Why would I have faith in this currency? I'm holding 100 million right now. They could double their supply tomorrow. Now my value's half, right? Why would I trust that? And although you're right, I have no love for Russia. I think that it's despicable that they invaded. But also, if you're Russia or you're the BRICS country, you could sell to them. You could sell to people look, even if you don't agree with what we did, look at what the United States does. They feel, and even what you want for them, they feel that they're the big dog, they're the world police. And if they think that you've crossed the line, they'll come in and feel they have the moral authority to do it. And they intervene all the time. And and so the idea is, what are we gaining from Ukraine? What are we? Because I think it would be better if we were pushing for a peaceful resolution. I think it would be better for the people of Ukraine, it'd be better for the people of Russia, and it'd be better for the United States. That's what I believe. I think that this war is being protracted, that we're being fed a line of bullshit, that it's not going to end up in the way that the pro-Ukrainian flag people think, then inevitably there's going to be some sort of resolution, and meanwhile a bunch of people died unnecessarily. And what are we gaining? Right? Well, as you said, it's not that Russia's going to invade, so we're taking away the resources of a country that was only going to be an economic rival of ours. I don't know. And then we're lowering our hard power and our military readiness, depending on who you believe, by sending these things. So it's just an example of, if you're admitting that there's sort of a fog of war and we don't know what to believe, why would we believe the people that lie to us routinely? I don't believe them. If they were benevolent, if I couldn't point to examples of them lying and examples of them engaged in heinous behavior, maybe it's a different story. Maybe I feel different coming into it. But I don't. I know what they've done. I know what they've lied. I know the color revolutions. I know that they've been constantly pressuring Russia. Doesn't justify all of Russia's behavior. That's not what I'm saying. But that's what they've been doing. And they always use this as an excuse. When we do it, it's morally justified. When we do it, it's morally justified. We could bomb Assad. Why? Well, because it's morally justified. Their sovereignty doesn't matter. We could put biolabs right next to Russia. Why? Well, because we're morally justified. Because we're good people. We assure you, Russia, we're not doing anything nefarious there. We could continue to expand NATO, even though we said we wouldn't. Why? Well, we're morally justified. Trust us. Don't be afraid of it, Russia. At some point, to me, it's just like, I could understand the rest of the world getting fed up. I'm still Team USA, don't get me wrong. Fuck them. But what's our gain? We don't seem to be getting much gain from these policies. And I don't want to gain a marginal increase in quality of life. Like, for example, I'm not for, Trump said this, right? We'll go in, we'll take their oil. Fuck all that. No. I don't want my price at the pump to be 50 cents cheaper and so we had to have a bunch of brown people die. No. But that's different. Intentionally causing harm to benefit our people is not something I'm cool with. Keeping to ourselves and focused on our people, and that leads to, well, other people got harmed because we didn't intervene. That's different morally.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that, what you said, it's hard for me to disagree with because I completely agree with you. But for what you were talking about with the currency, I kind of want to put that to the side for 1 second and just address the last point, because after that, I feel like we can get into economic interventionism, and I want to talk about China's Silk Road Initiative and everything. Yeah. So it's going to kind of get into the currency. So I think we're having an Avatar like tail melding moment.
I've never seen that shit movie. I've never seen it. Everyone just told me it was Pocahontas with more colors.
Yeah, it's not really worth wasting 3.5 hours. So yeah, I will address that one point about what are we actually getting out of it, but then we can move into economic interventionism, and I'll give a definition for you. We'll go from there. But what are we getting out of it? And again, this is talking short-term versus long-term, proactive versus reactive. We are somewhat speculating. It is somewhat speculation, but it's the potential of ignoring these things and how they could materialize in the long run. And a bit of it's fear-mongering. If you call me out for fear-mongering here, you may be right. But a lot of it is appeasement. If we appease Russia, they take over this land, they gain strategic positioning, they turn around, and they become a stronger country as a result. They grow bigger, blah, 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 continue to do that. We appease them until they get so big that they actually become the rival that could potentially take us over. So that's kind of what it is we're preemptively preventing them from ever getting to that point, as opposed to waiting for them to get to that point and then fighting them on the higher grounds. So that's kind of what the ideology is behind it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, you cut out there. I missed the very last thing you said. It was staticky. Sorry.
No, the point is essentially it's preemptive. We're preemptively getting in there and trying to stop them from ever getting to the point where they would actually be a rival to the point where they could move into the United States. It's kind of preemptive versus reactive. Again, it is fear-mongering a little bit to say, if we let them take over this land, this land, this land, they're going to become the next Hitler and try to take over the world. I think Destiny makes that point. I think that's like a kind of a bridge too far. But if we can stifle some of their military growth and what's the word I'm looking for? The growth in the size of their nation and the resources that they have access to by stopping them from invading Ukraine and such, we are preventing them from ever getting to that point where they could be that rival that, both you and I would say is pretty fucking bad if Russia ever got to the point where they could invade the United States.
Yeah, but it becomes really wishy-washy. Not even talking about fear-mongering. So one of the years when I debated, the topic had to do foreign policy. There was part of it that had to do with China. It was actually North Korea. So if you're interested, our plan that year was to provide aid to force China to accept North Korean refugees. Because what was happening was, in North Korea, because it's a peninsula, the only way out is South Korea, which you can't go in, or China. And so what happened would be people would escape North Korea into China, and China would repatriate the men and keep the women because there was a glut of women, I guess. So, not good shit, right? And so there was this author, I remember reading his book. His name was Konstantin Menzies. I read this book, and the book was, I believe it was called, holy fuck, what's this year? This is 20 years ago. I believe the book was called The Emerging Threat. And this dude, I'll never forget this, the foreword to this book was him on his deathbed, right? So this dude wrote this book, and he's literally like got terminal cancer or some shit. And he's like, fuck China. Bomb the shit out of them now. Because 30 years from now, they're going to be the world superpower. So do it now. Go to war now. Because we have to prevent them. You know? And it's like, I'm not saying you're saying that, but you have to be careful because it's like, well, what's the threshold for that? So let's say theoretically that India, and I'm bullshitting you. I don't know shit about the leadership of India or how things could be for India. But let's say we could see in a crystal ball and we would know that India never would militaristically invade us, ever, in the next 100 years. But they were going to outpace us as an economic power and become the world reserve currency, and the United States standard of living would get so much worse because of this. Are we justified in preemptively having military interventions to prevent that from occurring? I don't think so. I don't. It's different if we could see the writing on the wall and it's like we are almost under imminent attack. But I don't see how we could, you know, I debated this guy, I can't remember his name, but we had this debate. He wants to nuclear attack North Korea, wipe it off the map, because he's certain in the next 20, 30 years they're going to launch a nuclear attack against us. So just kill them all now. So it becomes, it's a wishy-washy premise because it's like, well, where do you draw the line, right? And you're not even, and that's assuming that you know you're right, right? So you could say, well, the Mujahideen, it was correct to arm them because the Soviet Union was, you know, the bipolar power and we wanted to take them down. So we armed the Mujahideen and then they launched terrorist attacks in Russia or in the Soviet Union. And then that was part of the reason that the Soviet Union collapsed. So that's a good thing. But that doesn't anticipate the cost down the road of, okay, we just armed violent extremists. Now we're going to have to go in and spend trillions of dollars in Afghanistan to deal with it. So there's always these unforeseen consequences. I just don't think that we're clairvoyant enough to say, I can see that 15 years down the road, we're going to be in a bad position versus this country if we don't militaristically intervene right now in this area. I think that there is not enough goodwill and there's not enough competence in the positions of the people that do these things to be able to make those calculations.
It's hard for me to disagree. Okay, so one of the things that the neocons were calling Joe Biden out for was when the Ukraine invasion happened, he cut Russia off of SWIFT, and that pushed them right into the worldwide currency that China was trying to set up. It pushed them right into China's arms. So yes, there are bad actors inside the government. They're using this system that's supposed to be something the entire world can use without fear of having it taken away, and he took it away as a way to get them, as a deterrent for them to go to war, and it ended up driving them into the opposition's arms. So absolutely, we got to hold people to task. I kind of want to, and I want to end that with a kind of agreeing with you there, and kind of just do it.
And let me just say this real quick, and then we can move on to the economic stuff. I'll just say this real quick. To me, this is why corruption's the biggest issue, because this sort of on two levels on this conversation. One, it doesn't matter how we articulate this because we don't have access to power. So if our vote doesn't really matter, well, you better hope that the person in charge agrees with you, which they don't agree with me, obviously. But also, secondly, I think that if you had leaders that you could trust, it makes the case that you're making far better, right? The problem, it's always going to be a tough sell for someone like me that thinks that, like, our institutions are so corrupt to be like, but just trust them. Like, it's going to be a tough sell. So I feel like when you say, the part where you're saying, like, yeah, we absolutely, the people that have lied to us and have exploited this system, they should be held to account. I agree. That, to me, is where the focus practically needs to be, to holding people that have engaged in corruption accountable. And then, once we have institutions that have widespread trust in this country because they've exhibited their trustworthiness over and over again, maybe these conversations become more important to have. But as it is now, it's just, I can't get over the fact that even as, you could be very articulate, I think you're doing a fine job, don't get me wrong, you could be very articulate on the philosophical underpinnings of this stuff, but I still know that the actors that will be necessary in the real world to force these decisions are not benevolent, and they're not competent. And so as long as they remain in power, it's a difficult it's a difficult sell for me to be like, yeah, well, trust us, we have to fund Ukraine, but this time they mean well. Lied to you about Iraq, lied to you about Afghanistan, lied to you about Libya, but this time, I'm sorry, I don't believe it. Yeah.
So just to kind of do a recap really quickly, anytime pretty much that we arm rebels, I think you and I are, for the most part, in agreement. I do like the fact that less American soldiers are dying when we do that, but it usually turns around to bite you in the ass. So what you're saying is, in essence, and let me know if I'm steelmanning you improperly here, but in essence, if we had more trustworthy leaders and we actually knew that there was something like a genocide happening, you may be in favor of that sort of intervention if we could actually trust those leaders.
Yeah, it would be and if we could trust them and they showed restraint and they weren't going in and then having a permanent presence, yeah, I think that, I'm not saying I would agree, it would depend on the specific, but I could see a circumstance where competent, benevolent leaders could intervene to prevent a situation where it's like a heinous Boko Haram type situation that a local government can't do. Get in, take care of it, leave the people to themselves. I would be more open. I can't guarantee yes, the answer would be yes, but I could be far easier to persuade in that world.
Okay, so Pisco, Destiny, Sitch, you see this shit? You see it? Just wanted to throw that out there. So
yeah, I don't get, I don't have to tell you. Like with them, like there's this narrative with me, and I know it's other people, it's not just me, but I only know me, where it's like I'm unreasonable, I'll never change my position or anything like that. That's not true. It's not true at all. It's not my fault that their argumentation usually boils down to, but you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. It's like, okay.
I think everything you said here is completely reasonable. I think you have a lot of good reasons, especially the Durham report, to distrust a lot of our institutions. Absolutely. I don't see anything you said here that's not unreasonable at all. So, again.
Thank you. I agree with you. I feel the same way about you. I think this is... The other thing is people say that, I'm too antagonistic. I usually reciprocate the energy that I'm getting from the person I'm talking to. So if someone's, being a total asshole and calling me names or something, then I could call names. If someone's being total bad faith, then I get a little more animated. But I've had plenty of conversations. Hell, even the last one-on-one debate I had with Destiny, where Brittany from Politically Provoked was the moderator, she didn't even have to be there. Because say what you will about Destiny... he would talk for 3 minutes, I would talk for 3 minutes, then he would talk for 3 minutes. I massively disagree with him. I think his arguments were dog shit, but we were able to have a civil conversation. And the irony is, people would say, because of how both of us have debated, oh man, fireworks are going to fly here. No, not necessarily. So, yeah, I think I get a bad rap because, sometimes I get a little animated, but that's okay. I'm doing this to have fun. And I try to reciprocate the energy, so.
Okay, so I think that militaristically, intervention is the biggest uphill battle I was going to have to sell you on. So the concessions that I got, I will take as an absolute pat myself on the back. I really think economically, I'm going to be able to sway you a bit more.
Okay.
So, economic intervention, giving people money with conditions to be met, like they could root out corruption, they could push for human rights, they could even we could build valuable trade allies in the long run, especially, and globalized trade. I don't know if you disagree with this in particular, but I think globalized trade has been a net benefit to the United States, even if it has resulted in us losing some pretty good manufacturing jobs over the years. Like it or not, this is what China is doing with their new Silk Road initiative. For us to stop and altogether would lead to China producing a massive coalition of allies around the world, which would hurt us militarily and economically. Oh, this is going into my point a little bit. So economic intervention would be essentially giving people money for humanitarian disasters or to kind of push them in a more Americanized democracy direction.
So first off, I think this is going to be this part of this would be uninteresting to you, but sort of the libertarian-esque argument that, I don't think, unless you're willing to force someone at gunpoint to give money for something, that we should be forcing people in this country to give money to people in other countries. I don't think that's true, particularly when we could see money in this country is needed so significantly in a litany of things. This is a weird argument, right? But you hear, the people that support Ukraine intervention and economic intervention, right? They'll say, Republican. Someone like Rob will be like, but what about the Maui fires? They're only getting $700 a piece, but we're sending billions to Ukraine. But the truth is, Rob's against these social policies at home. Well, the problem is because when you have these litany of policies that say give money to foreign economic investment, blah, 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 what it ends up doing is it drives up inflation because we end up keep printing money and things like that. My solution is, yes, we shouldn't have as many programs at home. That's true. But the reason I point out the discrepancy is to show that our government should first and foremost care about the people in this country more than people in other countries. Now, if you could say, but you could be guaranteed by giving this aid to Bolivia, that by giving that aid to Bolivia, that within 10 years we'll get a return on investment, they'll pay it back, and we have a significant trade partner, that would be an argument that I would be willing to listen to. The problem is we have no way of knowing that's the case. Ron Paul talks about this a lot. Oftentimes when we send money, it actually makes things worse, because what happens is the money is not going directly on the ground to some person. That money is going to some sort of official who may or may not be corrupt. And even if it is getting to people on the ground, you're making those people dependent on you. There's all sorts of unintended consequences. So go ahead.
That argument does interest the shit out of me, actually. I love economics, and I'm going to have to jump ahead a few paragraphs in my notes here to go to my mercantilism versus globalism arguments here, but absolutely love that argument, and I'm going to bring some proof with it.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
So mercantilism is kind of what Trump pushed for. It'd be the paleocon, natcon view of economics, and that we need to take care of America first. Globalization has hurt our job prospects, have lowered our wages, which there is some truth to that. I'm not going to say there's not. I would say in the long run, it helps us more. And my example for this, let me see if I can find it. Okay, so first I'm going to talk about tariffs. So tariffs, mercantilism tariffs are a byproduct of mercantilism. A tariff essentially is, for anyone in the audience that doesn't know, I'm sure you do, is we tax imported goods from other countries so that U.S. markets can compete with them. Now, when we do that, we end up having United States companies that are less efficient, produce lower quality of goods, and as soon as those tariffs are lifted, which is a tax against the consumer, as soon as those tariffs are lifted, we can no longer compete on the world stage. And what it would do is the result would be lesser quality products. So like looking at Colombia's main exports are coffee, pineapples, and unofficially cocaine. So pineapples are requiring a very specific government or a very specific environment to grow. It needs to be hot. There's only certain places in the United States that you could actually grow pineapples or coffee. And if you've ever tasted United States grown coffee, it lacks in comparison to what Colombia would. And same thing with pineapples from a really rich, nice environment like Colombia tastes the best because they're grown in these best environments. I don't know if you know anything about wine production, but where your fruits, the soil that your fruits are grown in and the environment that they're grown in is a direct one-to-one with how that particular good tastes. So, and what you can do with it as well. So if we instead slap tariffs on these pineapples to prop up United States pineapple companies, or coffee to prop up United States coffee, then we would have a lesser quality product that would actually cost the consumer more money in the long run. You'd be having to pay for U.S. workers. You'd be having to pay for U.S. regulations. We're trading with other countries that don't have these extremely high regulations, don't have these giant unions that are demanding super high prices. They don't have the same cost of living expenses as well. So we actually get coffee for cheaper. What we see over the last 30 to 40 years since the 70s is all but 4 sectors, and they're very highly regulated sectors: housing, healthcare, college education, and I forgot the 4th one. All 4 of those sectors we actually see go up, but everything else is going down as a percentage of your disposable income. And your disposable income is all your money you have after bills, for anybody listening. Your disposable income that you spend on food in the 90s was at 9.2%, whereas in the pre-COVID 2017, I think it was, we were spending only 5.5% of disposable income on food products, meaning it almost cut in half. And a lot of that, and we see wages stagnating over that time. So a lot of that had to do with globalization. We are bringing in cheaper products and better tasting products and better quality products that are costing us less money. So in the long run, that type of globalized trade would essentially lead to a better, more rich society, again, in terms of disposable income percentage, as well as higher quality products. So I would say, in a sense, that's more pro-America in the long run.
Okay, so there's 2, points that I want to make. And Kyle Rittenhouse now following me. Thanks so much, Kyle. Stay safe out there. First, this seems to be different than the conversation of giving aid, right? If I look at this from a small government perspective, I could say, yes, my gut feeling is tariffs are bad, subsidies are bad, right? We should leave the market sorted out. And if the market, the idea of capitalism sort of comes down to the idea of specialization, of individualism, where it's like, well, I could be really good at one thing and you could be really good at a different thing. And so as a society, we have more things because instead of me having to hunt and farm and et cetera, I could just hunt because I'm really good at that. And you could just farm because you're really good at that. And so as a society, we end up with more stuff and a higher quality of life because we're specialized. That's certainly true when you're talking about free trade and things like that. And that's, I think, kind of getting to the heart of what you're talking about. If a country that's very good at growing pineapples isn't being monkeyed with by government, so there's not tariffs or subsidies being put in, they will outcompete in the market, which leads to a higher quality of life for everyone because they'll be able to produce more, it'll be better products, et cetera, which means that we have more abundance, which is good, right? That's a different conversation than, should we send them aid? Should we be sending packages of millions of dollars, right? That's the opposite of small government. So there is a point to be made, I think, and I'm no expert in economics, right? So I'm just sort of riffing here. This is my gut feeling on the little amount of research that I've done on this topic, right? But I feel that had there not been all of this other stuff going on, had there not been the United States leaders, massively printing money and shipping money overseas and getting incredibly wealthy and stuff like that through big government policies, then tariffs and things like that, they wouldn't have occurred and we would be in a better position. The problem is, I think what's occurred is that the United States was at a peak capacity where our quality of life and things like that were so high and that manufacturing and things like that in the United States were just booming that basically we subsidize the rest of the world. Now this gets very complicated because you said earlier how the quality of life to live in the United States is the best time to live if you're alive now. I don't disagree, but the pace of our quality of life has not arisen commiserately with the increases in technology that we have. So think about it this way. If we just take food, right? We could produce way more food because technology has advanced so we can make the soil more fertile and we could grow crops with bigger yields and we could have tractors that mean less labor is necessary for these crops, etc., etc. And so we have more food now, but not more food as much as we would have if there wasn't these artificial things that were keeping us down. So I think that's what's happened, that we've subsidized the rest of the world through all sorts of things, through massive military spending because we're protecting other people with our military, through massive aid that's been given to other countries and things like that. So in general, I think your sort of small government, free trade for all, and this was, founding fathers talked about this, alliance with no one, free trade with all, right? The idea that, we shouldn't be tariffing, we shouldn't be subsidizing, let the market. I agree with that. I think that's a good thing. The problem is that's a different conversation than sort of the sending aid and things like that. Would you, and we'll get to specifically on tariffs in a second, but you're criticizing tariffs. Would you also criticize subsidies?
To a degree. And I think I just did a bad job tying the two subjects together if you don't think that they're related. So I'll
Well, no, there's definitely relation, right? But I just think that, think about it. There's different ways to look at things. There's isolationist versus globalist, but then another dichotomy could be small government, big government. So it could be a big government person could say, well, as big government, I'm for tariffs, I'm for subsidies, I want the government intervening a lot, but I'm also for sending aid to places. I think the government should be working, getting in there with a wrench and doing everything they can to manage our economy and to manage the world economy. And a small government person could say, no, I don't want to send that aid, but I also don't want the government subsidizing and tariffing, right? So I think I understand your perspective is sort of, I'm small government on these domestic things like tariff and stuff like that, but I'm big government when it comes to sending aid and propping up economies throughout the world. And I'm just saying that I think when you're talking about the standard of living increasing because of free trade and things like that, to me, that is a separate issue than should we be sending foreign aid to places. I think you're making a persuasive argument as to why eliminating tariffs could be a good thing. But I don't know how that justifies the second part of the argument of why we should send foreign aid.
Okay, so let me tie that. I think I just did a bad job there. We actually did intervene in a lot of the drug things that were going on in Colombia in the 80s. As well, a lot of what we see from these economic interventions is we do set up future trade partners with a lot of these countries. Some of these countries are not really producing much. We go in there, help them out, find out what they're good at making, find out what sort of raw materials they have, and et cetera, and then we turn them into a trade partner. So some of these trade partners that we have now, not all of them, but some, we have actually turned into trade partners with economic intervention.
That could be true. I understand. I understand what you're saying there. But the question then becomes, right, is that being done in a way that's beneficial, mutually beneficial to them and us? You might be able to point to examples where it was, but it also, oftentimes what happens is by giving that aid, we enrich sort of an oligarch that basically becomes a puppet of our country. And so you could say, well, in our, like, this would be no different than saying, like, let's skip the militaristic portion of it, but like, you know, if we sent Saddam Hussein a shitload of money, which enabled him to have more control over his people, but it led to us getting cheaper oil, would it be worth it? You'd say, oh, well, our standard of living is getting better, and I don't know. The question of subsidies might make this point that I'm trying to make more specifically. So let's say that we look at an African country and people are starving there, right? Because they don't yield enough crops. So the way this used to work in free markets would be this. Local farmers would see a market and they would say, I'm going to grow corn, or I'm going to grow rice or sorghum or something like that. I'm going to grow a crop that could feed people in my community, right? And even though they didn't have access to the technology and stuff like that that we have in our country, so it's more labor intensive for them to do that, they're still able to undercut the prices of someone who would import this stuff, because naturally the cost of shipping all that stuff would mean that they would be able to undercut because they don't have to ship that. They don't have those costs. If they grow a ton of wheat, they just have to take it to market, whereas the United States would grow a ton of wheat and then have to pay the cost of the storage, the shipping. They would have to keep things fresh as they traveled across the ocean, etc. The problem is, what happens is, in the effort to be good people to stave off starvation, we might subsidize these crops, right? And so we say, we'll subsidize these crops so cheaply that they'll be able to sell them in these African countries at a price that people could afford. But what happens is, then the local farmers undercut. So they never get the skills and the education to be self-sufficient farmers themselves. Now they're totally reliant on the perpetual access to the food that's coming from the United States to them, because they've been artificially undercut because of how much we've subsidized. And that's just like one unintentional consequence that occurred. This is one of the reasons that people cite with sort of when you take that in, also then with sort of colonialism and stuff like that occurred in Africa, it's kind of like, well, they kind of got fucked twice. They had all their resources taken militaristically, and then once those people left, it was like, oh, and we'll make sure that your people organically are always dependent on us, because we'll always be able to undercut you because we're intervening with the government.
I don't think I fully understood your point until now. So your problem with subsidies are the same problem that I currently have with the United States safety net. Instead of it actually being a trampoline that propels people back up to a place where they can be self-sufficient, it traps them. So people in the United States safety net, if they're collecting welfare or getting food stamps, etc., they actually are disincentivized to go out and buy a car, because once they have that sort of equity in their name, they no longer qualify for certain benefits that they'd be getting from the government. So it's like a long-term subsidy that traps people.
Correct. And then it makes, and then, so if you go back to my idea that like we don't necessarily have benevolent people that are running the show in our country, it does lead, I see Wally uses the term economic coercion. Right. So then now they're dependent on us. And so the United States, like, where was it? Just Pakistan the other day? We don't like your leader. Maybe you should get rid of him. Okay. And that's the sort of things that happen. Now you have all these people that they're never going to get to a place of whatever system that you think's bad. I'll just say generically the word democracy, but they don't get to a system where sort of the will of the people is is making the decisions, because they're reliant on an outside power, and that outside power is not benevolent. We're not just giving them stuff like, dude, it's all for you. We expect shit back in return. And it'd be one thing if it's me and you, and it's like, what do you expect back in return? Send us some of those sweet pineapples. That's what we want in return, you know? Leave us buy your pineapple. That's not the way shit's going, though. You know? And so what happens is you see these, you know, a topic that I happen to know a little more about because, you know, just recent current events, like, go back to Ukraine. I'm not talking about the war or anything like that. The United States, the IMF, all these places are just pumping fucking money into Ukraine. And they're pumping money into their, like, natural gas industry. So then what's happening with that money? Well, corrupt oligarchs like Zlochevsky's getting contracts who are then hiring politicians in the United States' children. Who's sending that back. Now there's allegations that hundreds of millions of dollars were siphoned from the people of Ukraine by just this one corrupt oligarch. And there's allegations that the money we're sending into Ukraine are going to NGOs that is influencing their election outcomes, that put someone in like Poroshenko. Now, I'm not saying that Yanukovych was good, right? The prior president to Poroshenko, he was considered a Russian oligarch. Same problem. Russia using their economic and military might to influence the outcomes of elections. Now it's the United States doing it. Even if you don't believe it was a color revolution, certainly the United States propped up Poroshenko, right? And he was corrupt. And so the poor people of Ukraine are like, well, so we got corrupt. We're basically a puppet state of Russia. Now we're a puppet state of the United States. And it becomes like that story plays out over and over again. You know, where foreign aid, very little of it gets to the people, you know. And people that you could listen to that I've heard that are more researched than me is someone like Ron Paul that talks about this, that goes into specific details of like, well, when we send aid to these countries, very little of it matriculates down to the people that need the aid. Oftentimes it's used to buffer the people that are unpopular that are in charge. And it artificially allows them to stay in power longer because they got this artificial subsidy, and it doesn't allow the country to organically grow.
I definitely hear your concern, and I think it's extremely valid, actually. So what we saw the first time we bailed out the banks in the United States is we just gave them a bunch of money and said, here you go. The second time we bailed them out, it came with a long list of regulations of what they had to do in order to get that money. And with these subsidies, like there's countries in Africa, Ukraine is another good example. We pumped a bunch of money into them, and then they became the second largest, I think, or maybe third largest wheat exporter in the world. In Africa, we go in, and we do give them some money for humanitarian issues, absolutely. But we also went in and built roads, hospitals, and essentially helped them build their society and said, here you go, now you have a society. A country like the Philippines, if you think of the Philippines, you think of like a third world country, but if you actually look at them now, it's almost like you're here. Like they have buildings and infrastructure, and their cities look like U.S. cities for the most part. Well, I mean, with obviously the Philippine touch to them, but we built these countries up to be our natural trade allies, and a lot of it is benefiting us in the long run. I won't say all of it, and there's definitely valid concerns you brought up about that, and it's hard to argue against your corrupt politician point because there is economic coercion is a thing. And it does get people to vote for that side. We're going to give you a little bit more. We're going to grease those wheels a little bit more for you if you give us your vote. And you are 100% right to be concerned about that. But I still feel like in the long run, building up these valuable trade allies has been a net benefit to the American people. And again, we can see that from the 70s, the amount of disposable income we're spending on almost all expenses besides a few highly regulated ones have all gone down. And the American person has more of a percentage of their disposable income in their pocket than they've ever had, which is why, like, when you see leftists, and I'm left-wing, don't get me wrong, I don't like leftists, I don't like communists at all. I think they're a blight on my party and they need to get the fuck out. But when you see them talk about things like, oh, fuck, I lost my train of thought because I hate commies so much.
Yeah. Well, I'll step in if you want, right? Like, I'll say this, there's 2 points that I want to make. This is the weaker point, but I'll make it first, because Banana Slice says, where would Africa be if Europe didn't colonize? It's a fair point. There are good arguments that colonialism actually massively benefited many of the countries that were colonized. That's true. Now, I'm not saying by any stretch that you're suggesting colonialism. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that, like, hypothetically, if we say, well, okay, maybe we influenced their elections and we molded them to what was beneficial to us, but they'll end, just like with colonialism, they'll end up in a better place. Is that moral? I don't know. You're basically taking away someone's sovereignty and someone's liberty to some degree. Obviously, there are degrees of this shit, don't get me wrong. That, you know, giving aid isn't the same as like, well, okay, we're setting up shop here with our military. But it's a valid question, I think. Because there are people that make that argument about colonialism. They say, hey, go to Africa and look at the country that was colonized, and it's like, damn, things are going all right. And then you go 5 miles across the border, and there's a country that was never colonized, and it's like, holy shit, this is a third world hellhole. I don't know. I guess I would be against that because I think that we shouldn't be intentionally doing that sort of stuff.
Same. I don't think the end justifies the means in that regard. You can. There's other means you could use to get to that same end, and that's kind of what I was getting at. Is you can go in and build them roads, build them hospitals without completely taking over their country, and kind of get them to the same end without the means of actually taking over their government and making it a colony of yours. And then a lot of that is you see people siphon things out. So another example would be Venezuela pre the socialist takeover. They were a third world country. We had gas companies, since they have a really large supply of raw gas, like raw fuel, I don't know what, crude oil, that's the word. And they had a really high supply of it. So we had a lot of gas companies go in there, and their standard of living shot through the roof as a result. Now, when the commies took over, they took over those industries from them, basically illegally forced them out at gunpoint, which is, put the country back, and now they're eating dogs in the street. But prior to that, we actually elevated their life expectancy and elevated their standard of living as well. We got a ton of cheap crude oil out of them. Mm-hmm. So it was a net benefit to the United States as well until the communists took over.
Yeah, to get on to your other point about the standard of living increasing and things like that. Again, I don't know that that's... Things could be literally true, but for reasons that aren't necessarily the ones you think. So you're not comparing our disposable income today versus our disposable income of 1960. You're comparing our disposable income today versus what our disposable income today would be if we didn't have these interventions, but we still had things that naturally occurred, like the increases in technology that led to more abundance and things like that. And I don't think, I'm not persuaded by the argument. It's like, well, we used to have 5% disposable income, but now we have 9% disposable income, because there's all sorts of things. It doesn't take into account that question of technology. Another question I have about that statistic is that a household statistic? Or is it an individual statistic? Do you understand why that would be different? Because if it's a household statistic, something that's happened over the past 50 years is now households are reliant on two incomes. Whereas it used to be that they were more reliant, like if you go back to the 50s, 60s, etc., it used to be single incomes, right? And it's getting worse every year that now we expect that both the man and woman have to work. That leads to cultural problems. That leads to, I think that's leading to bigger government, because then we have outsiders that are taking care of children more, et cetera, et cetera. I think that although I fully support a woman's right to do anything that she wants to do, like with a career, I do think that those societal norms were beneficial to society, where we had two-parent households, where we had a breadwinner and we had someone that was tasked with raising the family. And traditionally, males are more suited for the breadwinning and females are more suited for the raising of the families and things like that. Not to say that there aren't exceptions, not to say that the government should enforce that. I'm not saying any of that. But as we've set up a system that, because of the economic choices we've made as a country, that now we're expecting both people in that family to work, or we're expecting families to not be set up that way, that there's a lot of single parents and shit like that. I think that leads to a lot of other unforeseen problems. Not to say that that's because we gave aid to Venezuela. I'm just bringing that up as an aside. So it's difficult to say, well, we have more disposable income, because I don't know what that means. Does it mean, well, I have more disposable income because my wife's working too? And you're like, well, yeah, but if you would have doubled your income back in the day, then you would have had like 40% disposable income if your wife was working. But now you only have 9%. Or is that individual? Like, then the statistic, I think, would be more valid. I just don't know without seeing it.
I'd have to find the study again. It was a comparison between 1978 and 2018 that compared the amount of disposable income we spent on goods. So another example would be China. China, we didn't actually do much investment into China. What they did was change a lot of their economic policies to allow a crude style of authoritarian capitalism to exist in their country. And what we saw is, just between the years of 2011 to 2017, the wage growth in China was 67%. their wages went up in, I think 2017, they were like $3.50 an hour, where back in the 80s, it was like they were making like 50 cents an hour. So we do see that their standard of living goes up once they start to enter these global markets to a degree. And again, we didn't spend a lot of money investing. Well, a lot of private money was spent, not a lot of government money was spent investing in China. A ton of private money was spent. And the result is a much higher state of being or standard of living for people in China. Since the year of 2017, I'm trying to just go through some of my talking points here. Almost every year since 2017 on to 2022, we see a 7 to 10% wage increase year to year. And China's labor is no longer that cheap labor that it stereotypically was back in the 80s. So here in the United States, on the other hand, we see, as a result, our poor now live better than most of the world's middle class. And our upper middle class has almost doubled in size since the 80s. So a lot of these jobs going over there, it does hurt. Actually, it does lead to pitfalls. And I really think the government could do more to help that, or private industry could do more. Government could subsidize private industry to train people from the ground up a lot more, things like that. We have done it in the past. But at the end, we do see that the American populace is getting richer overall as a result of a lot of these globalist policies.
So I'm going to do something stupid here. Right? I think of this in terms of when I debated. In debate, oftentimes when we were talking about an argument, it would have three parts. So let's say I have a plan, and my plan is your plan. Send money to foreign countries, aid to foreign countries, right? And so that's my plan. And I would say there could be disadvantages to that. Three general parts. It's more complicated, but there's uniqueness, the way things are, right? So I could say, we don't send money to foreign countries now. Then there's the link. Your plan to send that money causes something to happen. And then there's the impact. Why is that bad? Right? Uniqueness, link, impact. If you take out any three of those, then it's not really a good argument. For example, if I say, if we send money to foreign countries, it will devastate our economy, which causes war. Uniqueness, link, impact. And you say, we already send money to foreign countries. So your link would be triggered anyways. It's like, oh yeah. You know? Or if you say, no, it wouldn't cause our economy to be harmed. It would help our economy. That's called a link term. And the impact, you could say, actually, it wouldn't cause, low economy doesn't cause a war. Or war is good. Or low economy is good. You know, so there's all sorts of things you could do. The problem I'm having with what you're saying is I don't think you've proven the link. You're just like, well, we give money and shit's getting good. But like, for example, just off the top of my head, is China's rapid economic pace because we've given them foreign aid? Or does it have more to do with private? Like,
it is private.
Right. So that's different than us taxing American people or printing money and causing inflation and then sending them billions of dollars or something.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I tried to use private money in that specific example, because we don't actually give them foreign aid for other things. And that way, the only money that's actually gone to China would be investment in their economy. And that's kind of why I wanted to use the private money as an example, because we can isolate what that money specifically was doing, as opposed to when we send foreign aid, it's for a multitude of reasons. It's hard to isolate where that money is specifically going.
Well, private money's always spent money better than government money, always.
Oh, for sure.
So,
for sure.
So there's all sorts of regress and corruption and stuff like that when you're talking. But another question that I had, right, and just throwing this out there, like, to me, tariffs and subsidies are sort of the same problem, right? Because both of them are manipulating the natural price of things that the market would dictate. So my question to you would be, you say tariffs are bad. What if China subsidizes their steel to literally outcompete every steel producer in the United States? Does the United States have the right to tariff to bring that cost of Chinese steel to what it would naturally be?
Yes, I don't think tariffs and subsidies are just bad on face value. I think as a long-term economic policy, they are bad. As a short-term, China does all sorts of bad practices. They deflate and inflate their currency in order to do things like you're saying as well. Yeah, I think we need to use those tools as a way to mitigate that. Absolutely. I just think as a long-term policy, then they have more bad results than good. Short-term, absolutely, I'm 100% with.
Because I think that was a lot of Trump's argument. But I'm not defending his economic policy in this regard, but I'm thinking a lot of what Trump was saying was like, hey, they're manipulating their currency. They're engaged in unfair tariff practices. They're engaged in unfair subsidized practices. So we're going to put tariffs on their shit because our domestic jobs can't compete because of their currency manipulation, because of this stuff. And now you could say, but he was wrong. But in theory, right, that's different than saying, no, tariffs are always bad, right? Because at some point, if China says, well, fuck it, we'll subsidize everything, we'll outcompete everyone, we'll just government money to everything, because we know that it might be a hit to us in the next 10 years, but it'll put American businesses out of business, and then, it's supply and demand, right? I try to explain this to people around here in my little town. We had these little mom and pop, two of them we had, little mom and pop like general stores in the little town sort of where I live. And then they put a Dollar General in. Now the mom and pop general stores are out. And yeah, the Dollar General was cheaper, but if Dollar General decides to raise their prices by 20% tomorrow, where are you going to go? Some of the people that shop there are Amish. They're not necessarily going to hop on Amazon and get shit. So it's sort of the same idea. If you could drive people out of business by artificially subsidizing you into a more competitive marketplace, then inevitably you gain at the end by raising your prices artificially because there's no other game in town. So I don't claim to be an expert on knowing exactly. This shit's always tough, right? Because there's two sides of the argument. You go to the World Trade Organization, China's going to say, nuh-uh, we're not doing that. The United States is currency manipulating. The United States is subsidizing. The United States is putting tariffs on. They're the problem. I haven't sifted through enough to know, but I'm just asking in generality. So you would say that sometimes tariffs are acceptable, but how do we know? Because the United States is going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Trump would say, China's been doing this shit for 30 years. They're going to do it for the next 30 years.
We just do it until they stop. Okay, so to go to your big box store argument, big box stores putting local small mom and pop businesses out of business. It is, again, this is the pitfalls of this kind of free trade, but at the same time, Walmart has brought down the costs for consumers at an exorbitant amount. They make 1 to 2 cents for every dollar they take in. So they do put mom and pop stores out of business, but then what happens is you get the Walmart imitators. You get the person that innovates like Amazon. Now they bring Walmart right to your home and you order it on the internet, or you get the Krogers that come out that slightly lower than Walmart because they only specialize in certain grocery goods. And now Walmart's like second in terms of selling groceries and they set up the model. Walmart set up the model of these big box stores. And again, they only bring in a tiny amount of profit margin off of every dollar they bring in. A lot of these mom and pop stores were inefficient. They were run, and I don't want to hate on them. I like small business. I'm not trying to talk shit, but they were inefficient. They were run by people that really weren't working as hard and as smart as they could. And places like Walmart came in and actually improved that to the point of it's min-maxing. If you ever played World of Warcraft, it is setting up the exact right spec so that you have put out the exact highest amount of damage you could do. And it's fine-tuning everything to its maximum potential. So as evil as Walmart can be for how they treat some of their employees and whatnot, this model that they set up is saving the consumer money in the long run, and it is making people have more dollar in their pocket for less and getting a higher efficiency of goods as well.
I don't disagree, but there are pluses and minuses to everything. I mean, that's the way it is. For example, it does become difficult, and it sounds callous. You hear this argument all the time, well, shit, the automobile put the carriage maker out of business. What are we supposed to do? Just artificially be Luddites and say, nope, no automobiles, because that'll put these people out of business. I mean, you're right in the sense that, that's why people here shop at Dollar General as opposed to the mom and pop stores and put the mom and pop out, because Dollar General could undercut. Right? And so as someone who's living paycheck to paycheck, you're like, look, I get my groceries here, I save $20. I get it at that place, sure, I support this local person, but it's $20 more that I can't put in my, so I'll save the $20, right? And that has to do with sort of efficiency and things like that. I get that. The downside is what happens when you centralize like that over and over and over again, and you're doing that for generations or for decades. What happens? Well, then this sort of American dream of a middle class is sort of becoming bifurcated. It's not just because of this reason, but this is a big part of it as well, where it's you used to be able to be a small business owner. You used to be able to someone that was middle income. Now it's increasingly we got a lot of really big haves and a lot of have-nots, right? And it's the middle class that's suffering the most, right? We subsidize the lower class. We give them all sorts of welfare and we do all this stuff for them. And we subsidize the upper class. But the middle class, they're the ones that have suffered the most. And so increasingly, it used to be that you could have that dream. You could be a business owner and you'd be able to be successful in your town and stuff like that. It's increasingly becoming out of style. Now, you could say, but you have more disposable income and stuff like that. Right. Maybe, though not so much since Biden took office, with inflation far outpacing wage growth. But the problem with that is that doesn't take into account that should naturally be the cause because of the advances in technology. It's so hard to explain, and I'm by no means am I an expert in this, but instead of disposable income, think of what income is, right? What is money, right? It's just sort of a symbol of the value of the goods and labor that you have, right? And so if instead of looking at it through money, if you look at it through labor, it might be that 80% of your labor 300 years ago had to be to food and shelter, right? And now it's like 5%. But how much of that is because of free trade? How much of that is because we subsidized foreign countries? As opposed to how much is it just because the natural progression of technological innovation? Because 300 years ago, it might have been 80% of your labor to food and shelter. But 300 years before that, or if we go back before the agricultural revolution, it might have been 95%. And so it's exponential. The technological increase in where we have to put our interest. It's such a complicated conversation that I'm probably not the best person to have, but we end up in this weird situation where now we got all these people that they don't have shit all to do. It used to be if everyone had to be working their ass off to have food, then everyone was working their ass off. But now we sort of have this system where it's because technology's come in and made those jobs that used to be, necessary for the basic necessities of life, now we have to create other things. We have entertainment. We have people that work on video games or, actors and, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things we have is the financial sector. They're not really creating anything. They're just shuffling piles of money around. It's not really a creation. It's just, I invested here, and don't get me wrong, you could still create shit through that, but, and so I just don't, I agree with you. I know this is kind of a non sequitur to the original point of Walmart and things like that. There are certainly benefits to that. There absolutely is, but there's detriments as well. And I think at some point you have to try to sort through some balance, or at the very least, make sure that the transition isn't too rapid. We can't have the change of life occur so fast that we just all become well, fuck it, we're all just universal basic income and we're all just sitting around. It'll be devastating for our culture. So I don't disagree, though. I think a lot of people shit on places like Walmart more than they should. I'll tell you right now, I don't know if I should say this. My dad works at Walmart. He's happy. My dad's doing better. And people say Walmart pays like shit. My dad's making more money right now as a low-level supervisor in Walmart than he has his entire life. Used to roof, used to be a bartender, used to work kind of agriculture and factory jobs. He's making more now working at Walmart. They love him because he shows up to work every day. A lot of the people they have don't want to work. So I'm not here to shit on Walmart. I'm just saying there are problems. There are benefits and there are problems. If you only look at it through one metric, your products are cheaper, so as a consumer, it's good for you. Yeah, but as a laborer,
No, I agree. So going into that, I do have some economic training. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an economist at all, but I did take some courses in college for it, and I've done a lot of independent reading. I'm going to answer yours with a basic Thomas Sowell argument. Mm-hmm. Oh shit! I kind of fuck. I was writing shit down. I forgot what I was. Fuck. Oh man. Well, okay. So first, let me talk about the financial sector. You were saying shuffling money. So about 40% roughly of jobs in the United States are still small businesses. So what these big box stores did was make things more efficient. And yes, they put mom and pop stores out of business. But these rich people turn around and invest in these small businesses, hoping for the next big thing, hoping for the next new business that's going to innovate in some sort of way. And we see those investments turn around and result in small businesses. I work at a small business, and I'm trying to. I guess I'm one of the 2 founding members, and that would make me kind of like half of the ownership of this small business. And we have a parent company that is doing all the funding for our first couple of years, because every business loses money for a couple of years before it starts turning a positive. And that investment in our company is what allowed us to get our feet into it, and now we're actually turning a positive. It's not much, but it's actually finally starting to net more money than we're spending every month. And it was that financial sector's investment that allowed us to do that. So that money that they're sitting on, the Thomas Sowell argument. Okay, now I remember. So you put $1,000 into the hand of somebody from, let's say, a bad financial situation that never learned money management, and then you put $1,000 in the hands of a financial expert. That $1,000 in the financial expert's hands is going to be spent much more efficiently than somebody that doesn't know money management. So essentially the end result of capitalism is the people that are best equipped to handle and manage money end up accruing more wealth into their hands, and then figure out better ways to deviate that wealth than, let's say, the government would. So they look at business models. They say, you have a good business model. This could potentially be good. Something like Shark Tank, they invest into your business. So these people that are good at managing, pushing around money and figuring out what's actually good, what the market's going to anticipate that they're going to want in 10 years from now, they're the ones that are better equipped to make those decisions of where money should be going than a government entity that pumps billions of dollars into Solyndra that goes out of business 5 years later.
Well, I don't disagree with any of that. The problem is that's not exclusively what I'm talking about with the financial sector. So sure, there's always been a benefit to having people that have large pools of money now, giving that money to other people so that they could create a product in the present, and then that product will eventually build up enough to where their wealth is increased that they could pay you back plus interest. Right? Like, that model is true, that you're actually creating something by lending that money out, right? And that the government's always going to fuck that up way more than private. I get that. But that's not exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there are a bunch of people in the financial sector that are doing, like, what the hell was the word? I remember reading this book by Matt Taibbi about it. Like the high frequency trading and stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about? Right? People that create, like, these fractions of a penny that they could buy and sell really quick and things like that. People that are manipulating money in a way that it's not like, well, I'm sending this money to a poor farmer so they can buy more farm equipment so that their wealth will increase and then they can send me back plus interest. These are people that are just exclusively shifting piles of money around. And increasingly, like, you know, there are questions as to whether or not those people are better managing money than the average person. You know, Jim Cramer, you'd be better off. I could ask my 2-year-old son to fucking point at a board of investment options, and I'll end up better than Jim Cramer. It's done all the time. A lot of these massive investment firms that you're 401, like some schmuck like me, I don't know shit, right? I got a 401k with the job. I bust my ass. I work like 70 hours a week, right? 5% of my money goes out into a 401k. I check my statement at the end of the year. It's like, hey, you lost 2%. How the fuck's that possible? It's like all the time that shit happens. Well, it just so happened that the place that they default put my money in because I didn't make the decisions myself, they fucked up. Whoops. Oh, well. And you're like, well, okay, I guess it could happen, but if the stock market goes up on average like 5% a year or something, then that would be the average that you would think people's investments would go up. But I'm losing. You know, and this happens all the time, that just randomly picking would be better than the people that are actually picking for you. And there's a reason, because there's money to be made in that. It's what we saw in the 2008 financial crisis. They were manipulating, right? They were packaging mortgages as AAA mortgages that were shit, that they knew were never going to get paid back, but they sold it to you, you know, and your company's 401k. And so some guy working on power lines in some rural company that thinks he has $300,000, well, his fucking company, you know, put all the 401k in these stock options that bought all these mortgage-backed securities, and then turns out it was all bullshit, and everyone knew it was bullshit, but they got their money, and then it's the guy working on the power line that's left holding the bag. Those people didn't create anything. They just shifted this money around. It's it's complex beyond me just talking a surface level about it, and I don't think it speaks to really anything that we're having in this conversation. But I'm just saying that, like, that sort of it's very complicated when you look at like, because we got into this discussion because the idea of like advancements in technology mean that less and less of your time needs to be spent on the necessities. So that would intuit that you would by nature have more disposable income. And so as we've artificially put shit in that gives us other things to do with our labor and our income, and some of it's just, it's not really beneficial to society as a whole. It's just shifting. It's gambling. You know, that's it.
True.
You know, but I don't know. Oh, someone's yelling at me for insulting Jim Cramer.
I do have one more example, and this, to be completely honest with you, I am shocked. I had 5 pages of notes. I got 1 paragraph that I haven't deleted yet. We've gotten everything.
Good deal. Good deal.
So this last one is going to hit on that a little bit. I'm going to talk about that in terms of medical investment. When you invest in a new medicine in the United States mostly, and I'm going to talk about get into that a little bit as well. When you invest into a new medicine, you have a 95% chance that your investment is going to lose money.
Mm-hmm.
But you're invested in crazy shit like that CRISPR and stuff like that. CRISPR was one that actually worked, but you're invested in crazy medical innovation that like has a pretty low success rate, but when it hits, you make billions off of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would just kind of be to address your point before I get into this last point here. So I kind of want to talk about nations that have shifted to socialized healthcare, and this is kind of moving away from globalization. When you shift into to this kind of like planned economy version of healthcare, socialized healthcare, what you tend to see is the research and development wing of that nation kind of either gets underfunded or all outright cut together. So 50 years ago, if you looked at the distribution of new medicines, new medical studies, and all that coming out from different nations, it wasn't even. The United States was still at the top, but it was much more even than it is now. I want to say the last time I looked at the data from 2015, I think it was, 70% of new medicine comes from the United States, over 50% of new medical studies, over 50% of new medical equipment comes from the United States. And a lot of this has to do with these companies or these countries around the world that shifted to socialized healthcare, just not putting in their 2 cents in order to do that. So a lot of that is getting footed by the American consumer. We have to turn around and now pay for that R&D and our medical costs because these socialized countries aren't doing it, and they're reaping the benefits of us doing that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Right, and by the way, this sort of would be another response to sort of your military interventionism claim, which is the United States basically after World War II became the world police. And so places like Germany, Japan, etc., they were able to not put their disposable income, I know that's not the right word, large portions of their economy that would have went to self-defense no longer had to, because the United States was like, we'll take care of that for you, right? And there were a lot of other things, like infrastructure type things, that the United States was helping deal with the world. And what happened was the rapidity of the standard of living in our country, even if it was still increasing, was increasing at a slower rate than many of these allied countries were. So we started off way ahead of them. And the reason we started off, in my estimation, you might disagree, the reason there's this might be Thomas Sowell that I heard this from, there's this sort of famous discussion prior to the War of 1812, right, where Ben Franklin's over in Britain, and they're like, how is the United States growing so fast? What are you doing? And he was like, that's simple. We don't borrow money from banks. Every dollar that you have here in Britain, you've borrowed from a private bank, and now you owe interest on. So we don't do that, right? Before the Federal Reserve and things like that, everything was a note of redeemable in the currency. It was backed by something, and so the United States is just focused on capitalism, specialization, individualism. It's just booming, 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 booming. And so, anyways, despite what may have happened in 1913 and all that shit with the income tax and Federal Reserve, like the United States starts off at a much higher standard of living than, particularly after World War II, where a lot of these European countries that may have been close to us were devastated because of it. So what happened was they start from that baseline that they're at, they're increasing. All ships might be rising, but they're rising faster. And the question is, would we have risen faster than where we are now if we weren't subsidizing that stuff? It's an interesting question. It's probably true that we would have. Would we be in a better place? Maybe not. Maybe there would have been more conflict because as people were struggling in other countries economically, they would have resorted to trying to hoard resources or take resources from other people, which leads to sort of resource conflicts and stuff like that. That's theoretically true. But the position that you're making when it comes to domestically, which is, well, the reason that socialized healthcare, we're basically subsidizing it. Because the innovations that's increasing their healthcare is almost predominantly coming from our system. So because of that, because of the innovation that goes in, right, there's going to be a higher cost for those services in this country. The other countries don't have to put the cost of innovation in, right? They could just reap the benefits. They don't have to worry about it. You know, it's something that, it's a hypothetical argument with green energy that they talk about. Right, where they say, well, if the United States subsidizes green energy, it'll cost us a lot in this country, but then once the technology is created, we'll just give it to all these other countries. There you go. And so it'll work out for them. We'll be the ones to bear the brunt of the cost. And I feel like that's happened in various ways because of this sort of, we're the world leader and we're morally obligated to help. So for me, I do understand what you're saying about this increase in standard of living, but much like the subsidization of the medical industry in those socialized countries, I think that's sort of what's happening. The United States, the worker, the middle class worker in this country is subsidizing the quality of life all around the world, including insanely wealthy people, that the wealth disparity gap's increasing, but also just people in other countries.
I do agree, but at the same time, I think our standard of living is also rising to the point where we have a little bit of wiggle room to kind of spread the wealth a little bit. Not for everybody. I think we could maybe do some tweaking, absolutely, but there is a little bit of room to. And again, with healthcare, we're now paying double the next comparative nation for our healthcare. A lot of that is because of those subsidies that you talk about. So yeah, I definitely have a lot of sympathy for your argument, for sure, and some tweaking could be made. In fact, I was talking to you here, I kind of thought of a new policy idea for maybe trying to figure out a structure for like a reverse tariff in that aspect of like if we are subsidizing UK in terms of our innovation, maybe we could charge them a little more for the drugs instead of less. Now, third world countries, maybe not. It probably would have worked the same for them. But other modern Western countries, if we are their military and they're not putting up their money for NATO, we need to find a way to get some money for them for that. And if we are subsidizing their healthcare and they're not putting up the same level of R&D and putting the same level of medical research and new medicine to the market, we need to find some way to close that gap a little bit. That's something I can mill around and maybe in a couple of months put out a video with a new policy idea that could be debated. But I'm out of notes, man. That's it. Now you tap me out.
I will say this real quick, right? It's like the reverse tariff. I would have problems with that, just a gut feeling. But I understand it's something that would need to be hashed out. I think that the problem is, like, even if you're like, there's wiggle room with the standard of living, technology will as technology advances, we'll eventually get to the point where basically we would have enough wealth as a people to basically just take care of everyone. Hypothetically, we could get there. Now there's reasons maybe we'll run out of resources and things like that, but on the trajectory we were going, that's what would occur. I envision this as sort of like a dystopian Brave New World type world where it's like, fuck it, man. Here's all the pharmaceuticals you want to stay happy. Here's the TV. Here's the metaverse. You're good. You're good. You don't have to do shit. You're good. I think that the people that are running sort of globalism, and I don't mean globalism like you're talking about, just like free trade. I think that large oligarchical people and large corporate businesses and stuff want an erosion of national borders because it benefits them to get rid of the idea of natural sovereignty and just have a single world, because they'll be able then to be bigger players. You're not held to 300 different countries' rules and regulations and things like that. It makes it far more efficient for them, and it makes them far more powerful. They don't have to worry about your government being more powerful than them. They would be the top dogs. And I think ultimately what they seek is a return to a sort of neo-feudalism. I think that they want haves and have-nots, and they're like, we'll take care of you. Your standard of living will increase. More video games. More junk food. I say this as a fat fuck, but you get what I'm saying. Like, you're not going to be starving to death. That's not it. But the problem is, like, as that increases, they're not benevolent. Some of them might be, but most aren't going to be. So what happens when your value that you bring to them is worthless? Then what? Like, sure, if they, through their own charity, they could give you food, but they've decided, you know what, I think you're a nuisance to me. Then what happens?
You're talking about like a global aristocracy in a sense, and I am against that completely. I'm a technocrat, which is a version of meritocracy where professionals are the ones that rise to the top, a doctor, a lawyer, etc. Kind of, in a way, what a neoliberal is ideally supposed to be, not so much what they are practically. A guy named Short Fat Otaku did like an hour-long video on meritocracy, and he leaves out the term technocrat. What he's talking about as a pure meritocracy is actually a technocracy where professional class rises to the top and not some self-appointed, we're smarter than you, we're better than you, and we're gonna put ourselves in power and dictate to you. I think that can be done. I think we just need to push back against it, push it back against the World Trade Organization, and instead have appointed people at the helm of this, and maybe some appointed people that did have some humble beginnings that understand what it's like to rise up from the bottom, a pure actual meritocracy instead of an aristocracy as a result of a meritocracy. I don't know, man. It's a tough question. I don't know where to start on fixing that, but I can tell you in history it has been done. We have had that happen.
Yeah, and I mean, my position's always going to be less rose-colored glasses because of my bias, which I admit that I have a bias, of focusing on corruption so much. But I thought I enjoyed the conversation thoroughly. I think there are things we disagree on and things we agree on, but it definitely is food for thought. And I also think that like conversations like this sometimes go in interesting places that you didn't anticipate where you could just riff. To me, that's how I grow as a person. It makes me think of shit that I haven't thought of before. It's like, it's an interesting point, even if it wasn't the subject of the conversation. So I very much enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad that you came on.
I am, like, one of my goals here was to show people on the internet, like, look at the good faith this dude can demonstrate, and pretty much all your ad hom smears are because you're mad you lost a debate. Yeah, I agree. Why don't you, your channel, can you tell us where people could find you? Oh, for sure. It's Average Debate Enjoyer at YouTube, youtube.com/Average Debate Enjoyer. I got it a lot on there, but my main squeeze, again, is I want to think up policy ideas to actually get problems solved by hearing out both sides of the argument and trying to bring up these unique ideas. If you watch, I have like a 45-minute video on affordable housing that right-wingers would approve of. And what I do is go through all the affordable housing policies, listen to all the detractor arguments, and try to form a whole new policy. I have a lot of holes in it, and I need people that are experts in all sorts of fields to come and help me fill those holes out, maybe debate the merits of my policy itself and things like that. So I would really love some people that are open-minded to just get in there, watch this, and tell me the pros and cons, tell me where they disagree, what can get better, what can get worse. That would be, if I could make that the central focus of my channel, I'd be like the happiest dude in the world. Yeah, well, I would be happy to talk to you again. Yeah, and hopefully some people check out your show. I also think that it's good for people to see not everyone is an insane lefty or some insane alt-righter, you know. There are people out there that you have nuanced disagreements about, but still have civil discussions on. So I'm glad you came on, and I hope people check out your channel. I know I will. So. Yeah, I'll be watching, man. I'm gonna probably. I can't stay up too late. I work a 9 to 5. I'll be watching for a little bit after this too. All right. Wait. Thanks. I'm gonna go back to talking about Burisma, I think, and yelling about Pisco. So. Tell Pisco, if you, Pisco, want to have a debate, I'd be happy to moderate. I would be completely impartial to the best of my ability. After the first one with him, dude, if anybody ever wants to check that debate out, it was about 2 hours long. He pulled out every shitty bad faith. I was a huge fan of the dude when I watched him casually. He pulled out every shitty bad faith fucking tactic. I don't genuinely even want to fucking talk to him after that. Like, he reminded me of somebody that I grew up with named Danny Bartlett that would fucking shady motherfucker. I just really don't like a lot of the things he did. It really rubbed me the wrong way. Yeah, I mean, I'll say I've had those moments with Pisco as well, and I think that maybe because I think there's two advantages I have over you. One is just because I'm more used to it, because I know how people try to game the system with debates, but the other one, it has nothing to do with me. It's just because in some small degree I'm established, and I think that when it comes to that type of shit stuff, I think that people know that I could just be like, no, go fuck yourself. No. So
people, sometimes that tactics don't get used as much on me as opposed to if you're someone just entering into the space because they think, well, I'll just fucking use all these tactics and steamroll you and just be like, who the fuck are you anyways? But with me, I think that it has nothing to do with my talent or skill. It's just like, oh, well, people know Rob, so it's hard for me to just be like, no, fuck you, you're bad faith, blah, 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 blah. That's not going to work for someone like Pisco to do that to me. But, you know, I've had these moments, you know, some of the arguments I've had, I guess I'll bitch about Pisco if you got a minute here. Some of the arguments I've had with him that you just shake your head, like he seriously argued with me for like 45 minutes one night that the people of Martha's Vineyard maybe didn't have the resources to take care of 50 illegals for more than 48 hours. I mean, it's just like, Pisco, that's fucking laughable, man. That's laughable. Like, I don't know what to say. And he's going all in on this shit. Well, you don't know, man. Maybe they're all wealthy, but their township budget's broke. And I'm just like, holy shit, are you kidding me? You know, and then when it comes to the corruption stuff that we talk about, I say this all the time. He will never change his mind unless there's like something that is so obvious, like a written statement. Like it's pathetic. He could always just default to, oh, it's prosecutorial discretion. That's just a coincidence. And it's, I don't know, it's annoying. Someone says get Pisco on the call. I don't think he's around tonight, so.
I'm not interested in talking to him again. If anyone wants to watch that debate or the breakdown of it, I fact-checked him on something, and he tried to redefine the word nothing. And then later on, his standard for a lie basically would call all religious people liars because they didn't have proof right in front of them. When they say God exists, they didn't have proof right in front of them that God exists, so they're lying to you. And when I called him out of that, he immediately shifted his definition of what a lie is to my definition, started using my definition while still calling me wrong simultaneously. It was just complete bad faith all across the board. I never got a shred of fucking charity from him once.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to do that to someone you think is like a nobody. You know, and I'm not saying you're a nobody. Please don't take that the wrong way.
No,
but you know what I mean? It's the same way that, like, someone's not going to shit on Destiny like that because they're like, oh, he's a big streamer. I'm not a big streamer, but I'm at least known enough that it's like, man, it's just not going to work on me. But I got that shit when I started, too. And, like, you know, if I had to give advice, it's just like, stick to doing what you want to do. Stick to being authentic, right? If you find it to be bad faith and annoying, then don't fucking do it. And no one can say shit all to you about it. You do what you want to do, you know. And that's how I feel about this space. I have my own foibles. I get hyper fixated on the one person in chat that disagrees with me. I'm fucking some dude like that dude last night. I could have it with him, and he'd go, "Oh, you're running for me," and I'm like, "Motherfuckers, think I'm running for you?" And I'll sit there until 3 a.m. You know, like that's the type of person I am. But at the end of the day, it's because I like it. And I'm just doing what I want. And so don't ever let someone tell you, like, oh, you're a coward if you run. And I say this, like, Destiny doesn't want to debate me one-on-one. Vosh doesn't want to debate me one-on-one. There's so many people that don't want to do it, right? I think it's because they're running for me. But maybe not. And they certainly have the right to not debate me. I don't give a shit. I'm not sitting here like, oh, damn it, if only I got a chance. Like, that's not who I am. So, you know, if I was them and one of my supporters was like, you're running from Rob, I'd be like, who? Anyways. Like, that's how I would respond. Oh, that guy's got 40 people watching him. Anyways, back to my 10,000 people. Like, it's like, yeah, it's a fair point. So, but no, I enjoyed the conversation. I hope that I came off better than Pisco to you, which
100%.
Probably, I would say should be the case with 99% of people. Pisco's parents would probably think I'd come off better than Pisco, so...
Yeah, well, I mean, again, this is probably the most fun I've had in a couple of years doing a hobby. Like, I really enjoy the shit out of this, and I'm really enjoying my channel. Like, I'm going to be around. So, you know, if you see anything you disagree with, bring me on, dude. If you want to bitch about the news, and I watch fucking 4 to 6 hours of, like, news a day, mainstream, alternative, podcasts. I'm pretty caught up on the day-to-day news cycles and shit. You ever want to have me on for that? Feel free, dude.
Yeah, and I'll reach out to you. I don't know when, but I'm talking to my friend Aftershock. We're going to try to bring back some sort of weekly debate show. I don't know if that'll be a panel show. One of the things I used to do was Aftershock would moderate. He would pick the topic. I wouldn't. He would reach out to a lefty or a group of lefties, and then I would debate. So if we decide to do some sort of debate show like that, I will let you know. And if you want to do panels and shit, I know enough people that run the panels and the debate show. I could get you on like the Crucible. I could get you on Modern Day Debates and places like that. So it's just up to you. If you're interested in that stuff, just message me and I can get you hooked up with that.
Yeah, Wick's going to have me on the after show for the debates tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be on that. See, here's my question. I'm now reading the Discord. I didn't even think of this. They're like, well, don't stream the debate. It's like, oh, okay. Well, so what's that mean? How's that work? Because they're like, well, YouTube will ban you. Twitch will ban you if you stream the debate. Because it's like, I guess, I don't know what the word is. Copyright it, and it's not the right word. But you know what I'm saying. So what the hell's that mean? Watch party? I just have it on my phone, and so it's not in the screen? I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to them, because now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, what the hell does this mean? So I'm not going to be up super late either. So I might be on the after, because my wife will say, it's time for bed. I'm done dealing with barking dogs and stuff, so.
Let's put it this way with Pisco. I really appreciate him giving me my first debate. If Pisco's house burned down, I'd give him my guest bedroom to stay in terms of that's how much appreciation I have, but I won't ever talk politics with him again.
Give him the guest bedroom and then get a bar of soap and put it in a sock and just...
No.
I know.
I really appreciate what he did for me. I really highly do.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have anything more to say on it, but I totally sympathize with you. I certainly have been massively frustrated in some interactions. Ultimately, though, I really enjoy talking to him because it takes me to places where I'm doing more research and stuff like that I like. But I totally get where you're coming from. And I think he's a decent guy, too, but I'm not disputing I haven't seen your exact interaction, and I definitely could get where you're coming from because I've had those sort of frustrations.
Yeah, well, again, I really appreciate you having me on, man. It's great to spread my wings and kind of get some of this political knowledge that's in my head out. It feels good.
Good. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I did as well. So we'll talk to you soon. Maybe I'll talk to you tomorrow night in Wick stream. So.
All right, take her easy, dude.
All right, see you. All right, that was good. I really enjoyed that. It's a little palate cleanser after last night's insane, batshit crazy. So yeah, I think it's sort of a general conversation about interventionism. I think that I got the points out that I wanted. I have more specifics on things like Ukraine and stuff, but I don't think you need to get into that. Now, what I say to people all the time, I think that my focus is more on corruption. I think I have my reasons for that. But I'm certainly willing to talk about any topic and to someone if I think it would be enjoyable to me. But I always have to remember, right, like, I don't know that, to me, I wish we had a system where we could trust our government to where we could have these sort of policy discussions and they were more impactful than I think that there's all this corruption. And by the way, I put on Restream there. You should be able to see in the chat the actual direct link to Average Debate Enjoyer's YouTube channel. So, friend of the show, he's been, the past month or so, he's been commenting in my chat, on Twitter, places like that. So, yeah, really appreciate him coming on. I don't know how late I'll stay up tonight, but we were talking about Burisma and sort of the corruption and a discussion that I was having with Pisco. And so I'd played some clips. The two sort of central arguments that I was having with Pisco today on Twitter about this is he says that because in November Joe Biden's talking point said we should fire Shokin, then it would be nonsensical for Zlochevsky to say call your dad and deal with corruption in December. I think that's stupid. I played in... He's seeming to imply, understand what's going on here. The implication that he's trying to make, and they've been trying to make for years, is firing Shokin is what everyone in the world wanted. It's what everyone wanted. And that's sort of it goes along with established foreign policy. That's what they've been saying for years. And then when you get into it, it's like, well, wait a minute. I can't find one piece of evidence anywhere before Biden's team of anyone suggesting to fire Shokin. None. I don't see any of it. In fact, I see Pyatt talking in September, the ambassador in September, saying we want to work with Shokin. I see Victoria Nuland sending an email to Shokin in June saying, we support you, we think you're doing good work, basically. So where did this come from? And they need to make that argument, right? Because they can't, their central argument is the reason that Trump's alleged quid pro quo was bad was because it was personally benefit him. But what separates Biden is, well, it wasn't necessarily to personally benefit him just because it would have helped his son out. It's because that was the established foreign policy. But it wasn't. Just because people in general said there's corruption in Ukraine, in the prosecutor's office in Ukraine, there has been, there continues to be, there was before him, there is now. That doesn't mean that like, oh, then if you force the firing of a prosecutor that's looking into your son's company, that's totally legit. No. And so then I played a video, and I'll show you this, right? It was like, in addition to that, like it's very simple how this scenario would go, if my theory is right? So in November, we know there's an email sent out to Hunter Biden and others that says, hey, tap your contacts in the United States, your high-level politicians, etc., tap them. We want, like, to get a positive impression of the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office and politicians in Ukraine, and we want to get these investigations into Burisma shut down. Well, what investigations? Why are they sending that? Pisco said for years there were no investigations. There were none. But now they're saying in November, we want you to tap your resources and get them shut down. Then in November, we have these talking points that come up from Biden's team that says we should fire Shokin, right? So what's up, who? So let's say this, you think I'm terrible on the economy? I'd be happy to talk to you about it at some point. So let's say that's true. So I say, Hunter was reaching out to his dad and was reaching out and lobbying to people in the United States to sort of get Shokin fired, to get the investigation done, right? Pisco saying, if that's true, why would Zlochevsky tell Hunter to call in December? Well, because the investigations didn't end. Pretty simple. And I use the example of the mafia example. You're in the mafia. You bribe or you lobby the local police chief to end the investigations into you. He gives a statement. He says, I think that Rob isn't in the mafia. I think he's a good guy. And yet the prosecutor continues to investigate. Would I the next month call and be like, hey, we sent you that money. You said you'd end the investigation. We appreciate you said some nice words to us, but the investigation's still going on. That's why you would call. That's what happened with Zlochevsky. So Pisco's big gotcha is just nonsensical. In addition, we could see that now I actually found video that a former advisor to Biden is admitting it wasn't the State Department, it was Biden himself that came up with the quid pro quo. So other people may have said, okay, maybe Shokin needs to go in November, that were on Obama's team. But the idea of tying the $1 billion of aid to the firing of the prosecutor was solely Biden's idea.
The sense was, not only in the U.S. government, but in the EU and the IMF, that Shokin had become kind of a single point of failure. Fast forward to December, Vice President Biden is traveling to Kyiv. So we're flying over to Kyiv, and we're talking about the speech, and we're talking about the loan guarantee, and the Vice President is getting briefed by his advisors, but also by Assistant Secretary Nuland, and then when we land, by Ambassador Pyatt. And the Vice President basically says, look, I'm just going to tell Poroshenko that you're not getting the money unless you fire Shokin. And the reason why the Vice President decided to make it that stark was that he believed we were never going to have the kind of leverage we had right now.
Okay. So I sent that to Pisco. And I don't know why, sometimes the responses don't show up. I think he responded to this, but it doesn't show up in that thread. Let's see if I can find it. Maybe. So here's Pisco's reply to my post showing that video. He says, Rob can't decide when the critical decision is for purpose of proving his Burisma bullshit. and the goalposts move accordingly. At first he says you can't mention widespread pressure and recognition against Shokin unless they are specifically calling for his ouster. I don't even know what he's talking about, right? Well, I do, okay. What he's trying to say here is, if people said Shokin was corrupt, then that means that Biden calling to fire Shokin is totally within bounds. I'm saying no. That just saying that this guy might be corrupt or there's corruption in the office doesn't lead to its established foreign policy to call for his firing using a quid pro quo. Pisco's saying, like, if someone in Europe said, someone at the IMF said in April, we don't like Shokin, we think there's corruption there, then months later if Biden says, I'm going to use $1 billion tax dollars to force a quid pro quo to force Shokin to be fired, who happens to be on paper looking into my son's company, then that's totally justified. I say no. I say that it is misleading to say that it's established foreign policy. So that's what he's saying. First I'm saying, and he says, now it doesn't matter that people made the decision that Shokin had to go before the December call. What matters is when the decision was made specifically to withholding loan guarantees. Also not true. This is another thing if you go through the thread. Pisco has this big gotcha. I've said for months now that the first time we see is November, that it comes on his talking points. In fact, wait, I might be able to. This isn't some big gotcha, but Pisco thinks it is. So Pisco's argument is this, that if Hunter Biden and company were lobbying to the Ukraine, or lobbying to people in the United States in November, and then Biden's team in November says we should fire Shokin, well then the Zlochevsky saying, I'm under pressure, can you call your dad? And then calling dad, and then dad 3 days later saying we should do a quid pro quo to get rid of Burisma, or to get rid of Shokin, looking, that I don't see the problem with that. Let's see. I'm looking for something specifically. See, here's what he says. Notice how he puts it in all caps. Historic mistake from Rob in the replies. He conflates the U.S. State Department as Biden's team, not Obama's team, Biden's team. Okay, fine, it's Biden's team. It's all Biden. Biden was the point person. He was the person tasked with dealing with corruption in Ukraine. Everyone says it, including the videos that I played. He says if Biden's team's planning on firing Shokin in November, preparing the flight to Ukraine, why the December 2015 call from Hunter? Because they didn't get him fired. Isn't it all starting to get handled in November? Yes, that's when they came up with the plan, but they never issued a quid pro quo or successfully convinced Poroshenko. That's why Zlochevsky would have still felt pressured in December. Did Junior not get the memo? Has nothing to do with that. Did he call to remind his dad, Joe, because he thought he forgot? No. Zlochevsky wanted the call because the goods hadn't been delivered. So that conversation must have been annoying. Hunter, I already know we need to fire Shokin. My people have been on it since November. They booked the flight weeks ago. And then my response, Pisco thinks putting something in all caps proves something. My stance in all of these posts and combos with you has been the first calling of Shokin to be fired was from Biden's talking points in November 2015. Congratulations, you're acting like you're pointing out something I have disputed. I said the November talking points were after an email from Burisma telling Hunter and company to get deliverables from influential U.S. people on getting investigations into Burisma shut down. And despite having talking points, Biden did not issue his quid pro quo, forcing Poroshenko's hand until immediately after his phone call with his son, where Zlochevsky asked Hunter to call his dad to get rid of the pressure on him. By the way, the pressure on him did end shortly after Shokin was ousted. Here's the email. This is what I wanted to show you. So this is November 2nd, 2015. This predates the first calls for Shokin to be fired. It's from Vadim Przarsky, who's one of the head secretaries, and it's to Devin Archer and Hunter Biden. Dear colleagues, hope you are well. Thank you for the docs provided. I've analyzed them most carefully and came up with the following observations. The first thing is that the suggested scope of the work is largely lacking concrete, tangible results that we set out to achieve in the first place, mostly focusing on the process. Also, it doesn't offer any names of top U.S. officials here in Ukraine, for instance, the U.S. Ambassador Pyatt, or Ukrainian officials such as Poroshenko, the president of Ukraine, the chief of staff, or the prosecutor general, who would be Shokin. Get that? It doesn't give the names of people they were targeting, like Shokin, as key targets for improving Nikola's case and his situation in Ukraine. They specifically say the prosecutor general. That would be Shokin. It proceeds. If, however, this is done deliberately to be on the safe and cautious side, I understand the rationale. In other words, you didn't want the communications to have these names because you didn't want other people to see it. Great. And if all parties, in fact, understand the true purpose of the BS engagement and our joint efforts, it's okay, and we should proceed immediately. My only concern is for us to be on the same page regarding our final goals. With this in mind, I would like us to formulate a list of deliverables, including but not limited to a concrete course of actions, including meetings, communications resulting in high-ranking U.S. officials in Ukraine, like the ambassador, and in U.S. publicly, or in private communications, expressing their positive opinion and support of Zlochevsky and Burisma to the highest level of decision makers here in the Ukraine. President of Ukraine, Chief of Staff, Prosecutor General. He's saying, I want you to get powerful people in the United States, like the ambassador, to have public or private conversations and communications with people like Shokin and Poroshenko to make Zlochevsky and Burisma look good. The scope of work should also include organization of a visit of a number of widely recognized and influential current or former U.S. policymakers in Ukraine in November, aiming to conduct meetings and bring positive signal message and support on Zlochevsky's issue to top Ukrainian officials above the ultimate purpose to close down any cases, pursuits against Zlochevsky in Ukraine. In other words, that email is going to Hunter Biden saying, hey, can you reach out to powerful people in the United States? Because we want them to close down, to work, communicate with people like the president of Ukraine to make sure these investigations of Zlochevsky are shut down. Now, this is despite the fact that the argument for years has been there were no investigations. There were no investigations in Ukraine against Zlochevsky. Ultimate purpose to close down for any cases, pursuits against Nikolai in Ukraine. Well, it seems that they disagree. Seems that they feel that in Ukraine there are cases and pursuits against them. Huh. Huh. How's Pisco respond to this? Why the December call, Rob? Stop dodging. If the plan was implemented, why the call? He's literally just repeating himself. I say, because despite Biden's talking points, Zlochevsky still felt pressure and Poroshenko was still keeping Shokin. Then after the December call, the quid pro quo is issued. It's not rocket science. He thinks that this is some big got you. It's not. Then I played the video for you of all of these people talking about, including people that he's citing. David Saldivrides or whatever, that said Shokin was corrupt. And the Anti-Corruption Action Center. One second. Let's see how he responds. It's astounding that Rob's going to go through so much effort to show Lutsenko's corruption. I agree, just disputing timing from when it was determined he was hopeless. And yet, he's fine with Trump trying to use this admittedly and obviously corrupt prosecutor to announce an investigation into Trump's political revivals in 2019. Bananas? Well, what was going on was Trump's team was reaching out to the prosecutor saying, let's say they knew he was corrupt or didn't, saying, hey, did Poroshenko tell you to drop the case? Did Biden's team tell you to drop the case? And this is nonsensical. I already had this argument with Pisco. It'd be the equivalent of this. Pisco and the Democrats believe that Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer, is corrupt, and yet they talked in communications with him to see if they had evidence of Trump's corruption. They didn't say, oh, we think Cohen's corrupt, and therefore we won't talk to him to see if there was corruption. It's stupid. He has nothing to say on the face of this. Nothing. He's just like, yeah, Lutsenko was corrupt. The entire argument is, if he was corrupt, why didn't they do anything about it? Why didn't the United States demand that he be fired? Why not? Here's the video, right? I'll play the video for you again. Remember, this former prosecutor David Saquavides or whatever, and the head of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, these are both witnesses that Pisco has said prove that they were right to fire Shokin because Shokin's corrupt. We'll speed up the... Ready?
To wrap up, we therefore asked several witnesses for their opinions on Yuri Lutsenko. Let's start with journalist and writer Pierre Lerin, specializing in Ukraine, author of A History of this Country, which has been praised by critics.
Que pensez-vous de Yuri Lutsenko?
Yuri Lutsenko, je pense que comme procureur général, il n'est vraiment pas à sa place, parce que c'est quelqu'un qui visiblement a eu suffisamment de problèmes avec la justice pour qu'il soit exclu d'office de ce genre de poste. S'il est devenu procureur général, c'était parce que c'était celui sur lequel certainement on avait le plus de moyens de pression, ce qui n'était pas le cas de Shokin.
Donc pour vous, quel est le pire des deux procureurs entre Lutsenko et Shokin?
Indiscutablement, c'est Lutsenko.
Let's continue with Daria Kaleniuk, director of the
So
Anti-Corruption
first
Action...
guy who writes books on the history of Ukraine says it was clear that Lutsenko was corrupt. Shokin was better than him. Okay. Number two, this is the Anti-Corruption Action Center head, Kaleniuk, who Pisco said that Shokin was corrupt and that nothing was being done under Shokin. Let's see what she has to say about...
Center in Ukraine, who has found the right words to talk about Lutsenko.
What do you think of Mr. Lutsenko?
Yuri Lutsenko is a crook, and there are many reasons for that. He was abusing his office for his personal interests. Yuri Lutsenko is a big shame for Ukraine. He was appointed as a prosecutor general without even having a law degree.
Okay, now that point's going to be important because Pisco is going to try to make a timeline argument. Pisco's going to say, I agree with all these people, Lutsenko was corrupt, but we didn't know about it until 2018, until late 2017. Well, she's saying right here, they knew he was shit from the get-go. He didn't even have a law degree, so they knew he was a bad pick. Why would they pick this guy? They knew that he had been in prison. Why would they pick this guy? So she's making an argument right here. Pisco can't say that, oh, well, they didn't know until 2007. She's saying he was garbage. He didn't even have a law degree, and he was the chief prosecutor.
And he treated his agency as his personal PR service. He treated Prosecutor General Office as his personal political platform. We didn't like that. We criticized him heavily. He was intimidating reformers. He was undermining the anti-corruption reforms in Ukraine, and he was dumping a lot of important criminal investigations. Sometimes he was even closing important.
Let's continue with David Saquavides, former Deputy Prosecutor General of Ukraine for the period 2015-2016.
What is your opinion on Mr. Lutsenko?
Lutsenko is a crook. He's a political crook. He's an individual who does not have any...
This is the other person that Pisco cited in the past as evidence as to why Shokin needed to be fired. What's he say about Lutsenko?
Moral values or principles. He worked in a couple of political teams, and he used to jump from the one to another. He betrayed a lot of political leaders in this country, and this is a well-known fact. And the most disappointing and sad thing is that he betrayed two Maidans in Ukraine already, being in the leadership.
Maidan Revolution, which occurred, I think in 2014. So he's saying he betrayed the country in 2014. So this guy who Pisco cites as a deputy prosecutor that was calling out Shokin's corruption, this guy's saying, I knew in 2014 this guy was a traitor.
Of Maidan and betraying it because two times he became the part of the corrupted system against which the Maidan actually was. So this is not a person who has any moral right or a background or a trust in this country that he can actually talk about any sort of corruption or any sort of justice. This is not the one who should talk about this.
Do you think he's a corrupted person?
I'm sure 100% that he's a corrupted person.
For you, which is the worst prosecutor?
I think worst is Lutsenko.
Let's finish with Oleg Bazaluk, who is a professor of political philosophy at the universities of Kiev and Maoming in China, a political analyst and writer specialized in the corruption in his country.
Если американцы настояли, чтобы убрать Шокина, лишь бы кто-то другой, который бы не занимался расследованием бурштину вот этой фирмы. И Порошенко предложил кандидатуру Луценко, и она устроила на тот момент американцев, потому что Луценко был круг, да, мошенник, и им
America knew he was a crook, and they did. They knew he'd been in prison.
Легко управлять было, и поэтому он стал, и он не мешал Порошенко и его окружению. И те воровали, он воровал, а никого не садил. Вот и все. Луценко не подходил даже для должности прокурора. У него не было образования. Для того, чтобы Луценко стал прокурором, Порошенко заплатил.
Et pour vous, le procureur Shokin enquêtait normalement sur Burisma?
Да. Да.
Pourquoi Yuri Lutsenko a-t-il passé plusieurs années en prison?
Чтобы вы понимали, вся карьера
Spent time in
Луценко...
prison. I don't have to go over more of it. You get it. Now, let's see what Pisco's response is. You ready? Where'd you get this? When were the interviews? Which broadcast is this? Regardless, Lutsenko was corrupt. The State Department reached the same conclusion. Ask your boy Trump why he's trying to use a corrupt prosecutor to announce investigations into Biden's. See? You see? Yeah, Biden... yeah. The State Department announced that he was corrupt after he allegedly was working with Trump to spill the beans about the corruption. Then they said, he's corrupt now. But while he was helping out the Bidens in the State Department, then he was a good guy. No response from Pisco, just, well, when was this? I have more of these videos, by the way. One of these blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. And don't worry, I'm going to shorten it down for you. And,
But his successor, Yuri Lutsenko, who closed down all the investigations against Burisma.
Let me check the handy-dandy notepad. Here's a little more. I'll put the website. You should check this site out, Lacresis FR. It's amazing.
Hello, we are pleased to come back to you with our third video in our investigation on Ukraine Gate. Today we are going to show you the exclusive interviews that we have secured and which confirm our analysis. Thus you will be able to understand all the ins and outs of the scandal. So was Prosecutor General Shokin really investigating Burisma? Or was the investigation dormant? We asked this question to several witnesses, and here are their replies. Let's start with writer and journalist Pierre Laurent, a specialist on Ukraine and author of a critically acclaimed history of the country.
Que pouvez-vous nous dire sur le procureur Shokin, qui est au centre de l'Ukraine Gate?
Ce n'était pas quelqu'un de plus corrompu que les autres, c'était quelqu'un qui présentait un profil beaucoup plus honnête, disons, que le procureur général Lutsenko, et c'est à partir du moment où il a commencé à mettre le nez dans des affaires qui...
Yeah, that website's where this is. The English is the dubs and the subtitles. So yeah.
Gêner certains intérêts dans des pays autres, que une pression considérable a été faite pour le faire remplacer.
Mais donc il enquêtait vraiment sur l'affaire Burisma, les enquêtes sur Zlochevsky n'étaient pas dormantes?
Je n'ai pas l'impression qu'il l'ait été. À partir du moment où il avait une piste, il n'avait aucun intérêt à la lâcher.
To get a clearer picture, we put the question to the new Ukrainian Member of Parliament, Renat Kuzmin, who was Deputy Prosecutor General between 2006 and 2014.
Pour vous, est-ce que Shokin disait la vérité sur le fait qu'il enquêtait réellement contre Burisma, ce qui évidemment dérangeait Zlochevsky?
В ходе этого расследования стало известно о том, что в компании
current member, this is 2019, I think this investigation, this video is. So this guy is a member of their parliament at that point, but he was a deputy prosecutor in 2014.
Burisma работает сын вице-президента США. Было странно, что делает сын вице-президента США в украинской компании. У следствия появилась версия о том, что на самом деле сын вице-президента США не работает в компании, а деньги, которые перечисляют ему, на самом деле являются завуалированной формой взятки для его отца, вице-президента США. Кроме того, появилась информация о том, что для прекращения уголовного дела в отношении компании Burisma были уплачены взятки должностным лицам Генеральной прокуратуры, и назывались суммы этих взяток в пределах 30 или 50 миллионов долларов. Фактически, расследование по факту возможных получения взяток вице-президентом США не расследовалось.
Next, we talk to the former diplomat Andriy Danchenko, who worked in the Prosecutor General's office and in the Ukrainian embassy in Washington.
Do you confirm that the investigations on Burisma were not dormant under Shokin?
No, it was actually more and more persuasive under Shokin. There was even they raided the house of Zlochevsky a month or two before Shokin got fired. They actually seized his house in Ukraine and his assets in Ukraine 2 months before Shokin got fired. So the case was actually pushing into a harder phase before Shokin left. But there's the company itself was formed on the money of the government money of Ukraine when Mr. Zlochevsky was the Minister of Ecology. So that's what people of Ukraine need to understand in the world. We need to investigate what is the company and how it was formed by itself, not just what it's doing right now.
So the investigations by Prosecutor General Shokin into Burisma were anything but dormant. Why then is the owner of Burisma still a free man? How did the former minister of Yanukovych...
I'm not going to watch the It's an Hour video, so I have some fun. This is the part that blew my mind. I think this is it. Oh, never mind. We'll watch.
At that time.
Opinion was Mr. Zlochevsky corrupted person when he was...
Which gave corrupt issues obvious initially obtained them not put in jail after Prosecutor General office. Well, because Mr. including President exchange closely with basically Prosecute avoid
to stop investigations against Zlochevsky's company, Burisma, and from who?
So when we spoke with the U.S. Embassy in Kiev at that time, it was a strange reaction. It was 50-50. Some of them pushed us for the investigation, and some people from State Department did push it to go on with the investigation to get a result. And some people were basically playing as neutral, as Ambassador Pide. When we would ask what should we do, he would play the neutral role, not concretely answer what should we get involved in, how we should proceed with the case, because we're telling him, look, there's the son of the vice president on the board of the member, Hunter Biden.
And why did they want to protect Burisma? Have you understood it, or have you been told?
No, we were not. Nobody told us concretely, but we understand that It was the first case of Burisma out of the three where we were doing the London prosecutions to get them 20 million back to Ukraine, and we were not told directly, but we understood because of the son of the vice president, Hunter Biden, was on board of the Burisma company, and David Archer, but Hunter Biden was the main role, and some people from the prosecutor's office were afraid they didn't lose their visas if they're going to prosecute the company or the son of the vice president.
Prosecutors in the office were afraid to go after Burisma because they were afraid they'd lose their visas to the United States because the vice president's son was on the board of directors.
Была информация о том, что Злочевский, руководитель и хозяин Бурисмы, взял на работу Хантера Байдена исключительно с целью повлиять на украинские власти и заставить их прекратить уголовное дело по Бурисме, используя связи его отца, вице-президента США. То есть информация о том, что Хантер Байден попал на работу в Бурисму не просто так, а с целью повлиять на украинскую власть, в том числе на генерального прокурора, через отца Джона Байдена, эта информация подлежала тщательной проверке следственным путем. И когда компания Burisma пыталась решить вопрос о прекращении уголовного преследования, и кто-то заговорил о необходимости давать взятки должностным лицам Генеральной прокуратуры, о том, что Генеральная прокуратура требовала взятку за прекращение дела по Burisma.
Comment Zlochevsky, qui était un ministre de Yanukovych, qui s'est lui-même attribué des licences de gaz pour monter sa compagnie, qui lui a servi à faire fortune, a-t-il pu survivre sans poursuite?
Я думаю, что...
Puisque Lutsenko les a toutes clôturées en 2016-2017.
Я думаю, что секрет Zlochevsky, vice-president,
who is professor of political philosophy at the universities of Kiev and Maoming in China. He is a political analyst and writer, specializing in corruption in his country.
Злочевский возглавлял министерство, которое давало лицензии, которое определяло, кому эта газовая скважина принадлежит. И поэтому Злочевский это был правая рука Януковича. Почему он на свободе? Потому что он ввел сына Байдена к себе в компанию, в наблюдательный совет компании, он делился деньгами, он заплатил деньги, и поэтому он на свободе. Хотя уголовные дела у него есть, насколько у нас в прессе это освещалось, что и Луценко за это получил немалые деньги, и Порошенко.
We finish with David Sagvarelidze, former Deputy Prosecutor General of Ukraine for the period 2015-2016, who was publicly supported by the American Ambassador Geoffrey Pyatt.
We applaud the work of the newly established Inspector General's Office in the PGO, led by David Sagvarelidze. Their investigations into corruption within the PGO have delivered important arrests and have sent the signal that those who abuse their official positions as prosecutors will be investigated and themselves prosecuted.
You became famous quickly because in March 2015 you were in television and you talked about Mr. Zlochevsky. And what was your vision at this time?
My vision has not changed since that time. Zlochevsky was a former corrupted minister during Yanukovych, which fled because of the corruption issues and risks of getting arrested for his corruption activities. Of course, he was very rich because he earned a lot and he stole a lot of money. I think that this kind of cases involving Burisma case and the others were a classical examples how they used to press on any kind of business, especially including corruption business, in order to engage into some corruption dialogue and make a deal, corruption deal.
Again, this is the person Pyatt says is a good guy. Pisco and others have cited this guy as a good guy who was calling out the corruption of Shokin. What he's saying is, it was Poroshenko. Poroshenko's government would investigate companies that were engaged in corruption and then solicit a bribe. And as I said the last time I watched the previous video in this, that's what ultimately this guy concludes is likely that happened. That Shokin was just sort of a company man. He's just like Poroshenko's right-hand man. He's doing his job, and Poroshenko's telling him, sure, go ahead, do the investigation. Go ahead. And then Poroshenko is soliciting a bribe from Zlochevsky, is what's going on. And we'll see how we get more of that. So it's Poroshenko soliciting the bribe. Poroshenko, by the way, that the United States suspected of corruption way back in 2014, according to some WikiLeaks leaks. Yet the United States propped him up as he was some great ally. They didn't call him out when he was doing this shit all the time. As you see, corruption experts such as this guy are saying occurred in Ukraine. So that's what he's saying happened. Now, if you go to that New York Times article that I put from Ken Vogel that said what happened was that Burisma was more than happy when Shokin got fired because they thought that there was bribes being solicited because of his investigation. And they were also happy when Lutsenko was announced as the successor because they knew they could work with Lutsenko to get the case dealt with. And that's exactly what happened. Exactly.
This is how it usually happens. They open up the case, they block its activities, and then that's where the negotiation usually starts.
So all our witnesses confirm that it was not under Shokin, but his predecessor prosecutor Vitaly Yarema, that Zlochevsky's assets escaped justice. And it was not Shokin, but his successor, Yuri Lutsenko, who closed down all the investigations against Burisma without any serious justification. To know more, we talked to the former Ukrainian Member of Parliament and controversial personality, Alexander Onyshenko.
Now, this part is the part that I wanted you to see. I think this is incredible. Let me write this down. Pisco, I see you're in here. Why don't you listen and learn something? I don't want to step on your pissing match there, but...
For those who do not know who he is, this is how David Sakvarlidze described this repentant of corruption.
What do you think of Mr. Onyshenko?
Onyshenko, I think that is one of the first whistleblowers inside of the corrupted oligarchical system who actually managed and dared to record the president and take it to public. I mean, of course, he's not an angel, but he does not admit that he doesn't claim that he's an angel. But he was the one who actually dared to to print and to give to publicity to the audio tapes that he gave.
Okay, so Zlochevsky that Pisco has said is he's a good guy. That Pyatt said he was a good guy. The U.S. State Department was saying this guy David, he was a deputy secretary. He did say Shokin was corrupt, but he's a good guy. He's calling out corruption, right? He says this Onyshenko guy is a whistleblower. He's no angel, but he was brave in outing recordings that he made of Poroshenko. Let's see what Onyshenko says.
Hello, could you speak us about Burisma and Mr. Zlochevsky?
Zlochevsky I know very long time because we're in the same business, gas producer in Ukraine. Yeah. He created a company Burisma, I think one of the biggest in Ukraine, private company which produces gas. Yes, actually he was a member of parliament. He was close to President Yanukovych, and he was like a good person who could finance of the party of Yanukovych. So that's why he got this title of Minister of Ecology. So he had all the possibility to get the best places for the gas producing and the best license for this time.
Because when he was minister, he had given a license to his own companies?
Yes, that was like corruption. That was, he got this criminal case.
So he was chums with Poroshenko. He becomes ecology minister, and so what he does is starts giving gas license to his own company. That's what Zlochevsky's doing. So he's talking about that.
When Poroshenko became president, so that's what I said. When he was a minister, he got the best license and the best property for the producing gas for his own company.
But for you, it's not chance. So for you, it's a kind of corruption.
Yeah, of course, if you are in this kind of title, minister, and you give him the best license for your own company. Of course, it's corruption. Yeah.
It's possible for him to survive the revolution of 2014.
Yeah, after the revolution, of course, that Poroshenko, like a really very stingy person, he was looking for the people who has the big business, yeah, and of course he wanted to take like some of the part of the cake, yeah, you know. So he was actually gave instruction to the prosecutor, was that time Yarema, to block all the biggest company. Like he blocked a company from Akhmetov, Naftogaz Vodobывание. It was a #1 company which producing gas. And then he also blocked Burisma as well, and he did criminal case against
So he's saying Poroshenko, once he became president, he'd start blocking access to all these gas companies until they were soliciting bribes. He did it to Zlochevsky.
Yeah. But then the right hand of Poroshenko was negotiate with Zlochevsky, and the agreement that Zlochevsky paying 1 million every month. It was in the gas for the companies and factories of Poroshenko.
Zlochevsky agreed to pay Poroshenko $1 million a month to not proceed with the investigation in him.
So they give him like value 1 million natural gas every month. So that was agreement. He had the criminal case, but they was not blocking his company.
Okay, but for you it's true, it's a true accusation.
Yeah, of course, you can check this in the Ukraine and Naftogaz. You can see the company of Zlochevsky, they giving natural gas to all the companies of Poroshenko, yeah.
So he says you can check that that's exactly what was going on. Zlochevsky was giving roughly $1 million of natural gas to Poroshenko's company every month. I know Pisco's arguing right now. I get it, that's fine. I don't want to begrudge that. Feel free to argue, you all. But that's earth-shattering. Now, keep in mind, this is a person who would know, who is considered a whistleblower by the anti-corruption deputy prosecutor that says that he's a whistleblower that's telling the truth. And what he's telling you right now, that wasn't Shokin soliciting bribes, it was Poroshenko. Poroshenko that the Biden administration and State Department praised routinely. That's what he's telling you.
All the factories, yeah.
But so what is interesting is what was the reaction of Zlochevsky to survive?
He was, of course, not happy because he wanted...
Pisco says Poroshenko was boys with Shokin, not as much as Lutsenko was. Lutsenko, I believe, was the godfather to Poroshenko's children. So if the United States knew that Poroshenko was corrupt and was soliciting bribes and things like that, why would they get rid of Shokin and leave him put another corrupt figure in to be his boy as well? They had to push Poroshenko hard to get rid of Shokin. And what does that have anything to do with? The United States set back and they knew that Lutsenko was connected to Poroshenko, had been arrested for corruption in the past, didn't have a degree to practice law, and they knew that Poroshenko was the one soliciting bribes. It wasn't Shokin. So what was getting rid of Shokin doing? It was just a PR piece. If they knew that Poroshenko was accepting the bribes, what would getting rid of Shokin do? It would only matter if a prosecutor was coming in that wouldn't have been boys with Poroshenko, and instead they took someone who was even more boys with him.
The close case, and the Poroshenko was happy to get every month this amount of money from him. Yeah? So in 2015, I met Zlochevsky, end of 2015, I met Zlochevsky in Dubai, and he proposed me to talk to Poroshenko, to propose him like about 50 million at the time to close his...
of dollar?
Yes, dollar.
Of dollar?
Yeah, to close the...
You listen to this, Pisco? At the end of 2015, Zlochevsky met with, what's his name, Onyshenko here in Dubai, and told him, go talk to Poroshenko and propose $50 million to end the investigations into Zlochevsky. You get that? The end. Let's go back, because I get it. Pisco's saying, but Shokin's obviously corrupt. He's ignoring everything it said, right? This is very important. Listen to this.
To survive.
Yeah, he was, of course, not happy because he wanted to close the case.
What case? Pisco's told us for years there wasn't a criminal case. That's what he told us for years. So why would Zlochevsky be unhappy and say, I'm willing to pay $50 million in a bribe to the president to end the case against me? But Pisco said that there was no case. Right, so now Pisco's saying, I agree, Poroshenko's corrupt as well. Right, so if you knew that, the United States knew that as well, and yet they got rid of this prosecutor that they knew wasn't the one that was taking the bribe, it was Poroshenko taking the bribe? And they thought that that would solve things by putting in Lutsenko, who they also knew would be corrupt, because he was boys with Poroshenko? Now remember, let's keep going with this, right? This is going to be very important. Now, ultimately, I'll tell you what, this will be Pisco's argument at the end of this. But we can't trust Onyshenko. We can't trust him. We don't know. We can't trust him. Even though the guy that Pisco's been citing to talk about the corruption of Shokin says this guy's a whistleblower that's brave and recorded the president. Don't worry, Pisco. We'll get to the recordings. Don't worry. We'll get there. So in December of 2015, or I'm sorry, at the end of 2015, he says, he's meeting in Dubai. Now, this is around the same times. We know in November, for example, we know that Burisma is sending out the emails saying, we want you, Hunter and Devin, we want you to reach out to people in the United States to get these cases closed into Burisma. We know that that's what's happening. We know in December, Zlochevsky says, Hunter, call your dad. So around this same time, at the end of 2015, Zlochevsky's talking to this guy, Onyshenko, and he's saying, go tell Poroshenko that I will give him $50 million if he ends the investigation into me. But what investigation? You say the State Department didn't put in Lutsenko, but they were in constant communications. If the State Department didn't want Lutsenko, they'd have said, no, you don't get to replace one corrupt guy with a next guy that's your buddy. No, sorry. Either you put someone in that we trust, or we're out. We don't take the billion. Ridiculous.
And the Poroshenko was happy to get every month this amount of money from him. Yeah? So in 2015, I met Zlochevsky, end of 2015, I met Zlochevsky in Dubai, and he proposed me to talk to Poroshenko, to propose him like about the 50 million at time to close his...
of dollar?
Yes, dollar.
Of dollar?
Yeah, to close that criminal case against him and his company. Because he said, I'm tired to pay every month 1 million, but nothing happened, and the company is still under investigation. We have to close this.
But wait a minute. Pisco told me the company wasn't under investigation. That's always been the argument. That no one in Poroshenko's office, no one under him in his administration was investigating. That Shokin wasn't investigating. What this guy's saying is, Poroshenko, what he would do is he'd have his prosecutors investigate, and then he'd say, keep giving me my bribe or they're going to bring charges against you. So Zlochevsky's like, fuck that. I'm tired of this investigation going on and this hanging over my head. Instead of paying $1 million a month and it's still constantly hanging over my head, I'll pay $50 million. Now this is counter to the defense that Pisco and the left's going to give, that we had to fire Shokin because he was corrupt and he wasn't investigating Burisma. Even if you say that this would be part of corruption, which we don't have evidence of that, this guy's not saying Shokin was also involved in these bribes. He's just saying Poroshenko was telling Shokin, go ahead and keep investigating. Keep investigating. And it was Poroshenko taking the bribe.
Things. It was exactly after New Year that he even gave me a private plane, then I fly from Dubai to talk to Poroshenko. And I met Poroshenko and I explained him the story and I told him everything what I proposed him. Actually, that time I record this speech, then we spoke with Poroshenko because just in case that Zlochevsky will not...
Uh-oh, Pisco! He recorded the conversation with Poroshenko! Uh-oh!
Trust me or something, yeah? Actually, this conversation I put also in my book here, and we did also in the channel News One the extra program for this about this conversation, me and Poroshenko about the Zlochevsky, Burisma, and etc.
В Дубае встретил Колю Злочевского, то есть он уже там с Игорем решает свой вопрос. Не знаю, там доходит до вас или нет обо всех их договоренностях. Коля просил меня с вами поговорить, делать кое-какие предложения. Когда он встречался с Игорем, то в основном Игорь интересует те вопросы по поставке газа на предприятие, на его предприятие. А как бы Коля очень нервничает, хочет решить все вопросы глобально по себе.
So they're starting up, you don't say, hey, we're soliciting a bribe. He's saying, hey, he's only interested in keeping the gas in his own companies. In other words, he's saying he's tired of sending the gas to your companies. Poroshenko says, okay, tell me what Zlochevsky's offering.
Ну, первое, вы знаете, это была же компания газовая. Коля выкупил у эту компанию. Компания очень...
He's saying, you know this Polish oligarch? Zlochevsky bought his company. Poroshenko says, so?
Перспективная, то есть добывает порядка там 20 миллионов кубометров. Вот, то есть Коля готов отдать.
Says, Onyshenko says, hey, the company's very profitable. We're willing to give you half.
Долю в этой компании, то есть и прибыль там делить, там развивать, и прибыль делить 50 на 50. Второй, Коля там выкупил компанию по гидроразрыву. То есть компания интересная, потому что вопрос гидроразрыва сейчас при добыче газа очень актуален. То есть он готов заключать все контракты с нефтегазом, с другими там всякими госкомпаниями.
He's going to sell this other profitable company and give you 50% of the profits. Boy, he's offering an auto. This is in January now, right at the new year. He's literally reaching out. Zlochevsky is reaching out. Why? If there's no investigations, that's the argument. Shokin had to go because there was no investigations. That's the argument. This guy's literally throwing up millions of dollars saying, dude, we'll give you all this money. Why? Why would he be doing that if there's no investigation? And do you think it's a coincidence that when they got rid of Shokin and then all of a sudden the investigation stopped? That Poroshenko took this bribe money and then the investigation stopped. And the United States, they never said word one about it. They talked about Burisma in the past and how corrupt it was that they were left off the hook. But now we have on tape of Onyshenko offering a bribe from Zlochevsky to Poroshenko, and mysteriously the case gets dropped.
Третье, то есть у нас есть, вы в курсе, что у нас есть компании, там, которые там заключены договора совместной деятельности, там, Sowell, Sexton.
Got a lot of companies.
Сейчас выходят как инвесторы, но ценность этих компаний, что под них сделан специальный там, законопроект, который освобождает эти компании на материальные платежи.
Let's keep going. Pisco says, because they're all corrupt, it makes sense. It's corrupt to drop investigations in exchange for money. If Shokin would accept that deal, it would be corrupt. Shokin didn't accept the deal. That's not what Onyshenko's saying happened. Onyshenko's saying Shokin, all he knew, he was being told, investigate. And he was investigating. But Poroshenko was pulling his strings. Poroshenko at any time would say, okay, Shokin, now stop. And you might say, well, that would have been corrupt of Shokin to stop if his boss told him to stop. But that's not corruption in the sense that he's taking a bribe. The real corrupt person was Poroshenko. And if he accepted this bribe, and then his solution was, okay, the way we'll make Zlochevsky happy is to fire Shokin and then put in Lutsenko, which will benefit Zlochevsky. Now, keep in mind, at the same time that Zlochevsky's sending Onyshenko out to offer this bribe to Poroshenko, he's telling Hunter Biden, call your dad. Call your dad and help me deal with this pressure. So both Poroshenko and Biden ultimately come to the conclusion that the thing we need to do is get rid of Shokin. And that's exactly what Zlochevsky's team wanted to happen. Shokin's gone, so now the guy that was doing the legitimate investigation that could have been shut down by Poroshenko at any time, now he's not there. Now you get this guy who's accepted bribes and corruption and stuff before, who's friends with Poroshenko, lifelong friends, Lutsenko. He comes in. He comes in May of 2016, and by December of 2016, he's closed the investigation with the slap on the wrist. Now you might say, but that Pisco's tried to make this argument, but that slap on the wrist, I think one of the companies that Zlochevsky had to pay $7 million. This is a dude offering a $50 million bribe to Poroshenko. $7 million is a fucking slap on the wrist to him.
Там есть рентные платежи, но не большие, это порядка 2%. То есть Коля готов зайти инвесторам в совместную деятельность эту, и можно все газовые активы оформлять на эту компанию. Тем самым будет.
Pisco says there was no ongoing investigation. Can anyone in the chat tell me, if there's no investigation going on, why this dude's offering $50 million to stop it? Can anyone tell me? Pisco said the investigation exists on paper as a pressure point to extract bribes. Okay, then the problem wasn't Shokin. Onyshenko saying Shokin actually was investigating. What they wanted was someone to close the investigation, which is exactly what they got with Lutsenko. Now look at how Pisco's changed his position. Pisco's position was Shokin was corrupt. He was the guy that was corrupt. But it turns out it was his boss that was the one accepting bribes and shit. Now, there's no reason if I know this that the State Department wouldn't know this. If Pisco knows everyone's corrupt and Lutsenko's corrupt and Poroshenko's corrupt, that the State Department wouldn't know it. Yet they were praising Poroshenko. Praising him. Literally zero change. They literally bribed Poroshenko to fire Shokin to get in a guy that they could trust would bury the investigation, and that's exactly what happened. And Pisco's like, no change, no change. We'll keep going.
Ну и вообще всю экономику он готов делить 50 на 50. Вот. Ну и еще он просил передать, что вы, наверное, в курсе, что он там уже поставил где-то порядка там на ваши предприятия по той договоренности более на 10 миллионов долларов где-то газа.
You know, Zlochevsky's already gave $10 million to your company. Yes, Poroshenko says. I know. Poroshenko's accepting a bribe from Zlochevsky. He's just admitted it.
То есть, коли готов свернуть этот долг, включить это также в расчет, ну, вот эти предложения он попросил передать для вас. Коля хороший парень. Я подумал, что надо делать.
He says Zlochevsky's a good guy. The Americans have been getting angry about him lately. Biden's his son and on the board, and so's the president of Poland. So we don't want Westerns stepping on our toes when I talk to him.
We asked several of our witnesses what this...
Now Pisco's going, oh my God, amazing. He said that Americans have been getting mad about Zlochevsky. And? No one's disputing that. What we're disputing is Joe Biden himself. That's the dispute. It's absolutely over for Pisco. Oh, but he said Americans were getting angry. That proves that the Americans weren't involved with this. Then why did the American pressure stop? Pisco, you can't answer this. He literally thinks, we'll keep playing. We'll see. Pisco's argument is, it was never about Burisma. They weren't talking about Zlochevsky. It was just corruption in general. But they knew Poroshenko was corrupt, and they knew he was taking bribes. And it just so happened that after they fired Shokin, that we now know Poroshenko accepted this bribe, after they fired him, that they stopped getting angry about Zlochevsky. Pisco's argument all week has been, no, they weren't complaining about Zlochevsky. They weren't complaining about Burisma. They weren't complaining about that. What they were complaining about was just general corruption from Shokin. But at the same time, Pisco's like, but they knew Poroshenko was corrupt and he was taking bribes. And Lutsenko, his buddy, they had no reason to expect he would be any different, seeing as how he went to prison for this type of shit in the past. And suddenly, the anger to Zlochevsky stops. Onyshenko said the recording was in January
Thought of the authenticity
2016.
of these recordings. Here are their replies.
For you, the record of Poroshenko made by Mr. Onyshenko is true?
The voice is very similar to Poroshenko because I have talked to him a couple of times, and the voice was very similar, and I'm sure that it was his voice because what was said on the tapes actually eventually happened.
What have you thought when you have heard the Onyshenko record?
Head of the Anti-Corruption Action Center.
Talking with the good guy.
I think that this conversation probably had happened. And Poroshenko saying that Koля is a good guy is actually a message which clearly reflects how Poroshenko was operating his office as a president of Ukraine. Simply, finding a way to control corruption and to benefit from corruption and preventing real reforms from happening.
Est-ce que pour vous, les enregistrements Onyshenko de Poroshenko étaient vrais et qu'en avez-vous pensé?
Конечно. Я, Онищенко бизнесмен, который уверен, что...
In our conversation, the Poroshenko told me he cannot now doing everything himself, because the American is there. He means that Biden sons. So, and then Zlochevsky choose this direction to put son of Biden in the board of the company, and also ex-president of Poland, Alexander Kwasniewski. So to be protected and to survive in this time, because that criminal case that was in Ukraine could be destroyed his company and the business. Yeah.
The criminal case could destroy his business, so he got Joe Biden's son to protect himself. And Poroshenko said, well, I can't do stuff because Joe Biden's son is there. And then it just so happened that he survives. That's exactly what happened. That Joe Biden's son being there prevents any serious... Now, this is simultaneously while the United States would know that Poroshenko is corrupt. We'll talk about it once we finish the video, Pisco, if you're still up.
So, the Poroshenko told me, I can help, but he must agree also with the American, But American, the time already saw it like to get some black cash for the election.
Oh, the Americans sought to get a bribe. Whoops, what was that, Pisco? What were you saying? So the Americans sought, and by Americans he means the Bidens. They saw it as this as a way to get cash. That's what they saw. Go ahead, Pisco, go ahead. Whoops. Am I stupid? He literally just said that the Poroshenko said you got to agree with the Americans, and they're using this as a way to get bribes. And Pisco's like, ha ha, you're stupid, ha ha.
So that's why they understood they could go and collect some money from Burisma.
Literally, he just told you that the Americans knew that they could loot and collect money from Burisma, and Pisco is celebrating like this somehow proves his point.
And also, the Biden was in Ukraine, talked to President Poroshenko, and they give him 6 hours to change prosecutor. The time was ex-prosecutor Shokin, which was investigated Burisma, and he find out that Burisma paid not 50,000 like salary like the son of the Biden in Spain. He found about 3.6 million transfer of...
Oh, Shokin was investigating and found out that it was actually 3.6 million that was going to the Bidens. Who Onyshenko says Poroshenko told him the Americans were getting bribes out of Zlochevsky. Go ahead. Are we still laughing? We still laughing, Pisco? Still laughing there? Totally trash. Still now remember when I told y'all it wouldn't matter. Unless Joe Biden would come out with a notary, with a signed statement that was filmed with his family there and say, I'm corrupt, I did. It won't matter. He will literally defend any amount of corruption.
Money from Burisma and the companies to the company of Hunter Biden.
Have you talked of this with Poroshenko?
Yes, I talked with him. Yeah, and he told me clear that Biden has interest in the company Burisma, and they will close the case.
Poroshenko told Onyshenko that Biden is interested in Burisma and they want to close the case. And they were getting bribes and getting money from Zlochevsky. Pisco's still laughing. This is trash. Now, what did I say? So the whole time up into this, he was like, this story doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Now he's going to say this guy's a liar. Now look at him. He just back to the talking points. Shokin wasn't investigating. Shokin was corrupt. Shokin and Poroshenko are lying. Why would Poroshenko keep Shokin if he was looking hard at Poroshenko's corruption? Because he wanted someone who actually was getting the corruption. That way, if the bribe wasn't paid to Poroshenko, he had the evidence of the case of Zlochevsky and his corruption. He wanted dirt on Zlochevsky that was real. So he had his prosecutor out there looking into Zlochevsky and Burisma. And then he kept saying, keep paying me a bribe and I'll make sure that no charges are brought. Keep paying me a bribe. But Shokin is investigating. Then once the big bribe is given to Poroshenko, he says, okay, well, the Americans are bribing Zlochevsky too. So they all have to agree, because Biden wants the case closed too. So then they force the firing of Shokin. What are you talking about? It's not Poroshenko saying that Shokin was investigating the bribe to Poroshenko. It's him investigating what was going on with the company, and in the terms of that investigation, he happened to find out exactly how much money Biden was being paid. Poroshenko wants Shokin fired or no? Yes, after this. Because he's being pressured by Biden, and now he's soliciting a bribe from Zlochevsky. I mean, did you skip the part? Did you happen to miss the part where they said the Americans, i.e. the Bidens, are basically getting black cash from Zlochevsky? They saw it as a way to squeeze money out of him. And that Biden had been talking to Poroshenko and said that he wanted the case closed. Did you miss that? Did you miss that part? I'm just curious. Let's go back just a little. Pisco must have missed that.
Must agree also with the American, yeah. But American, the time already saw it like to get some black cash for the election, so that's why they.
And there we go. What did I tell you, Pisco's claim would eventually be? This guy's full of shit. So when he thought that what he was saying helped him, Pisco was like, haha, see, even though it didn't. When the people he said are the two people we should trust that he cited, Kalyunuk from the Anti-Corruption Action Center and Sakharov-Dide's former deputy prosecutor, when they say, we believe Onyshenko, we think he's a whistleblower, when he has a tape of Poroshenko that matches up with what he's saying, showing Poroshenko was taking a bribe, and now, as I told you, what would happen? Pisco's forced to say, this guy's full of shit, he's full of shit. Ha! You see?
Understood they could good and collect some money from Burisma. And also, the Biden was in Ukraine, talked to President Poroshenko, and they give him 6 hours to change prosecutor. At the time was ex-prosecutor Shokin, which was investigated Burisma, and he find out that Burisma paid not 50,000 like salary like the son of the Biden in Spain. He found about 3.6 million transfer of money from Burisma and the companies to the company of Hunter Biden.
Have you talked of this with Poroshenko?
Yes, I talked with him. Yeah, and he told me clear that Biden has interest with the company Burisma, and they will close the case. They tried to get money, both of them. The first was American, Biden, and second was Poroshenko. So in the end, he paid both of them. Yeah.
He paid for Poroshenko.
So Zlochevsky paid Biden and Poroshenko. No big deal.
50 millions or more?
I don't know if he paid this amount, but there was this proposal of...
What's your opinion, as you know Poroshenko?
I believe he paid because after that everything happened, the journalist investigation, they found in Vienna, Zlochevsky, together with the right of hand of Poroshenko Kononenko. It was one restaurant. They took a picture with him, and it was everywhere in the press. After this meeting, like I think 1 month later, the criminal case was closed. That prosecutor Lutsenko came out to the press conference. He said, yeah, we check everything in Burisma. There is no criminal. The company is very good, and they pay tax and everything okay. So there is no more criminal case against Burisma. Yeah.
But it's not true.
Not true, yeah, not true, because now they open this case again. Yeah. So the time was to get the money. That was closed, and it was before election in US. There was everything like planned to close and to use Burisma for the money for the Poroshenko and also for US. But then in the end, they opened criminal case again. But now, because they understood there was closing case in the not right way, yeah, they just used them. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. In your opinion, why Zlochevsky have hired the son of Joe Biden?
No, that he was needed just the name, yeah. So the Biden is not, has no experience with gas. He doesn't know anything about the gas. But his name, of course, it should support. That's why he did all this conference and then public and Monte Carlo energy conference, just to show Poroshenko and then from the European side that he has in the board this kind of people, and told him, you see, I have these people in the board, so you're not allowed to do something stupid with my company, like a block and take it out. So that he was scared about this. That's why he was spending this money to get kind of powerful person in the board of the company. That's why it was the job of the son of the Biden to do everything to protect the company. Yeah? That's why he's getting money for this. So they did actually everything perfect. Yeah. And Zlochevsky survived. The company was working, and actually they're making crazy money with this company. Yeah.
For you, it was in order to stop the action against him and against Burisma in Ukraine?
Yes, yes, was exactly.
So
like
it's
this.
a kind of corruption too, no?
I see this exactly like deep corruption. Yeah. Yeah.
Shokin says he wanted to make investigation on Burisma. Do you think it's true?
Yes.
There we go. Now he's saying, but Shokin was corrupt. He wasn't investigating. What's Onyshenko say? Yes, Shokin did want to investigate.
He did. That's why he found some payments, and he was searching deep in the kind of Burisma because actually the Poroshenko was interested to find something against Burisma. So and the Shokin was he had already yes from Poroshenko to check everything. For sure he got some improvement of criminal things of Burisma, and also in the payment and transfer and etc. That's why when Biden came to Ukraine and told Poroshenko that he pushed him with $1 billion of supporting the money from the US, and they say, yeah, I give you 6 hours. If you don't get this prosecutor out, you don't change him, so you will not get this $1 billion. Poroshenko tried to talk to him and say, but his President Obama promised me, but he said, okay, call him, you will see, you will never get this money. Yeah? So actually this case now Shokin has in European court. Yeah.
But how was it?
See, Pisco? See, what happened was Poroshenko liked Shokin there. Shokin was good because he was actually investigating Burisma. And that's what Poroshenko wanted. He wanted all the dirt he could get on all of these oligarchs because then Poroshenko himself could solicit bribes. So it wasn't until he got the big payday from Zlochevsky and until Biden said, okay, it's time to fire Shokin, that he actually fired Shokin. That's why he pushed back on Biden at first, because in December when he's being told, he's like, well, no, I think that Shokin's all right. It wasn't until after Zlochevsky pays the bribe that he's like, okay, let's get rid of Shokin now. Now, Pisco's just going to... We'll go to more of the video, and then Pisco can come on if he wants. Pisco just goes back. Same old talking points. Same old talking points. Here we go, like a broken record. Poroshenko and Shokin were friends. They had to push extremely hard to get Ukraine to remove Shokin. Right, I just explained why. There is absolutely no proof Shokin was investigating Burisma. That's not true. We could see, for example, the assets that were frozen and things like that. And Poroshenko's alleged bribe is evidence in favor of the corruption of the PGO and Shokin. This guy's an absolute cunt. That's all he could say. This guy's a liar. When David Sakralides said this guy's a whistleblower, he's no angel, but he is a whistleblower that's brave coming out with this. Pisco's like, no, Sakralides, you have to trust him in his judgment when it came to Shokin, but not here. Don't trust him here.
The smear campaign against Shokin perceived inside the prosecutor's office. To find out, we asked former staff member Andriy Terizenko.
Were you surprised by the international campaigns to remove Shokin?
As soon as we came to the office and the Burisma case, we started to push the Burisma case in London to be prosecuted and to return $23 million back to Ukraine, we started to get protests almost every day from the prosecutor's office. The protesters were there almost every day for a couple of hours and then they would leave. and we understood they were getting paid. Look, they didn't talk about any other agency. They did not talk about any other ministry, how corrupt it was. They only talked about how corrupt is the prosecutor's office, which at that time already we gave away most of our powers because the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. government pressured us to give away and reform the prosecutor's office. So basically it was total nonsense. It was total disaster.
And that's backed up. That's backed up by documents we can see that the U.S. was pushing Shokin's office to create this separate sort of SGO, I think they called it, this separate prosecutor's office. And they did, even in December, they were giving portions of the case away into Burisma, into the NABU, and this other special prosecutor's office, SPO, I guess is what it's called. And what he's saying is, it's absurd. These people were only protesting like Shokin, right? That's all they, despite all of the corruption, they're just protesting Shokin. They're there. And we didn't even really have many powers anymore. Because we were pressured to create these other institutions that were now doing it.
It's on social media, on the streets, in front of the prosecutor's office, every day until Shokin got fired. As soon as Shokin gets fired, the protests end. Nothing continued. They had a narrative just to go against.
So Shokin's out, and all of a sudden, all of these organic people, they're totally fine. They don't have protests like that against Lutsenko. They don't have protests like that against Poroshenko, who everyone knows is corrupt. It was just Shokin. That was it. They're okay with Poroshenko still being there. Just like the West, who was so concerned about Burisma, all of a sudden they stopped talking about it once Shokin was gone, and within 5 months the new guy buries the case. Now they're not interested. No one brings it up again. When we have people such as the Anti-Corruption Action Center saying in May of 2017, Lutsenko has done nothing. He's not doing anything. For some reason, we didn't see the U.S. State Department or the West or any of them pressuring to get rid of Lutsenko. What do you mean they can't? Protesters can't protest against Poroshenko? Are you kidding me? Isn't that why Zelensky ends up getting elected? Of course they could protest against a corrupt president. The United States does this all the time. Didn't they just pressure for the president of Pakistan or the leader of Pakistan to be removed?
And so, for you, there was a big difference in the protestations for Shokin and for Lutsenko.
Yeah, there was no protest under Lutsenko. There was maybe one protest a month for a couple of hours, and then for something else. You can see that it's a narrative. And then when they change the prosecutor, there's nothing. It was just an agenda to smear the prosecutor's office and smear Shokin and smear everybody else.
How many people came protesting every day for the Shokin dismiss?
Up to 100 people every day they would protest. And there's in equivalent to US dollars, they would get paid $5 to $10 a day, which is like just standing and doing nothing. It'd be okay. They would protest and they would leave. So it's like a work.
So, whether it is a question of direct interference by Joe Biden or the huge smear campaign in Ukraine, very considerable resources were applied to get rid of Prosecutor Shokin. In previous episodes, we have seen the extent to which the man who replaced Shokin, Prosecutor Yuri Lutsenko, was contaminated by serious accusations of corruption. However, we have succeeded in getting more information about this prosecutor, whose appointment so pleased Joe Biden.
Pourquoi Yuri Lutsenko a-t-il passé plusieurs années en prison?
Чтобы вы понимали, вся карьера Луценко, она строилась на предательстве. Поэтому Луценко за это...
So now he's going to tell you how Lutsenko, even before he's named a prosecutor general, was corrupt and went to prison. Now, Pisco, now see, the goalposts are a-moving now. The goalposts are a-moving now. Here we go. We already had this conversation, right? Do you think Michael Cohen was corrupt? Yes, you do. Did they still reach out to Michael Cohen to see if he had evidence of corruption of Donald Trump? Yes, they did. That's how these things work. Trump was upset because he saw how corrupt this previous situation was, so he's reaching out to Lutsenko saying, hey, you were there. Look, see, I think Pisco has replaced typing HAHA and LOL with some sort of argument. He's absolutely getting bodied. Everyone watching can see it. Everyone. He knows. He's now forced to be like, no, all these people are lying. It's just a lie. That's all it is. It's all a lie. That's what he's been reduced to. Even though all the things they're saying are backed up by the public documents that we can see. If they were lying, then it wouldn't match up with the public documents we see, and Pisco's version of events make no sense, right? They knew, Trump's team would know that Lutsenko then talk, my story is crumbling. How? I have a very simple story. We're going to get to the end of this, and then you could feel free to come on. If Lutsenko was there when this corruption happened, why wouldn't they reach out to him as evidence that this corruption happened? Just like prosecutors will take the word of Cohen, or they would take the words of Manafort or whatever if they were turning.
Он действительно коррупционер, там его состояние тоже оценивалось там больше, чем 10-20 миллионов долларов. Против него уже возбуждено 2 уголовных дела у нас в Украине, потому что действительно они очень сейчас богаты, они тоже очень много украли, посадят. Поэтому это характеристика. Но он обладает большим компроматом.
Lutsenko était pire que M. Shokin.
Шокин был профессионалом. Шокин всю жизнь провел в прокуратуре. Он карьеру сделал в прокуратуре. А Луценко, у него нет юридического образования.
Et pour vous, le procureur Shokin enquêtait normalement sur Burisma?
Да. Да.
Who is Lutsenko, this new procureur?
Yeah, Lutsenko is from family Poroshenko. He's the guy that was always with Poroshenko. When Yushchenko was president, then Poroshenko put Lutsenko out on Minister of Interior. So he was always next to Poroshenko and did everything.
So the U.S. would have been aware of this. They would have known that Poroshenko was friends with this guy and was appointing him to things in 2005, 2010. They would have known that. Yet they were perfectly fine. They celebrate. Biden even said the new guy was good. He looked good at the time. That's what Biden said. U.S. didn't appoint Lutsenko, but consider this. This is what Pisco wants you to have to believe. They're so worried about corruption at the Prosecutor General's office. And they know Poroshenko's corrupt, and he's the type of dude that's taking bribes. They know that, right? But they can't get rid of Poroshenko. So they're publicly praising Poroshenko, and they're like, look, Poroshenko, you got to get rid of Shokin, all right? Get rid of him. They know that he's not all the corruption, that Poroshenko's corrupt. And so Poroshenko's like, sure, I'll get rid of Shokin. And they've threatened to hold $1 billion. That's how serious they are about it. And he's like, let me replace him with my other friend that I've appointed that's been arrested for corruption and stuff. And Pisco's like, well, the U.S. didn't appoint Lutsenko. They didn't appoint him. No, but nonetheless, they could have said, yeah, we don't find that acceptable. You replacing him with another crony that we already know is corrupt, who literally doesn't even have a law degree. Literally, you have to change the laws in your country just to get this guy to be allowed to be PGO, who's been arrested for corruption in the past, who's been your boy forever, who we know you're the one taking bribes. If you've already gone 95% of the way and said, nope, we're so worried about corruption, we're withholding $1 billion until we get a reasonable prosecutor, you're not going to hand the money out if you know the next prosecutor's unreasonable. State Department thought they could work with Lutsenko. Do you think they're lying? Why would they think they could work with Lutsenko if they knew Poroshenko was taking bribes and Lutsenko was their boy? Why would they think that? Do you think the State Department didn't have access to him being arrested for corruption in the past? Do you think they didn't have access to how he made money hand over fist when he was a government official? They didn't have access to it? Is that your claim?
For him, yeah.
But when Joe Biden say, I want a new prosecutor, the new prosecutor made jail, and it's close to Poroshenko, and he closed all the case against Burisma.
Yes.
It's the story.
Yeah, that's the story, yeah.
It's an incredible story.
Yeah. Unbelievable. That some stories that happened in Ukraine is unbelievable, yeah.
So there is no more doubt that Yuri Lutsenko was a far more...
The Anti-Corruption Action Center disagrees with you, Pisco. If you'd have seen the video I showed, they said that he didn't even do anything minimally. And Shokin was cooperating with some of George Kent's anti-corruption plans. He created this new office. We have letters from Victoria Nuland in July sent to Shokin saying, hey, we're happy you're cooperating with us. They perceived him as making some prosecutions. Show me the evidence of the prosecutions he made. Go ahead. Why is the Anti-Corruption Action Center, who you trusted when they were talking about Shokin not prosecuting people, now all of a sudden they're lying when they're saying in May of 2017 he hasn't done anything? That's what you're saying? So then why is the Anti-Corruption Action Center now lying? The same group that the State Department trusted. Someone's wrong. Who is it? Huh? Biden's State Department? When Biden's son's company, all of a sudden the investigations drop? Or the Anti-Corruption Action Center? Which one's lying, I wonder?
Corrupt prosecutors and Viktor Shokin. Why then did Joe Biden insist on the departure of Shokin? And why justify it by his ineffectiveness in dealing with corruption and then replace him with someone much worse? To learn a bit more about this, we put the question to several of our witnesses.
But Joe Biden now say, I wanted Shokin out because he was not enough efficient against corruption. What do you think?
It's not true, yeah. He had special interest because the Shokin was too much involved with the Burisma and he found too much, yeah. And to close the case against Burisma, they was needed some prosecutor, and they put some prosecutor who could organize, which was Lutsenko. And exactly when Lutsenko was start to work prosecutor in May, in September already he was close the case. Yeah. So he did it in 3 months, which is impossible. Yeah, because case was since 2014 was 2 years, and then in 3 months he find out that everything clear. There is no criminal anymore.
Why those people wanted the Shokin before?
Yeah, huh? That's weird, huh? That group hates Lutsenko. They're not lying. They come to different conclusions. They have misgivings in early 2017, but they never pressured to get him fired because there were elections in 2019.
He fired
because Shokin did his work. He said, look, he said to the Americans, to the Europeans, and the Canadians, he said, we understand you have an agenda to help us. We're ready to cooperate and work with you, but we will not follow your orders on what to do and how to investigate, how to do our job. You already caused enough trouble in reforming our agencies, which we lost all our powers. We're going to still continue our job with what we have already, and please don't tell us what to do. I will investigate any case I want. Because if there's corruption, corruption has no name. That's what Shokin said.
Если американцы настояли, чтобы убрать Шокина, лишь бы кто-то другой, который бы не занимался расследованием бурштину вот этой фирмы. И Порошенко предложил кандидатуру Луценко. И она устроила на тот момент американцев, потому что Луценко был круг, да, мошенник. И
Americans were more than happy to have Lutsenko because they knew he was a crook and it would be easy to manipulate him. Yep.
Им легко управлять было. И поэтому он встал, и он не мешал Порошенко и его окружению. У нас же даже сейчас вот по скандалу между Трампом и Байденом, по сыну Байдена платили здесь большие, лишь бы только американцы поддерживали Украину. Поэтому ничего нового нет в политике Америки.
Quelle est votre opinion sur la raison qui a poussé Joe Biden à demander le départ de Shokin pour laisser installer Lutsenko?
На ваш вопрос ответ дал бывший генеральный прокурор Шокин. Шокин заявил о том, что Генеральная прокуратура под его руководством расследовала уголовное дело по факту возможной коррупции вице-президента Байдена. По мнению Шокина, расследованию подлежали факты получения этих денег в виде заработной платы для отца вице-президента США. То есть фактически речь шла о том, что отец или вице-президент США Джо Байден получал взятки в завуалированной форме, которые были представлены как заработная плата в украинской компании. Естественно, такой поворот событий в Украине не устраивал вице-президента США, и, наверное, в этом была причина его требований к президенту Порошенко об увольнении Шокина с должности генерального прокурора. Шокин прямо заявил о том, что его уволили для того, чтобы расследование в отношении вице-президента США в Украине было остановлено. И фактически так и произошло. Шокин был уволен. Пришедший на его место генеральный прокурор Луценко дело в отношении Байденов прекратил.
Corruption is a cancer. Cancer of corruption. And the cancer of corruption, corruption is a cancer. Cancer of corruption. Or the cancer of corruption. The cancer of corruption. The cancer of corruption. Corruption is a cancer.
It sounds great to hear Joe Biden condemn the cancer of corruption here and there and everywhere, but it would be better if he were not the origin of the metastasis. More generally, it is not logical to claim to be fighting corruption in Ukraine by just asking for the replacement of Shokin, supposedly the #1 problem of the country, a few months after his appointment. If you have a corrupt prosecutor general, you have a prosecutor general problem. But if you have 3 prosecutors general, one after the other, who are problematic, you have a president problem. And several of our witnesses have confirmed it.
Why? Poroshenko never put a good person in the head of prosecutor office.
I think Poroshenko didn't believe that prosecutor general office can be free from political control. Therefore, he wanted to control himself what investigations to open, what investigations to close. Mr. Poroshenko decided that he's not willing to get rid of this very corrupt agency. He wanted to head corruption himself, unfortunately.
How is it possible that after Maidan, we have 3 different prosecutors that are not good prosecutors? And why Mr. Poroshenko has appointed those persons?
Because Poroshenko himself, he was not honestly willing to change something in the country. He looked at the prosecutor's office as an escort service of his political career and his wealth, maintaining the wealth and strengthening himself and his influence. This system for them was always an opportunity, first of all, to gain wealth, to gain the influence, being engaged in corruption. Unfortunately, these people transformed the prosecutor's office into the escort service of corruption flows. Simply, it's very simple.
But so, in your vision, when Mr. Poroshenko was president, it was not possible to have a great, fair and honest prosecutor?
Poroshenko, for himself, wanted to achieve 2 goals at the same time: to be at the top of Forbes magazine, and at the same time to be a historic person. And this is impossible. I mean, you choose either one way to become the part of Forbes magazine or the book of history.
From the very beginning, Petro Poroshenko did not hesitate to use every trick in the book to get to the top of the Forbes magazine's billionaires list.
Pouvez-vous nous parler des débuts de Poroshenko? Comment
en faisant que Rocher rachète la diversité des chantiers, des entreprises.
The United States knew it.
Que Poroshenko a commencé à
They still supported him. Are even more scandalous on the subjects of the conditions under which Lutsenko was appointed.
And then Poroshenko actually called me and then said, yeah, we have to take Shokin out from the, then parliament should vote for this, yeah. And he even put some $2 million that take this prosecutor out to pay for the people of the parliament, yeah, because he couldn't get enough vote.
For you, the consequence was to pay bribes to MP in Rwanda to vote for putting Shokin out?
Yes.
2 millions?
Yeah, 2 millions.
2 millions of corruption?
Of corruption. Poroshenko gave him cash to take Shokin out, yeah.
So you paid to put Shokin out,
yeah,
and you paid to put
Lutsenko
in?
Yeah.
Okay, and how much, more or less?
It was like I told you, about 2 million, yeah.
Have you heard Poroshenko talking of the action of Joe Biden on Shokin about Burisma?
No, they didn't talk. The Poroshenko told me, when Poroshenko told me why he wants to take out the Shokin, because he has conflict with American, and American wants him out. That's why he gave this money and to take him out because he said it's very important because they push me and they to pressure on me too much. So that was when I spoke with Poroshenko. The Poroshenko, I saw him every day, yeah. So I knew all the information.
За взятки был уволен, место был назначен. Онyshenko по этому поводу написал заявление.
So Onyshenko, the liar here, who was blowing the whistle, which is why Sowell called him a whistleblower. It wasn't just because of the recording. It was because he actually blew the whistle and went to Ukrainian authorities. Liar. See? You see how it works? Nope, everyone's... Yep, that must be it. Sowell was fooled. He was fooled by this whistleblower that went to authorities with proof of this. Who's backed up by at least the one recording we have where Poroshenko... That's the only thing he's telling the truth about, the one recording he has, right?
Для рассмотрения в правоохранительные органы Украины. По данному факту было возбуждено уголовное дело. Правда, расследование этого дела украинские власти не проводили. И результат этого расследования до сегодняшнего дня неизвестен.
More generally, our witnesses did not mince their words when we asked them if Petro Poroshenko could be described as a corrupt president.
Petro Poroshenko était-il un président corrompu?
Tous laissent à penser qu'il l'était. On dispose, semble, tous les places.
They know Poroshenko's corrupt.
Different accusations against Poroshenko. What do you think?
He decided that he is not giving up his assets, benefiting from the state, remain in an oligarchic system in Ukraine, part of the big political Petro Poroshenko.
D'après vous, est-ce que le président Poroshenko
следуется почти 2 десятилетия, которые бы
Everybody agrees Poroshenko is corrupt.
Увольнялся с должности Украины, давал взятки за прекращение факт Порошенко.
Есть у нас такой информационный. Они опубликовали постепенно окружение Порошенко преследует, он реально.
Claire, vous estimez donc que le président Poroshenko.
Вы правы.
Comment expliquer une telle Wikileaks
Его тоже можно назвать президентом-коррупционером.
Mais comment expliquer une telle situation, sachant qu'en 2005, on savait déjà, ne serait-ce que dans les câbles Wikileaks au niveau des Américains, que Poroshenko était corrompu? Pourquoi un tel soutien des Américains?
Легче поддерживать человека, на которого ты имеешь компромат. То есть он тогда более управляемый человек. И я думаю, это одна из причин. А другая причина это то, что, опять же таки, благодаря Порошенко тот же американский бизнес зашел в Украину. И Порошенко, зная, что против него, чтобы американцев, Порошенко это как марионетка, было легко манипулировать.
Oh yes, he was a kleptoman, and he was one of the most corrupt Ukrainian soldiers. So he was so cynical to make money in the history.
Why Biden said that he was a good president to fight corruption?
It was useful to manipulate him. He would do things what the U.S. would tell him to do without any obligations. We're in the far post of fighting for democracy for them in Eastern Europe, and they treat us like we're just an asset. And Poroshenko made us as an asset for the Americans. That's why he was useful for Biden and Obama.
Do you think that Mr. Poroshenko was a corrupted president?
Of course, I am sure.
But
this is why he lost the elections. Actually, it was almost unbelievable for me that not have any conviction against any corrupted individual of a middle level.
With Lutsenko as well.
I'm not talking about highest ranking elite corruption. Even the middle level corruptioner has not been punished in Ukraine for the last 5 years. And it's a clear indicator that these guys used to work like Latin American, like narco cartel, for example, the same principles like a mafia cartel. They used to get rid of their political...
But in the West, in the media, we were told that he was very honest and very committed to change Ukraine after Maidan and things like this.
Because they work with lobbyists, they spent a lot of money with lobbyists.
La France qui a reçu Poroshenko.
We're going to skip this. I don't know. Some French.
Indeed, in 2019, good cap French retained in 2000.
He was pro-Western. This was his main, let's say, benefit and advantage to the West. He was not pro-Russian. For the West and for the United States, human rights, battle with corruption, and etc., are not goals number one. They are secondary goals. Goal number one is to maintain stability and status quo. So they close their eyes sometimes over human rights issues, the level of democracy, the level of corruption, and etc., unfortunately.
What do you think of Western media and the way of the talk of Ukraine?
I don't know, the time of Poroshenko was president, they really support them. And when I start to talk about his corruption in 2006, and they was not happy with this, like, I had pressure everywhere, every country I was, but then in the end...
The United States wasn't happy when people started talking about Poroshenko's corruption in 2016. Geez, I thought they were so concerned about giving billion-dollar loans because the country was so corrupt. And yet they praised the guy that they knew was corrupt. They knew since 2005 was corrupt. They praised him continually. They knew he was accepting bribes.
We come to reality. Poroshenko in the moment has 15 criminal cases, about the corruption, everything. The new government, new prosecutor, they found a lot what he did. And I think he's going to be in jail, or he's going to run away to London because all his team already in London. They're preparing to move to London.
They are unanimous in describing Petro Poroshenko more about members of parliament.
In the 5 last years,
Parliament of Ukraine.
sometimes money.
Yes, there were corrupt MPs in parliament.
In the radar.
Gave all the time the money, station where he. That's what kind from him. He's a boss. He's a boss, lot of manager, and he.
Which kind of vote?
Told you to vote for the general prosecutor, to vote
paid for who to vote for general prosecutor, to take out the prosecutor.
The Poroshenko vote, and then he wanted surprising even in all Europe.
There is now no doubt that the president Petro Poroshenko for corruption. Worse, he has always supported him and even praised him.
President Poroshenko has shown a seriousness of purpose, and the Rada has passed important anti-corruption legislation. So I wanted to thank you, Petro, not only for your leadership, but for your friendship.
Whether you are talking about Alexander Onyshenko...
Okay, Pisco, you want to talk? Let me go to the restroom. If you still want to talk, we can. There we go. There we go, Pisco. Nope, everybody just lying. Just lying. Let's get to Pisco's cope. You can just do it through my Discord, or if you want to do a direct call, I don't care. Okay. Hello, Pisco. How's Australia?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Oh, Australia's great. You know, really loving the kangaroos.
You run into any corrupt Ukrainian oligarchs while you're there?
No, but I did go to Australian Parliament House, which is pretty cool. That's where, as you know, former opposition leader, name of, oh my god, I keep forgetting this guy's name. Who's the guy who listened to Papadopoulos?
Downer.
Downer.
Alexander Downer. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to hang out there.
So what do you think? What do you think? You got a Downer here now that you heard more evidence?
Listen. I think I can reach you.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna try to be constructive. I'm gonna try to look at my take on everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're absolutely right that Poroshenko is corrupt. I think you're absolutely right that Lutsenko is corrupt. I think you're absolutely right that the guy, well, I don't know if you agree with this, but I assume you think the prosecutor before Shokin, who right now the name is not coming to me,
Burisma,
was corrupt.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And even in the videos you show, I assume this is some Shokin support piece. Everyone seems to agree, at least, or a lot of people seem to agree, that the prosecutors, those three prosecutors, were all corrupt.
Well,
and you go.
Not all of them agreed that they were corrupt. Some of them certainly would. Sakovadiles and Kalyunuk would say Shokin's corrupt. But I think what even they go on to articulate is no one that would be appointed would not be corrupt because the corruption was Poroshenko. So anyone that would be appointed, and everybody knew that Poroshenko was corrupt.
I don't necessarily disagree even with that take that starts to stop at the top. But I also think that there's like the prosecutor's general's office as such. I don't think that Poroshenko is the cause of this corruption, and I don't think it's endemic to that society. In my opinion, and my opinion is that corruption is huge on all levels. Beyond the prosecutor general's office and beyond Poroshenko in Ukraine, and it's a massive, massive problem. And I always bring up my example of Peru, which is a country where my family's all from, and I've been to at every level, down to the police officer who's stopping you on some bullshit. You're bribing people, right? To get a license to sell certain things, you're bribing people. It is an endemic, all-purpose kind of thing, and the prosecutor general's office is one very, very important facet of it because, of course, it's like as though in your mind, it's the same reason why you're pissed at the Attorney General in the United States is because you think there's corruption in the Attorney General's office, and it's a huge deal if there was, right?
Okay, but can I cut you off just a bit? First off, I got to turn up. I don't know if I could do this. Can I turn up your volume? Or can
maybe I'll get.
I can do it. I can do it. No, wait. Okay, now you should be good. I didn't know on my channel. I know how to turn up your volume, but I think I figured it out. Okay.
Yeah, so, if there's still a problem, I can get another mic.
Oh shit! Now you're too loud. But no, you should be good. So, all right. So here's the issue, right? Let's say that's true. You would certainly say that it would be necessary for the president to be corrupt. That would be as, if not more important than the prosecutor general being corrupt.
I think that the president being corrupt is a worse situation than the prosecutor general being corrupt. Correct.
That's fair, right? So when you say it's endemic, let me just ask. It seems like a non sequitur, but there's a reason for it. Do you think Zelensky's corrupt? Do you think Ukraine's corrupt with Zelensky there?
Oof, I don't know about that. I mean, in terms of what we're talking about in the current context, which is like he's doing certain things with respect to the Ukrainian war that some people call corrupt, right? The banning of certain political ideologies. A lot of people don't like the fact that he's postponing elections, even though it's in the Constitution. And so when I'm talking about corruption, I'm saying like pay for play, that kind of thing.
Well, do you think? Okay, let's say that then. Forget about
the context. Context of the war, I think, changed a lot of things.
Forget the war. I think the pay for like if the war would have never hurt with the pay for play type thing. Do you think Zelensky would have been corrupt in that way?
It would have been corrupt or was corrupt.
Was or would have. Either one. You could differentiate if you want to.
I'm not sure. I do not have evidence in front of me to show that Zelensky was corrupt to the level of Poroshenko. Well, one of the reasons is that he dismissed. He wasn't willing to go along with Giuliani's plan, among other things. So there's some evidence going. I mean, do you have any evidence to present on that front? I'm not sure.
Well, no, not necessarily. But the reason I bring this up is because you seem to skirt blame for Poroshenko by saying it's just endemic. Like, it's everywhere. The reason...
And Poroshenko specifically, too. No, I want to be clear. And Poroshenko specifically as well was very corrupt, and he's being prosecuted or accused a litany of different things in Ukraine currently.
Okay,
as
so
well as the recording.
So if I'm the United States and I'm the West and I'm giving billions of dollars to Ukraine and I'm upset because I think that corruption being endemic there means this money could potentially be misspread or I'm wasting it, etc., etc., etc. And I know that Poroshenko is the root of the corruption. He is the head person of the corruption. And it seems like let me finish. It seems like you're going to try to skirt away from that by saying, but no, the corruption's endemic. Right. Real quick. So it seems like you're saying no matter who the president was, there would be this corruption. That's why I asked about Zelensky.
No, I don't think that necessarily, the prosecutor general's office or the president's office are the same in levels of corruption no matter what, and the personnel doesn't really matter. I think personnel really, really does matter. And I think that absolutely there's plenty of blame to go to Poroshenko above and beyond, that you can call out. And that you can't just hand wave that, oh, just corrupted, therefore, it doesn't matter, it's all a wash, right? That is not my position at all. I think that Poroshenko was particularly corrupt. But, you're characterizing as the root of the corruption. I'm not sure if I would buy that characterization, but certainly a big source of corruption in Ukraine. But your question then is like, well, then why didn't the United States take a harder stance, not just against Shokin, the prosecutor general's office, but against Poroshenko, right? Is that your question?
Yeah, and why would they trust Poroshenko to appoint a prosecutor that's been a lifelong friend of his who's also been charged with... Because what you can't get around is this. Why was the West taking this stance? Why was the United States issuing this quid pro quo? Why did later the IMF speak up? Why did the EU speak up? What was all of that about? Because they didn't want to give money. They were so concerned about corruption in Ukraine. And they didn't want to give money unless the corruption was being dealt with. And if they all knew, I'll just ask you point blank, do you think they all knew how corrupt Poroshenko was?
I'm not sure.
I mean, that would seem...
I assume that the State Department had some inkling about President Poroshenko's private deals and the fact that he was... I trust the intelligence gathering capabilities of our intelligence services. So I'm not here saying that they didn't know. I don't know that they did know. And I'll do more digging to see what their knowledge level was of Poroshenko. But just to say, the nature of the think about where we are in the timeline. This is right after Maidan. Going out against the president when this president is supposedly going to be the one who's more Western aligned and one who's going to be in support of the West. That's fucking sensitive, Rob. Right? There are reasons why, even if the State Department in America was aware that Poroshenko was not on the level, why they would have the extra considerations, perhaps overriding considerations, on why the head of state would not be targeted in the same way as the prosecutor general's office.
But that's not going to help, right? Because if that's the case, if it's, they were walking on eggshells because they liked this guy because he was the West, then you wouldn't make this song and dance of issuing almost to me unprecedented, I've never heard of this happening, issuing a quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor when they know, the guy above him that's even more responsible for the corruption is the president, and he's going to remain, and he'll appoint a prosecutor. And the problem is, if you're like, the reason they couldn't challenge Poroshenko on the corruption, even though they knew he was corrupt, was because Maidan just happened. They didn't want to rock the boat too much. Then why rock the boat at all?
Yeah. So I think that even if there's as you've noted, even if there is a leader who is not on the level. A leader does not rule alone. They have their keys to power. They have their advisors. They have their ministers. And it's not the case that there's this one-to-one agency relationship between the top and the bottom, and that no change in the prosecutor general's office would be significant so long as Poroshenko was in office. I think is kind of fatalistic and not the kind of take that I think is supported by the evidence. Even in America, as we know, Trump was ostensibly in charge of the Department of Justice because he's the president of the United States. Doesn't mean that he has all the control he wants, right? Or day-to-day control. And so these personnel decisions can absolutely affect things. And so I just don't agree with the kind of, I guess, simplistic notion that any pressure applied on the prosecutor general office is necessarily futile because the president himself is sort of enraptured in this. It
doesn't make sense because theoretically you would think if you thought Poroshenko was corrupt, that he would be using, and just like you heard all of those people testify, including the people you trust, said, yes, he was corrupt, and the reason there was never a good prosecutor was because he used that as his personal toy to personally enrich himself. And right, you believe that? You don't believe they're lying when they say that, correct?
With respect to those people,
Yes.
no, I think that he was using the prosecutor general's office that way, and I think it's totally just real quick, Rob. It's totally consistent with Shokin and Poroshenko being buddies. You know, they've been budding for 2 decades plus.
I didn't say they weren't friends. I didn't say they weren't friends. That's fine,
so like,
but that's irrelevant. It's not going to be relevant. Well, you could have your say on that. We will. But here's what I'm saying, right? So if you know that, the United States would know that as well, that that's the type of person that Poroshenko is. And so if you know that forcing the ouster of this prosecutor, Poroshenko is not going to install someone that would take that toy away from him, that all of a sudden he wouldn't have the power. And if you say, well, maybe the U.S. thought they would, well, then that would be, again, that would be tantamount to directly criticizing Poroshenko on the corruption. You can't have your cake and eat it here, too. If you're like, well, they knew Poroshenko was... If you're like, they couldn't call out Poroshenko for his obvious corruption because they didn't want to rock the boat too much, but they thought if they took away his prosecutor, that he would be forced to put in a prosecutor that would actually go after corruption and thereby end up going after people like Poroshenko, who they knew was corrupt. That would also be seen as rocking the boat. It would be purely symbolic, and this is all without talking of the specifics of course, the United States knew who Lutsenko was. They knew he was an ally of Poroshenko. They knew that Poroshenko had appointed him to a governmental position in the past, and that he used that for corruption, and he enriched himself, and he had a bunch of money that no one could explain, and then he went to prison for that.
I just want to pause. It's overdetermined there because, of course, any prosecutor general is going to be from the... from Poroshenko's party because they're in power, and
Sure.
so like I don't, you know, Biden is not going to appoint Bill Barr as his attorney general, and so I don't find it like.
It would be like this though. If you're like, we think that Rudy Giuliani ends up being, you know, attorney general, and everyone's like, this is fucking ridiculous, blah blah blah, and finally they get rid of him, and they're like, okay, Mike Lindell.
Yeah, no, I understand that comparison. I understand what you're trying to say. But I am taking the State Department officials, and there were certainly reasons to, as you've noted, and as the anti-corruption people have noted, there were certainly reasons to doubt Lutsenko from the get-go, right? I'm not denying that, right? It's just a matter of record that he did not have a law degree, that he had been in jail before, that he was allied with Poroshenko. All that is true. I'm not denying that. All I'm saying is the State Department, you know, seemed to have some indications. They had some belief, and I have no reason to doubt those beliefs, that Lutsenko was more willing than Shokin to implement structural reforms and to cooperate with what the Americans wanted and what the West wanted than Shokin. Now, you can say they're lying, right? Because that's what you'd be accusing them of doing.
It's not just that they're lying, right? It's that it's sort of. Let me ask you this.
Do you think they're lying? I mean,
let me explain what I mean. It could be kind of lying, but it could be kind of selective omissions intentionally. Because I'll tell you my gut feeling if you want to know. I think George Kent's disgusted by the whole thing. Like, have you read the emails later? This is getting way into the weeds, but I read fucking hundreds of pages on these emails and shit.
We're both crazy, by the way.
Yeah. So George Kent, right, at one point after this whole fiasco, like, I don't fucking remember the date, but it's like 2017, 2018 or something like that, USAID is putting on some sort of, like, I don't know what the word for it is, like, some sort of ceremony or some sort of, like, kind of fundraiser type thing. And Zlochevsky, like, Burisma is one of the organizations that donated money to it. And so they're going to be on the, like, brought to you by USAID and Burisma, like, in 2017. And George Kent reaches out and
they withheld, didn't they? Didn't they withhold certain... they did something with that in Burisma in a way that negatively affected Burisma. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, what happened was George Kent, like, reached out. Someone messaged George Kent's like, all this gold, like, someone from USAID. And he was like, no! He's like, are you kidding me? The Burisma? And he kind of was like, and he's like being reserved. But I just get the feeling his tone was like, fuck. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore. He knew Burisma was corrupt. He knew Zlochevsky was corrupt, right? He does. And he's probably legitimately pissed that Shokin's there. And we could go into George Kent's testimony because I was reading it today. George Kent doesn't give any specifics about Shokin's investigation into Burisma. He's like, I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't see results that were getting done, but I don't know the specifics. That's basically what he says about Shokin investigating Burisma. He's like, I don't know. Right? All he knew probably was like, whatever the reason, this fucking guy's not being brought down, Zlochevsky. And George Kent, I believe, was he the one that went and talked in 2014 and was like, who the fuck did you bribe?
Yes. I believe that was either George Kent or some other State Department. I have like all of their testimonies. It might have been George Kent. I think it
was George Kent. So my gut feeling is he didn't fucking like the fact that Hunter Biden was working there. And he even testified.
I'm almost sure of that, yeah.
Right. So he's just like, shit. But here's his boss, right? So he's like, he probably doesn't have any love for Shokin. He's probably, whatever the reason is, he don't give a fuck. He don't care if it's because Shokin's inept. He don't care if it's because he's corrupt. He don't care if it's because Poroshenko's holding back Shokin. All he knows is, dude, this corrupt oligarch, it costs $23 million. We look like fools in fucking the UK because of this bullshit, because these assets had to get unfrozen. You know, and we're out there and we're talking about Burisma, and it's ridiculous that this Zlochevsky guy's getting away with it. And then Hunter Biden's working there, and he's like, fuck. And he's like, I kind of got to bite my tongue now, right? Because I don't want to speak, I don't want to protest too loudly, right? I don't want to say shit. And then, so you got shit coming down from the state, you know, Victoria Nuland and shit coming down from the State Department and stuff like that, right? I think George Kent is absolutely wanted Burisma to go down, wanted Zlochevsky to go down, didn't know exactly what was going on with Shokin. He thought Shokin was corrupt with the diamond prosecutor thing. But as far as, he didn't know the details of, I don't know exactly what was going on with Shokin's investigating to Burisma. That's basically what he says.
And then once 2019.
What's that?
He didn't know it necessarily in 2019 when he gave the testimony, but yeah, I understand.
No. He's saying he didn't know what was going on in the investigation. He says specifically about Shokin's. He's like, I didn't know the specifics of what was going on with Shokin and Burisma. He would just be like...
he said, I didn't know. Okay.
Right. He would just be like, I know that Zlochevsky's not in jail. That's what he would know, right? I know that.
I'm not sure. You're characterizing the testimony as him saying, I wasn't on the ground. I didn't really have any, I don't know, operational knowledge of what he was doing. And if that's his testimony, that's his testimony.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And so for me, that's not then him lying, right? When Biden's like, okay... Biden gets a call from his son or talks to his son, and his son's like, can we get rid of Shokin? Like, and Biden's like, okay, we'll get rid of Shokin. I think George Kent was probably like, yeah, Shokin sucked. I think George Kent probably... Then Lutsenko's coming in, and he's trying to like, okay, they have all the knowledge that you just said. They're like, Lutsenko looks like a really bad choice, but he's like, fuck it, I'll try to work with this guy. But what's damning to me, and this is what's why I bring this up all about George Kent, and every other witness, Yovanovitch... and all of these witnesses, in any of
all these guys.
Yeah, in any of their testimony, did they talk about how corruption was endemic because of Poroshenko?
So no, they characterize Poroshenko as like a complicated figure, right? So you and I are saying he's corrupt because, like, come on, taking bribes is, and I think on balance he probably did take bribes, is like the definition of corruption, right? Sure. But for these people, right, statecraft, I think, and maybe you can correct me if you think it's differently, is a little bit more complicated. People are more complicated. So I think that the State Department probably thought Poroshenko was like a decently mixed bag, right? So on the one hand, he clearly was, I think, not everything they hoped for, but he did usher in some changes following Maidan, right? He did implement reforms into Ukraine. He did not do nearly enough.
He didn't do any more than Shokin. Shokin did the same thing. Shokin was there at the creation of the SPO. Shokin, Victoria Nuland said, hey, we're glad you're making these reforms. She's messaging him those shit, right? He didn't prosecute anyone, Lutsenko. He didn't take down, and all the witnesses that I showed you here today, all of them are like, he didn't do shit. He didn't take down any even mid-level person.
Well, hang on. I just want to fully answer the Poroshenko question, and then we can talk about Lutsenko. So yeah, I think that the Poroshenko. So the administration, I think, viewed Poroshenko's changes as important changes. A lot of them.
You mean
right?
Poroshenko or Lutsenko?
I'm not an expert. Poroshenko.
Okay.
Poroshenko. We were discussing Poroshenko's role and how they.
I'm sorry, I got confused. I thought you said Lutsenko.
No worries. And so my take on that is, yeah, like, people are fucking complicated, and you have this guy who on paper is making, that's why Biden's out there and saying he's taking leadership, is because Poroshenko's at the head of a bunch of reforms that post-Maidan reforms that are occurring, right? And so I understand why it's a mixed bag with him, and it's not this binary thing. But I think that Shokin was viewed, and the Prosecutor General's office was viewed as like a particular pain point, and that they were pushing on.
That's silly. That's silly. And let me tell you why that's silly, right? I might be able to believe why contemporaneously that would be what all of these people were testifying to. So you'd be like, well, you don't want to jeopardize your relationship with Poroshenko because you got to deal with him. And he's better than Yovanovitch, right? Who was pro-Russian. At least, okay, the devil right? Okay, this guy's a fucking corrupt asshole. He's enriching himself. He's allowing these oligarchs to get away with all this shit. He's controlling the Prosecutor General's office to tell them, don't prosecute this person or prosecute this person so I can get a bribe. He's doing all that shit, but he's still kind of an ally to the United States. And you even heard...
Assuming the State Department knows at the time, just by the way, I don't have knowledge of that at the moment, and I believe the whistleblower call came out in 2018. I'm not sure when that came out.
Well, I would think the fact that you had people like Sacro Diaz and all these people that are testifying, we knew he was corrupt the whole time. I don't see why, if those people, we know David Sacro Diaz was in contact, him and Casco were in contact with the U.S. State Department. So there would be no reason...
I just mean that I don't know that the State Department had contemporaneous knowledge that Poroshenko was taking bribes. I'm not sure of that.
Okay, nonetheless, I would say that seeing as how it seemed like all these people on the ground in Ukraine knew that, it would seem ridiculous, especially because the...
Well, at least just one person. I mean, they're talking about a whistleblower, an important whistleblower, and this guy, Olenek, whatever the fuck his name is.
Well, but it's not Onyshenko. But it's not just him. David Sacro Diaz says that. The Anti-Corruption Action Center says that they all knew he was corrupt.
In part based on the whistleblowing here.
Well, no, I think it was before.
On Shokin.
For example, anyways. Yeah. So even if I could believe contemporaneously, they would say, well, we don't want to rock the boat while Poroshenko's there. Why in 2019, after the election of Zelensky, would they be holding their tongue? Why wouldn't they say, listen, we knew the dude was corrupt, we knew that he was taking bribes and shit, but we had to work with him. But they don't say that. They're like, well, he's complicated.
Trump is in Trump is in office at that time, and just to get you a sense, if you read Lev Parnas's letter to Congress, Trump is reaching out to Poroshenko and asking Poroshenko to announce an investigation into the Bidens through Lutsenko. I mean, Trump is...
What does that have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Because Trump and his cronies are trying to profit from this relationship with Poroshenko, who you are saying that there's knowledge of his bribery and his corruption at the time, and certainly Lutsenko. And so I don't think that there's a high level, from the president down of the United States desire, or they're willing to. What they want are political aims. That's why he was impeached. They want an announcement into the Bidens, and so I don't think that there's this that top of the table and ticket of the administration was to stop corruption in Ukraine. I just think there's less of a desire that in Trump's administration than
I don't understand how I could completely concede and be like, sure, that was corrupt of Trump, and what does that have to do with talking about this issue of Biden? It literally has nothing to do. It literally has nothing to do. No. What I'm asking is, in 2019, when there were literally people testifying at the impeachment, would you say is this fair? Would it be fair to say that many of these witnesses weren't biting their tongue when it came to their sort of displeasure with Trump?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Wasn't it clear that Yovanovitch and what's that?
The fired ambassadors, and after Trump did after Trump had his phone call, I don't think that they liked the phone call. I don't think they liked Trump's stance.
And it was all of them. I don't think they were carrying water for Trump at the impeachment hearing.
I don't think they were being biased or anything in the sense of
I think that's fair. I'm just saying they're not biased for Trump. That's not what they're doing there.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're biased for Trump.
Then why does any of this matter, right? Because the problem is during this impeachment, they're being interviewed, right? So if they're just unbiased and they're just telling the truth, they would have no reason in 2019 to hold their tongue when it came to Poroshenko's corruption. None.
But they're not. I mean, they recognize that Zelensky. They have great hope for Zelensky. They recognize that he has been elected largely on this platform of anti-corruption and trounced Poroshenko. Mm-hmm. They are, extremely hopeful. They are eager to work with him, and they're happy that Lutsenko is going to be out of office, which he gets out of office. And so I don't what do you think that they, in order to be consistent, the State Department officials would be doing with Zelensky, other than what they were already doing? They were more frustrated with Trump's.
That's not the question. This has nothing to do with dealing with Zelensky. They're
Yeah, what did you want
testifying.
them to say
Okay,
to
so
Zelensky?
they're
Sorry.
well aware that a central defense that Trump's going to be offering, and you can see this when you see people like Jim Jordan's asking them questions in the transcripts of the impeachment hearings. They know that the other side's going to be like, but there was shady shit going on, right? And so they're going to ask about the firing of Shokin and stuff like that. They're all being asked about that shit, right? And they're being asked about Burisma and Hunter Biden, right? You acknowledge that.
In 2019?
Yes, in the impeachment hearings.
Yeah, in the impeachment hearings,
Yes.
you have Jim Jordan and Zeldin are I think two of the most people who are most asking about.
Correct.
that
So
stuff.
they know, these witnesses know that's coming up. So if they're not biased at all, and they're just being totally honest, when they're talking about the corruption of Shokin, they would say, and by the way, we know that this was being ran from the top, and Poroshenko was actually corrupt, and he was taking bribes, and he was using the prosecutor general's office to go after people to investigate them and then solicit bribes. But they don't say that. They don't say that at all.
I don't think they have personal knowledge of that. And if they do, I don't have a reason to believe they do. And I think they have reasons to. There's this whistleblower, right? But and there's certainly a history of Poroshenko and his companies, and they're being awarded stuff and the Burisma stuff. Like I get it, I understand that, but again, what the Republicans are focusing on is the prosecutor, and if you're wondering why more statements weren't made as against Poroshenko, then you should have talked to the Republicans and told them to ask better questions.
No, that's not just it though. If they shouldn't need to be led. If they're talking about because this is the problem. This is what you can't get around. This would be a purely symbolic. You're like, well, in a wing and a prayer, they thought getting rid of Shokin and bringing in another crony would have done something better. Again, we're talking about an unprecedented action, withholding $1 billion of aid, right, or guaranteeing an IMF loan to force the firing of a prosecutor when they all know, by the way, the guy at the head's directing the prosecutor to be corrupt. We know that.
I'm not saying that they know at the time, right?
Okay, well, they know now in 2019.
Yeah, so in 2019.
So why not bring it up?
Yeah, so like you're asking why not bring it up without being asked about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like these
well, they are being asked. They're being asked about, right? They're being asked about, like, why wasn't Burisma being prosecuted, right? And they never say, well, Poroshenko didn't want it. They don't say that, and they know that in 2019.
They know in 2019 that Poroshenko does not want Burisma prosecuted?
Correct.
What's their basis for knowing that?
Well, for example, they would have heard, it was public knowledge, the Onyshenko tape at this point.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that they know that. I don't know. The questions the Republicans are asking with respect to why about Burisma and Lutsenko are like, why wasn't there an effort to go after Lutsenko the same as Shokin? And they answer that question. If they're not asked about Poroshenko's relationship to Burisma, I mean, you're saying you're blaming them for not bringing it up extemporaneously.
I think when they were asking, like, what went on, and there were certain people on the left and the right that are asking, what was the scenario that happened? Right, when it came to the prosecution, what was going on? I think that it would be a central piece of that to be like, well, Poroshenko was directing that this didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't. Again, we're relying on that.
Well, we'll go to a different line of questioning then. Did you?
Well,
go ahead.
Can I say something? Yeah, sure. So I essentially think that these prosecutors, like Lutsenko and all these, I trust these State Department officials over these Ukrainian officials that are corrupt. And I think that if you look in your heart of hearts, it either is true that the Ant Act is correct, that Shokin and Lutsenko are both corrupt, or it's not, right? And everything related to Poroshenko that you can say that he's taking bribes and that he is not serious about reforming the prosecutor general's office, that isn't point in favor of Shokin.
Sure it is. It is. It's a point in favor of this, right? If it was being controlled, if Shokin was being controlled by Poroshenko, which is what the AC and all of them are saying, then it is purely just a symbolic move to get rid of Shokin, to allow the next guy to come in, to do absolutely nothing, to bury the case into the company that Hunter Biden was on the board of directors of, and to sit there and say, Poroshenko's doing great, he's doing great, and not call for the ouster of Lutsenko for 3 years.
Okay, but again, Shokin was given, the determination, if you believe it. I don't know if you do, actually. So what the State Department officials say is that there was an interagency consensus by November that Shokin had to go.
But there's nothing public that they... Okay, why?
What do you mean, why?
Why did he have to go? What was their rationale?
Their rationale was that Shokin could not be worked with, and he was an absolute hindrance to anti-corruption efforts, and that they did not want to continue funneling money there if he wasn't going to be.
But they knew
Poroshenko
Poroshenko was corrupt, and they were fine funneling money to him and allowing
I don't
him
know
to
if they have,
and allowing him to pick the next prosecutor. Again, this is getting nowhere. It just seems that they would have brought up in 2019. Yeah, we now know Poroshenko was corrupt.
I don't know. I mean,
so when you're talking about trusting the State Department, seems odd.
I mean, so the question then becomes this: who do you trust more, Nuland, Kent, all these people, or Onyshenko? Right?
What did Nuland? Okay, let me ask you this: what did Nuland and Kent say that is mutually exclusive with what Onyshenko said?
Yeah, they have said that he wasn't looking into Burisma.
Well, I don't believe that. How would they know? First off.
I mean, there are Ukrainian experts. There are State Department officials.
Okay,
right?
so what are they doing? Are they going to reach out to people in the prosecutor's office, and they're going to reach out to Poroshenko's people?
They did, yeah. I think that's probably one of the bases of them knowing that, which is that the people that you mentioned, right? Everyone that you mentioned at the start of the interviews that your guys are, they're editing, but they're putting up what purport to be real statements made by those individuals. Those individuals all say that he wasn't investigating Burisma strongly, emphatically.
Who says that? Who says that?
The Aunt Ack, her name starts with a D.
I don't know that that's what I don't know if that's what I think. If you sit down and ask them, could it be that he was investigating but soliciting a bribe? They might say, sure.
They all say that there was. They all say that so Daria Kaluniak, right? That's the person that you had on,
the NAC,
the head of NAC. The deputies Vitaly Kasko and David's whatever. They all say that they had shelved the investigation. Right. That is also consistent with what the New York Times reported, that the prosecutor General's office was soliciting bribes on behalf of Poroshenko or whomever.
Okay, so
right?
let's go to that article.
Just to be clear, that's also consistent with what happened in the previous investigation with the UK, right? Where they had literally admitted to taking a $7 million bribe. This is the prosecutor general's office, prior to Shokin being
get it out.
All right.
None of it matters. There's two plausible scenarios here, and both lead to the same outcomes. Why it would speak to the corruption of Biden. One is that Shokin himself was taking bribes. There's no evidence to suggest ever that he received improper monies or anything like that. Not since then, and it would be something that they would be heavily interested in proving, because he's been going everywhere. He's been going to the EU courts and everyone saying I was fired unjustly. So if this was something that, with all of the Democrats that are on this, with all the media that are on this, they would be out there going, look at how Shokin enriched himself. No one's making that accusation. Lutsenko, they make that. We could see the millions of dollars Lutsenko was getting, but not Shokin. So, but that's scenario one. Shokin himself got a bribe. Scenario two would be Shokin was just investigating, but the dude controlling him was getting a bribe. Right? And in that scenario, that dude, Poroshenko, would be like, go find as much as you can. Now, we don't know. Maybe Shokin knew Poroshenko was getting a bribe. Maybe not. But that New York Times article you cite, what does it say? People familiar say that, one, they were happy that Biden got Shokin fired, Burisma was, because Shokin actually was investigating them to try to solicit a bribe. And second, they were happy with the replacement, Lutsenko, because that they knew that he could work with them to get the investigation done with. That means that what Joe Biden did, issuing the quid pro quo to get rid of Shokin, one, it pleased Burisma and Zlochevsky because it got rid of the guy that was investigating them, even if it was just to hold it over their head to get a bribe. And second, they put in a guy that they knew that they would be able to bribe or they'd be able to deal with to get the investigation scrapped. So that goes in line with, let me finish real quick. So now that we know Devin Archer's testimony, right, that Zlochevsky in December is like, dude, call your dad to deal with this pressure. And Hunter calls his dad. And then there's fire Shokin. Your argument at this point, you were reduced to this argument. It had to be completely accidental. Joe Biden had no idea that the firing of Shokin is exactly what Zlochevsky's team wanted.
Yeah, no, I don't think that they necessarily. So, like, again, Zlochevsky has been what the New York Times source is on that matters. Zlochevsky is a source with knowledge of the information. He before has talked to the press and has been contradictory. Whether Lutsenko is someone who would have knowledge. He has talked to the press before and he has been contradictory. There's a lot. So just to be clear, there's a lot of contradictory statements by people.
No, wait a second. It's funny because you've accused me in the past of taking the word of these corrupt people. You acknowledge both Lutsenko and Zlochevsky's corrupt, and you're like, well, they said they weren't corrupt. So that's my proof that this didn't happen.
All I'm saying is like that in 2019, part of what was happening with these investigations and allegations was a media campaign where, numerous... Hang on one second. Just 1 second, Rob.
It's not looking good for Pisco tonight, is it, folks?
Hey, yo, shut the fuck up. I was right there. So,
I'm allowed to talk if you walk away. Go ahead.
Yeah, part of the 2019 campaign by Julian and others was to do a media storm that Lutsenko and other stakeholders were a part of, and they're talking to Western media sources and Western media sources. I forget which exactly, that are publishing things by folks who claim to have knowledge, are having to retract certain things. So just be aware of that. In terms of what the actual perception was of Burisma and Zlochevsky at the time, I don't say that it's impossible that they perceived Lutsenko to be someone that they could work with and were happy at Lutsenko. I don't say that that's impossible. But again, the United States did not appoint Lutsenko. And the reason for getting rid of Shokin was not the Burisma investigation. Now, some of it's hard, for me, it's difficult. I don't speak fucking Ukrainian, so it's hard for me to get like a lot of these contemporary sources on the other kind of corrupt oligarchs investigations that happened at the time, because as you're aware, when you're doing research, a lot of this shit's in Ukrainian. But the basis of the firing, at least the purported basis of the firing, is much broader than that. And so I don't see the feelings and desires of Zlochevsky as central to what's going on.
Okay, so now the New York Times reporting may be inaccurate because maybe the source lied to them or maybe their source wasn't good, right? But that's still, yeah. Now, although it does appear that exactly what the New York Times is claiming happened is exactly what happened. That it was, regardless of how you slice it, again, and I've said this for weeks now, you were literally just forced to be like, I guess it was just a coincidence that it accidentally happened to help Burisma in exactly the way it would have worked if this scenario outlined, if they wanted Shokin fired and if they liked Lutsenko. It played out exactly the best way. Like Onyshenko said, he says that, he's like, yeah, it's very strange, right? It played out exactly that they're still in 2019 were making huge sums of money. Lutsenko
was corrupt. Lutsenko was corrupt. I'm not saying that and you yourself say that George Kent is disappointed with Burisma and all this stuff, and it's not the case that Lutsenko himself is not being pressured during this period. But I just want to sort of take a step back and let you know what my thoughts are on what you just said, right? So you're saying, it's just a happenstance, it's coincidental, random, so convenient that what Burisma wanted is exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. The other possibility that you would have to drive forward is that this was engineered by Burisma, and it was exactly what Burisma wanted because, assuming that it is what they wanted, because that's what they enacted through their policies and through their overtures to the Obama-Biden administration. And that, to me, lacks plausibility because of the timeline, as we mentioned before. To assume that happened, you have to assume that in November, right, when this obviously the State Department officials are lying about this interagency consensus that Shokin has to go.
They don't have to lie. It's not necessary.
Okay, so like, we're dealing with a scenario in which there is an interagency. So suppose there is an interagency consensus that Shokin needs to go in November.
Good.
You say it's still corrupt, right? At which case, what would it take for me to show you that it wasn't corrupt what Biden was asking for?
Okay, so let's talk about it. Listen, here's some scenarios looking at. One, we say we're operating in the world that this interagency. Do you know what agencies they were, by the way?
Yeah, so the Department of Justice, the FBI had said that they were unwilling to work with the Prosecutor General's office. They were instead choosing to work with the NABU, the State Department, I believe other intelligence services, possibly including the CIA. I believe the Treasury Department, others. Right, the Treasury is in charge of a lot of the foreign.
And where did they get?
control.
Okay, so let's just assume. I'm not even going to get into that. Let's just assume. Okay, it's a bunch of them, right? So they're like, we want Shokin to go. Now we know, right? That came out in November, right? We know November 2nd that we see a letter or an email sent to Hunter Biden by the people at Burisma saying, "Hey, we want you to reach out to sort of high-level officials in the United States and how to deal with officials in the Ukraine, like the Prosecutor General's office. Ultimately, the goal is to get the case shut down, right?" So let's assume that you would say that.
Well, hang on. I think that the point of that is to get protection for Burisma.
Sure.
Because in my world, right, what's happening is probably, the pressure from Ukrainian government is coming from the West, or from, as I mentioned before in our earlier conversations, or from extractions of bribes, which is, by the way, exactly what your sources are. The leak call is saying is that they're extracting bribes and being corrupt against Burisma, to Burisma's expense.
Okay, nonetheless, so Burisma is reaching out. They want Shokin fired because they're extracting bribes. And this interagency department also...
No, I'm sorry. No, I don't think that Burisma wants Shokin fired. I think that what they're looking for is for the West, in their efforts to pressure Ukrainian's president to do whatever, right? They want to have a good face for the West, and so whatever result comes out of Ukraine in that conversation, that they are protected. That's what they want. Shokin or no Shokin, they don't want a prosecutor general to destroy them.
Whatever, right? So then your point's going to be like, well, if they came to this conclusion in November, what good would the call in December be?
Yeah, what good is the call in December?
So let me ask you this: I'm a mafia don. You're the chief of police, right? So it's August. I call you and I say, Pisco, I'll give you a bribe. I want you to end this investigation of me. I want you to talk to the prosecutors and get the investigation. And you say, okay. And you give a press conference the next day and you say, I think robnoerr is a good guy. I think this is all a misunderstanding. Then a month later, the investigation's still occurring against me and the prosecutor's still there. Would I have a reason to call you?
Potentially, yes. But of course, that's not my hypothetical that we're dealing with. In my hypothetical that we're dealing with, Shokin is not investigating Burisma.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? You're saying that. Listen. No. You're not going to squirm out of this, right? Because what you're saying is, you're saying if my theory's correct, and they had this email saying, reach out to people in the United States like your father in November and get these cases done. And so then right after that's when we first see the first call where Biden in a memo or his talking points is like, yeah, Shokin should be ousted. And then why would they call again in December? That's what you keep saying. It makes no sense. Why would it? Well, it clearly makes sense. Because in December, as Devin Archer told us, Zlochevsky still thought he was being pressured. So he said, okay, I understand that Biden put this in a memo, but 5 days from now he's going to be talking to Poroshenko. And Shokin's still there. There hasn't been any traction on it. So, Hunter, I want you to call your dad because he's saying we'll get rid of Shokin. He needs to convince Poroshenko now is the time to get rid of this guy. And this is further buttressed because we can see once then Shokin freezes the assets in February, after that point, Biden in 4 days calls 8 times to Poroshenko to discuss this. So the intensity of the communications, as Shokin's efforts seem to ramp up, Biden's efforts seem to ramp up even more. So can you just acknowledge? Okay, you might not buy that part. I shouldn't have gone there yet. Can you just concede to me that yes, you could understand how, in the scenario I've outlined, it would make sense to call in December?
No, I don't think it does.
So you tell me where I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, because you're understating the amount of action taken in November. Oddly, in November, they've already planned to speak with President Poroshenko.
Did they? Let me ask you this: did they give a quid pro quo to Poroshenko in November?
Okay, so this is the game you play, right, Rob? This is the game you play. What matters? The decision to that they need to remove Shokin and to pressure Shokin, or the decision to use as leverage the loan guarantees. What matters?
Two things. Let me say, I said that I think that the former would be reason to have an investigation. But the latter is certainly more intense and even more reason to have a bigger investigation or a more urgent investigation. However, before you jump in, that's irrelevant to what I'm talking about right now. When I think the step threshold was crossed to when to have an investigation is a completely separate issue than if Shokin, let me finish. If Zlochevsky's sitting there in November, he's like, yes, good. I told Hunter to reach out to his dad. And now his dad is saying in a memo, which, by the way, did anybody see that memo?
The Biden memo you're referencing? I'm not sure.
Right. So then how would he know anyways? How would Zlochevsky know anyways?
You're saying that he does know. I mean, then are they that's what I mean, right? Like, pick one.
If he knows, if Hunter says, "Oh, okay, Dad put it in the memo," he's still going to be saying in December, "Did he talk to Poroshenko yet? Did he get him fired?"
I want to stop right here. So here's what I'm examining, right? Like, if Zlochevsky is aware of the memo in November, after the memo is created, then he had no hand in the creation of the memo. And therefore, the decision to pressure Shokin occurred prior to Zlochevsky's involvement or any kind of supposed pressure towards Joe Biden.
I have no idea what you're saying. I have no idea.
I'll repeat it very slowly. So,
I don't need you to. You're spinning your wheels on a red herring on a
No.
You think this is a big point? It's so dumb. It's just so dumb.
Let's just stay on it then. Let's stay on it, right? So, like, either the decision to pressure for Shokin's removal happened at Burisma, Zlochevsky, Hunter Biden's suggestion, or it didn't, right? The decision to remove, right? Not because now we're even just removing the pressure because you don't even want to talk about the pressure that wasn't an explicit call for removal. So now, that's all I'm focusing on is the pressure that was the removal of Shokin. So either the decision that he needed to go was influenced by Burisma at all, or it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Which one was it?
I'd say it was influenced by Burisma.
Okay, so if it was influenced by Burisma in November, then surely, why would they not have access to the information that Joe Biden, they were planning this trip to talk to Poroshenko to stress that Shokin needs to be removed, right? So surely
you can keep muddling through this, and I could answer in like 30 seconds, and then you'll go back to it like it's some big point. Because there's no proof that he knew that there was going to be a quid pro quo offered in December, right? He could recall it's been a month, even though because what you're saying is he would not only have known that Biden said, yes, I will pressure to get him fired, but he would have known at the exact time, the exact day. Maybe he thought, okay, dude, I know you're coming to Ukraine in December, but you're going to get in the horn now, right? In November, you could get in the horn, right? And call Poroshenko and tell him enough's enough, right? And so in December, when he's like, dude, I'm still feeling the pressure, which you can't get around. If there's no investigations, if he thinks it's all wrapped up, why is he feeling pressure? Right, because the investigations, the investigation. So he has reason to be like, okay, Biden's coming in 5 days. Hunter, I want you to call your dad. And now we have, and just to be clear, I showed you from Biden's advisor that it wasn't his team that came up with the quid pro quo. It was Biden himself.
Yeah. So the decision that it should be 100% conditional and that they should do it, like, who cares, right? Like, the fact that it's conditional isn't the decision that matters. The one that we're scrutinizing.
Sure it is. Let me explain why. Wait. So you keep conflating things. You keep saying your standard for an investigation. That is not what we're talking. That's
I'm not talking about
we're looking at it through Zlochevsky's.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. I do understand. We're looking at it through Zlochevsky's eyes. Didn't you concede over and over and over again the whole time we were watching that video? You kept typing. They had to massively pressure Poroshenko to get him to fire Shokin. Did you say that? Okay, so then the just ask probably wouldn't have been enough. It was the quid pro quo that forced the hand.
No, they were brainstorming how to pressure Poroshenko to fire Shokin. They were talking about which cards to play, which cards not to play. There were discussions, substantive discussions, if you look at the testimony every day about what steps to do to get Poroshenko to be fired. To get Shokin to be fired, right? Or to be removed in some capacity.
I mean, you're just muttering.
No, I'm not. You're not muttering. What am I doing?
If they would have just went to the, I'll just ask you quite clearly, right? If Biden would have just went and said, "Hey, we don't like Shokin, will you get rid of him?" Do you think Poroshenko would have said, "Okay"?
Of course not.
So then let me be clear. So then, despite the fact that Biden said we think we should push for the firing of Shokin, right, in November, and Zlochevsky would have been aware of that, Zlochevsky wasn't confident that would be enough to get Shokin fired.
I don't know that.
Oh, well then, last point, then you could ramble on with your nonsense and I'll have to listen. So then the idea that there would have been no reason to call to add input to what should be said is abject nonsense.
No, I mean, like, what you're suggesting is that Zlochevsky wanted to offer a manner in which the pressure should be applied, and the manner that he's offering are these loan guarantees. And he's suggesting to Biden, who's already decided to pressure Shokin and to pressure Poroshenko to fire Shokin and get rid of Shokin, he wants to give advice on exactly which security guarantees and what kind of leverage the United States should use to get rid of him. That to me sounds preposterous. What's
preposterous about that?
Hang on, I'm about to explain. What's going on is the United States government is assessing internally how to pressure Poroshenko. Of course, they're not just going to fucking ask him. They're going to apply pressure, and the pressure, by the way, with the loan guarantees doesn't immediately work. That those loan guarantees don't. That's not enough. The IMF has to come in February. More pressure needs to be applied. It is an ongoing process of multiple agencies talking about how to pressure Poroshenko. And so for you to suggest that, no, the likely thing that is what occurred, and by the way, that was on the table. They were aware of what the loan guarantee.
You have an ability to mutter through and say nothing while talking.
Wait, what have I said that's nothing?
Now, I'll listen. You can go for... You're trying to argue the point that there's no reason if this dude gets a hold of Biden in November and says, Biden, can you get this dude fired? And Biden says, sure. And then in December, the dude's not fired and he knows Biden's about to talk to the guy that could fire him. He would have no reason at all to call. You're literally making the argument. You're trying to reverse it. You're trying to be like, that's bullshit.
There's no reason to call.
That's bullshit.
Why? To remind him?
Because the pressure was still ongoing. The pressure was still ongoing. That's why.
No. Listen,
yes. The pressure was. I understand. I can make your argument. I can make your argument without your muttering much faster than you. Ready? Your argument is this. Well, Zlochevsky would have known in November that Biden was going to get the job done, and it would be done exactly in December. He knew that was going to happen when he came, so he had no reason to ever reach out to Biden again. He knew it was a done deal. That was it. Bullshit.
He knew that Biden, according to you, he knew that Biden was going to go pressure Poroshenko in person in Ukraine.
I don't know that he knew that. I didn't say that.
Well, what does he know then?
What all we know is that there was a memo that was put out that said we should push for the firing of Shokin. That's it. That's what he knows. He also knows in December that hasn't occurred.
Okay, so is he aware of the incoming meeting with Biden and Poroshenko in person or not?
Probably when he's talking to Hunter Biden 5 days before it occurs.
You're going to say,
right. So when Hunter tells him and he says, call your dad. Yep. I'm assuming he knew then.
Okay. So this, according to you, this is what probably happened. What probably happened is he's aware that there's a decision by Biden and the State Department to pressure Poroshenko to fire Shokin. And he knows that there's a meeting in December in a short amount of time for Biden to go meet with Poroshenko.
You literally have 30 more seconds on this, and I'm just going to let you go because you're running out the clock on this stupid point. It's literally done. You got 30 seconds to summarize your point, and then I'll just because this is what happens. There's so much to talk about that shows this corruption, and you're running out the clock like this is some big gotcha. It's not. You're literally trying to make. He could have literally just said, "Call your dad," because I just want reassurance. You're making an argument of dispositive proof, and it's not even close to meeting that mark. It's not even. You're literally saying the reason that you know that the reason that we have to forgo all of the evidence of what happened is because it would literally be impossible. It would be impossible that if they contacted Biden in November, that they would also contact him in December after that pressure hadn't been successful. It's so dumb. It is so dumb.
Rob, just relax. I'm not going to belabor the point. I'll just tell you.
We've been on it for 30 minutes. Belabor the point?
No. We've been on it for 10 minutes. we've been on for 10 minutes. We were talking about Poroshenko before, so just stop. So I'm not going to belabor the point. My point is not that it's impossible that someone could call, the guy could be schizo. The guy, there could be some reason. I just don't think it's a plausible reason. I don't think it's plausible for him to then hire this, white shoe consultancy firm in Washington, D.C. and be organizing all these meetings through official channels in the State Department if he can just pick up the phone and call Joe Biden. I think the more likely plausible explanation for all of this is the pressure that he's feeling. The reason why he's calling Hunter Biden is he knows Joe Biden is going to go to pressure Poroshenko in a few days. And he's worried about that. And he knows that this is all still up in the air into February. And when the quote unquote pressure to Joe Biden isn't working and when Hunter Biden is not panning out, yes, it makes total sense to continue to engage and pay Blue Star strategies and go through official channels because they're not getting the results they want. That, to me, makes much more sense than, all of these are just reminding them of things that they're already planning to do. That, to me, doesn't make sense.
Did the pressure stop?
The pressure from the United States?
Yes.
Against Shokin? It stopped when Shokin was fired.
No, against Burisma and Zlochevsky.
Again, so the pressure against Zlochevsky and Burisma, in a way, the resolution with Lutsenko canceled a lot of the pressure for sure.
So they got what they wanted.
But it wasn't because of what they did.
No, just to be clear, they felt that there was pressure. They felt that Biden was pressuring Ukraine. So just to be clear, so everyone could hear, this is all hinging on when Shokin or when Zlochevsky says I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, really what he meant to say was I'm under pressure from the West that is then going to pressure Ukraine. That's what he meant, right? So we already have to take that leap of faith. And then we say, okay, fine. There was pressure from the West. And he said, Hunter, can you call your dad to deal with it? Hunter did call his dad. And then his dad said, fire Shokin. And then magically, the pressure against Burisma stopped.
Again, the pressure against Burisma and Zlochevsky is not the reason for the administration's policy position, which predates that phone call, as you noted, right? How do you explain that? How do you explain that the policy position predates this phone call? Other than to say, the only thing you have to say is, well, either Zlochevsky wanted to remind him because it wasn't happening fast enough, even though he probably had an awareness that there was a very, very, very important conversation that was about to happen, and so all you had to do was fucking wait. Or to remind Biden or to give him some pointers on like what levers to pull, as though he had perfect information of the kind of levers that the State Department has. The much better explanation, the more plausible explanation is he is worried. He's worried about what? He's worried about the pressure that the West is going to impose on President Poroshenko and how that relates to
you just literally go ahead, repeat your talking points, and then I'll answer again succinctly, and then you'll go back to repeating the same talking point. Go ahead.
It's not talking points.
Go ahead.
So that what they're worried about. He's about to be in a room with someone that they're admittedly bribing, right? And the better explanation is Shokin and Poroshenko are aligned. They are aligned, and they are extracting bribes from Burisma, and they're all
right.
corrupt.
That's okay. So let me answer. So I know this that you, as always, belabor the point to try to get that I would ignore the most important thing. So we'll go back to it. They were being pressured. You said, right? You say no. The pressure wasn't directed towards them. Well, Zlochevsky felt he was being pressured, so he said, "Hunter, call your dad," and Hunter called his dad, and then Hunter's dad fired Shokin, and then the pressure stopped against Burisma. Yes or no?
The pressure from the West was lessened against Burisma, yeah.
Right.
Because
so then he got exactly what he wanted from Hunter. Now my scenario is Listen. My scenario is this: they wanted Shokin gone. That's what everything makes sense that it backs up. We could talk the litany of reasons why that scenario makes more sense, right? They wanted Shokin gone, right? For what Onyshenko said, for what a bunch of other people said. They wanted Shokin gone. So if they wanted Shokin gone, and they were sending Hunter out there saying, look, talk to your dad, talk to these people, including an email that we see in November, though Hunter was probably talking to people before that as well, saying, hey, get rid of Shokin. Then it didn't happen come December, so he said, call your dad. I'm under pressure from this to deal with it. Then he calls his dad fires Shokin, next guy comes in, drops the case, no one in the U.S. ever speaks up again, no one in the West ever speaks up again. That's my scenario. That's what makes sense, right? The other scenario is, no, when Lutsenko, or when Shokin Jesus Christ. When Zlochevsky says, I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, he doesn't mean Ukrainian government investigations. He means pressure from the West. And I'm like, okay, pressure from, let's accept that, as nonsensical as it is. So he's under pressure from the West. He says, call
Ukraine, and also.
I noticed you cut me off as I was getting to the point there. So when he says pressure from the West, he really means the West pressuring Ukraine and people in Ukraine. That's what he means, right?
And so Ukrainian bribe extractions, yeah.
Okay, and so Hunter calls his dad, and it just so happens after Hunter calls his dad and his dad comes to Ukraine and gets Poroshenko, or gets Shokin fired, that pressure stops.
Yeah, Lutsenko's corrupt. What do you want me to say?
No. So he got it. So it's just a coincidence.
What do you mean it's just a coincidence?
So he said, Hunter, call your dad, get this pressure released off me. So Hunter calls his dad goes and gets Shokin fired, and then the pressure is released.
Yeah, I don't think that Hunter Biden had any effect.
So it's just coincidence. That's your
argument. What do you mean it's just...
Let me repeat it again. You've acknowledged that it happened. The question is, did it happen because of Hunter Biden, or was it a coincidence? It's one or the other.
It's not coincidence. It's corruption of Lutsenko, not corruption of the Bidens.
So then it's coincidental, right? That it just so happened that they said, call your dad, relieve the pressure. Hunter calls his dad and says, hey, how about that peach cobbler? Or dad relieves the pressure, and dad says, no, I'm not going to do it. One of those scenarios. Hunter never
actually... You have no idea what that conversation is about.
That's what I'm just saying. Yeah. So Hunter says something. We don't know what it is. Joe Biden then gets on a plane, forces the fire to the prosecutor, and coincidentally, the pressure stops.
Does what he was planning to do anyway. Does what he was planning to do.
Coincidentally, the pressure stops.
No, does what he was planning to do since November.
Again, I notice that you're being duplicitous here. You can't have it both ways. There's only two options. Either one, that Hunter's interactions were instrumental in getting this to happen.
Yeah, they weren't
instrumental. Or second, it happened and it was a total coincidence. It didn't have to do with Hunter.
No, but when you say, the reason why I'm not accepting your framing is when you say coincidence, you're saying like it's just luck or chance that all this happened. The factors that play into why Burisma wasn't investigated heavily by Lutsenko are not coincidental in the sense that they have a causal relationship with things and people who have incentives. But I am saying that the Hunter-related activities had nothing to do with that result. Yes, I am saying that.
So you're saying it's coincidental is what you're saying?
It's coincidental in the realm of Hunter Biden's activities. Yes.
Okay, it's coincidental. I think that's, and I did tell, that's real. I did tell people months ago that's what you would end up defaulting to. So thank you for that. Anyone who testifies you don't like is a liar, and it's all a coincidence. I said that'll be Pisco's two arguments. Here we are.
Well, listen. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that Burisma wasn't further, or I should say Zlochevsky wasn't, further hammered by Lutsenko. It was corruption, as is outlined by numerous people, including State Department officials and anti-corruption people in Ukraine. That's not a coincidence. It's Lutsenko was corrupt.
It's coincidence. What you're saying, let me ask you this. Is Biden instrumental in getting Lutsenko put in there?
No.
Did Biden know? Let me finish. Just answer yes or no, please. Just answer yes or no. Just answer yes or no, please. No, I refuse to listen. Just answer yes or no, please. Just answer no. Because you're literally arguing semantics. You're arguing semantics in a stupid way, and it's becoming frustrating to me, right?
What semantics? What am I arguing semantics?
Because you're saying, well, technically it's a coincidence, but not a coincidence in the way you're saying.
No, I'm saying... What I'm saying is the option isn't coincidence or...
Okay, so then let me go with my line of questioning so I can show you that it is. Let me go with my line of questioning so I can show you it is. Did Joe Biden... You're saying Lutsenko's the reason that it wasn't prosecuted because he's corrupt, right? Did Biden know that Lutsenko would be appointed?
No.
Did Biden know once Lutsenko was appointed that he would be corrupt and end this?
No.
So then it was just a coincidence that Joe Biden said fire Shokin, and things happened that led to working out exactly for Burisma.
What do you mean coincidence?
I mean that it was... Do you want me to define the word coincidence? Is that what you want me to do? No. I could do it. If you want me to get a dictionary definition. Coincidence is in... He did something that had no control with the intentionality of something happened, but it ended up getting the exact result that the group wanted through no intentionality of the person that we're referencing. It was a coincidence on the part of... coincidence on the part of Joe Biden. Joe Biden accidentally took an action that directly benefited Burisma.
Oh, I don't know that it benefited Burisma.
Was the case dropped?
I do think that with respect to Biden's actions, it is a coincidence that Lutsenko.
And it did. And just real quick. You you don't think because that's what I said. You would say now. Just real quick. You say now you're trying to say you don't know that Shokin getting out and Lutsenko getting in, if that benefited Burisma. You don't know that.
Well, in the global scheme of it, I'm not sure, because the causal pathway is that now Zlochevsky is still on the run, and that ultimately there was a lot more scrutiny on him. So if you want to run this down, then run it down to ground past your time horizon of 2017, 2018. So that's what I'm saying.
So now your argument is that actually
you're arbitrarily stopping at 2019.
All right, so here we go. So now here's Pisco's argument. So yes, it did benefit to the point where the case was closed in 2016, that Burisma was then able, or Zlochevsky was able to come back to the country with a slap on the wrist, make money hand over fist for 3 years. But then when a new president comes in and there's international spotlight put on this and there ends up being an investigation, actually that shows that it wasn't beneficial to Burisma.
Well, it depends on your time horizon and what causality you're... Wait. It depends on your time horizon, what causality you're ascribing to what. So if you're saying it was better in the long run, then I don't know. I guess you have to do analysis of the stuff that happened afterwards. And so I'm not sure. Maybe the arrangement would have been better for them in the long run if Poroshenko had won re-election. People like Shokin remained in power. And so I'm not so sure that in the long run it benefited them. And that's all I'm saying. But if your time horizon is 2016, 2017, 2018, I don't think that Lutsenko was serious about prosecuting.
I mean, Pisco, the bad faith is just, it's so ridiculous. What is bad faith? I mean, it would be easy. So that just to be clear here then, right? We can't talk about any corruption ever benefiting anyone. Like, for example, we can't talk about...
No, of course corruption.
No, listen, we couldn't say this corruption benefited Trump. Because 5 years from now... No, let me finish. 5 years from now, we don't know. Right? It's like the old, be careful what you wish for. You're like, hey, I won the lottery. Oh, actually, what you don't know, Rob, is when you win the lottery, 4 years from now, you'll buy a Lamborghini and then get in a wreck. So actually winning the lottery was bad for you, right? That's stupid.
That's why I said your time horizon matters. Hang on. That's why I said your time horizon matters, and you should specify what you're talking about. Wait. No, it's stupid.
It's stupid. I'm not entertaining. It's stupid.
Rob. I'm actually going to use your hypothetical. Rob, I'm going to use your hypothetical and demonstrate how stupid you just sound. So I'm going to.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead.
You said you're very brave, right? Okay. So you just said. It's like people, you can't analyze whether benefit or cost because you're always going to say something could happen down the line. If someone wins the lottery and then 3 years after they win the lottery, someone murders them for their money, would you say winning the lottery was good for them or bad for them?
You could say at the end of the day it was.
Yeah, so you specify your time horizon.
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the same thing.
Specify your time horizon.
We're not. No, we're not talking about. It's not the same thing, right? You would say in the moment that winning the lottery is good. If someone rigs the lottery for you to win and you win it, that was to benefit you. That was beneficial to you. If that leads to you being harmed 4 years down the road, you wouldn't say, well, see, you're trying to make a point. What you're trying to do is deflect from the fact that it clearly, again, what you're trying to do, I'll say this then, right? Well, actually, it might lead that Trump was trying, we shouldn't have impeached Trump, and here's why. Because actually, him doing an alleged quid pro quo to investigate Biden may have made Biden become more religious, which would have meant he got into heaven. So actually, Trump should be given an award. He was actually potentially benefiting his opponent.
Are you serious?
Yes, Rob, I am serious, because what you're trying to do by bringing this up is saying, well, yes, it clearly benefited him at the time, and Lutsenko was corrupt and was letting him off the hook. But maybe it was a bad thing. It's fucking stupid. It's stupid.
Rob, you're saying, I agree with what you're saying, which is that if the benefit is so attenuated or so there's a lack of proximity to what you're talking about or so falsifiable, then it would be silly to do that because you can never assess anything. I am not doing that. My thought process has to do with Lutsenko directly being the person who restarted the investigation close in time, a few years after, and so I'm not so sure, and then restarting investigations like a year or so after, I'm not so sure that it was beneficial in the long run in the 5-year window that we're looking at. Yeah. So you compare
Lutsenko getting bribes to end it. Lutsenko getting bribes to end. Right? It's stupid. I'm not even going to entertain. Anyone can see what you're doing. It's stupid. You're trying to act like it's not a big deal. Joe Biden's actions directly led to the case and the pressure against Burisma being dropped.
Wait, I mean. You say that, right?
What do you mean I say? You can't deny it. That happened.
Hang on. you say that Joe Biden directly led to the pressure against Burisma, stopping.
Correct.
In the term of the causal pathway, Joe Biden was, among other State Department officials and the U.S. government in general, was instrumental in the firing of Viktor Shokin. And so I guess in a causal sense, he's responsible for Lutsenko, and Lutsenko is causally responsible for the slap on the wrist in 2017, whatever. So I guess in the causal pathway of things, you're correct. But
That's a lot of words to say. You're right.
No, hang on. It's not a lot of, no, hang on. It's not a lot of words. I'm being specific. And if you can either follow it or you can't, Rob. And if
I can't follow it. I'm right. That's what you're trying to say.
If you can follow it, just follow it and just shut up and stop crying every time I'm saying more than 2 words. So yes, in terms of the direct causal pathway, you can say it. But we're examining the culpability of an actor, and we don't assess culpability based on just the causal pathway. We look at people's intent and what they're doing proximately. Just like I think that you don't ascribe Donald Trump any culpability for what occurred on January 6th, the violence that occurred on January 6th, right? Because you don't think that even though he's in the causal pathway of the people showing up there and the violence happening, you don't ascribe culpability to him because you don't think that he had any intention or any sort of directed action to cause that violence. And so it's a similar thing here. Just because that there's in the causal pathway, it ends up that you have another corrupt prosecutor. Yeah, Joe Biden's not responsible for that shit.
So what was that, 3 minutes to say, yes, you're right? Great, yes. What I said was that Joe Biden is directly responsible for, you could say, well, it wasn't intentional. That's why I said it was either intentional or it was a coincidence. That's it. That's all I was doing. And you had to, him and Han, we had to go 15 minutes. 15 minutes when yes. And I said, please, why do you have to interrupt? I thought you were brave. What I said months ago, when we first started talking about this in the most recent time, I said, at the end of the day, Pisco will be forced resort to these 2 arguments. 1, all of the people that are saying things that I don't like are liars. So witnesses that testify and things like that, they're liars, or that we can't trust them. We can't trust the New York Times source. We can't trust Onyshenko. We can't trust any of these people, the witnesses that I presented. We can't trust Shokin. Can't trust any of those people, right? And yes, things played out exactly in the way to benefit Burisma, but it was just a coincidence.
I can play your shell game if you want. You know what the shell game is?
Go ahead.
So I can say, Rob ultimately will have to ground out to everyone who he disagrees with is a liar, and everything that goes against him is a coincidence. Same thing. He has to say that Joe Biden is lying. He has to say that all the State Department officials are lying. I mean, you have to believe that Nuland and Kent are lying, correct?
Why would I have to believe, for example, Kent is lying?
So you
I already went through a whole thing why that wouldn't necessarily be the case. You must have missed it.
Would have to believe that Kent is lying about who decided that and what the basis was for deciding that Shokin had to go. He does not say that Hunter Biden was at all responsible for the determinations with respect to Burisma were at all responsible for the determination. Kent and Nuland both say that this was State Department officials, career officials, all working together and coming up to that conclusion, and they were onboarding Vice President Biden to join their determination. And so you must think that at a minimum they're lying about that, about the order of operations and how this was determined.
Let me explain how that wouldn't have to be. You ready? Okay. Do you think, let's say that hypothetically, Shokin is investigating Burisma, but only to get a bribe. Okay, following it?
What do you mean investigating? Only get a bribe?
I mean, he's investigating Burisma and Zlochevsky because at the end of the day, he's going to say, hey, here we go. I got this case against you. I'm going to charge you. Let's you pony up.
Open just for a bribe. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. I don't know why I had to explain that. You knew what I was talking about, but okay.
No, because when you say investigating, it sounds like he's doing something.
So we get that. Now, and so all that the State Department and all these agencies see is Shokin's not pulling the trigger. He's not bringing this guy down. He's not doing anything official, right?
No, because you're once again you're overstating the importance of the Zlochevsky case, and that wasn't what was the overriding concern of the State Department. And so once again, you're failing to grasp that this entire
let's say that's true. So they see for some reason with unlike Urema before him that wasn't bringing anyone down, and unlike Lutsenko that went for 3 years and they never put pressure on, in 5 months they've decided, oh well, Shokin hasn't got results as quick as we like. Other guy was there for a long time. The guy after him will be there for a long time. But this one time, the guy hasn't got results in 5 months. So we've decided it's time for him to go. Now simultaneously, one of the reasons.
Oh, just like a coincidence. It's a coincidence that it happened at the same time.
It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with coincidence. Right? Simultaneously means something happened at the same time. Do you think the word? Do you think the word simultaneously? Do you think the word simultaneously means coincidence? It means happening at the same time.
Well, I just want to know if it's a coincidence or not that Joe Biden came to the same conclusion as something else.
It's not. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about a coincidence, right? What I'm talking about is then. Right, they come to this conclusion. Shokin needs to go. Little do they know that that's exactly what Burisma wants, and little do they know when Burisma
coincidentally, right?
Little do they know. Little do they know when they're talking. Little do they know when they're talking to. Little do they know when they're talking to Hunter Biden, saying "call your dad and relieve pressure." That's exactly Biden takes it and goes, "Good, that works out for me anyways," because the State Department said to get rid of.
Coincidentally,
what you're talking about. Let me explain what the difference is. What you're talking about is we can see the reality on the ground and what happened. And what you're saying happened is, right, that Joe Biden took an action that directly benefited Burisma, that it worked out exactly in their favor. And what I'm saying is that is beggar's belief that it worked out that way. That the more likely scenario is, as the New York Times testified that sources showed that they wanted him out, as Onyshenko testified, as a bunch of other people talked about, that the fact that they wanted Shokin out because he was investigating, once he got out, the new guy comes in, the investigations drop, and all of the people that talked previously about the importance of going after corrupt prosecutors that weren't bringing down, they not only were okay and didn't speak up that one of the cases that they talked about all the time in Burisma was left off the hook, but they also didn't say anything for 3 years as they sit there and watch this prosecutor be corrupt.
They did say stuff.
What did they say? Show me what they said.
So they talked to the Lutsenko. They pressured Lutsenko to keep doing stuff. That's one of the reasons why Lutsenko was mad at Ivanovich. We're already, by the way, nice dodge. We were doing the whole coincidence liar bit, and you managed to, squirt away from that. And that's exactly what I'm accusing you of, which is any shell game that you play with me saying coincidence liar, I can do it in the opposite direction. In fact,
there is no. I don't need a coincidence. So this is what, right? I'm saying under your scenario, here's how things could have played out. My scenario, it's not coincidental at all. Everything lines up perfectly.
No, wait. It is a coincidence that the State Department came to a legitimate conclusion at the same time that Joe Biden wanted this conclusion for corrupt purposes. So
in your scenario, why don't you answer
the fucking question?
Yes, in your scenario, that would be a coincidence. That's not my scenario.
Wait, so just to be clear, in your scenario where the Kent and others are not lying, they have come to a legitimate conclusion that Shokin is corrupt and needs to go, and at the same time, Hunter or Joe Biden has decided that Shokin needs to go to protect Burisma and his son, and you're saying that is not a coincidence.
Right. I'm saying that in that scenario, I'm saying in what I'm
You're saying that's not a coincidence?
I'm saying in what I'm talking about, it doesn't have to be a coincidence that they came to that conclusion, because it could just be that they're full of shit.
So they're lying?
It could be.
Okay, so they're lying or it's a coincidence. So everything you're doing is lying or coincidence.
But my coincidence... Okay, I'll say this. I'll say this. My coincidence is like so small in pittance compared to yours.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Your coincidence is literally the one action that could have been taken to benefit Burisma, that Biden actually was interested in ousting corruption, that the State Department was actually interested in ousting corruption, and and that one thing that they did in the attempt to oust corruption is actually the one thing that allowed the corruption of Burisma to continue.
No, the corruption continued. There was corruption. There continued to be corruption.
But
they tried.
No, they didn't try. Then they would have spoken. Then they would have spoke up when they saw the corruption continuing.
They did. They had internal conversations. They had hope at first, and then they came to a conclusion, as you read in the testimony, that by the end of 2017, that this guy was corrupt and they couldn't work with him anymore.
So then, why in 20? That's nonsensical, right? And first off, I already showed you proof that people in Ukraine, like the Anti-Corruption Action Center, that had been working, that was part of what was being relied on. Right, that was May of 2017. May of 2017.
Who cares? I mean, there's a timeline between these things, Rob, and also the misgivings and the problems. Just because you have problems starting, it's gradual, and so the decision that he's like beyond, being of assistance by the end of 2017 doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't misgivings in early 2017. In fact, a lot of those misgivings are cited in the testimonies. And so if you want, I can direct you to them, but it isn't the case that there's anything consistent with Ant Act, who hates, and the NABU, who hate Lutsenko, saying contemporaneously that he's doing nothing because they fucking despise him. And with the
So they knew he was doing nothing in May. They knew he was doing nothing in May of 2017. Your argument is, but the State Department didn't come up to those realizations until like November or December of 2017, right? That's your argument.
They didn't come to the conclusion that he was beyond helping or beyond being useful or working with them until late 2017. That's the testimony of our State Department officials.
Right. Well, I can tell you why that testimony doesn't make sense. Because if they came to the conclusion in 4 months under Shokin that he wasn't cooperating enough for them, but it took them since 2000, so that would be a year and a half.
Different people, different prosecutor generals.
Right. That's it. A year and a half. And then here, let's go with Pisco's theory further. And then, so now they realize at the end of 2017. So now's their chance. Now they can speak up. It's like, okay, why don't you contact Poroshenko and say, look, we now realize that Lutsenko's worthless. And your argument is, you ready for this, everyone? Your argument is they couldn't do that because there was an election in 2019.
Well, there are multiple reasons. All cited. I don't know why you're saying this. There are multiple reasons. All cited.
Okay, go ahead. You gave 4 reasons. Go for it. Go ahead. What are the 4 reasons?
Yeah,
go ahead.
There are multiple reasons.
We'll go through them.
All cited. Yeah. Well, I don't know why you keep doing the little thing that Food Shops is doing to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know I do that to you sometimes. So it happens. So there are multiple reasons that Ambassador Yanovich and others have cited. Number 1 was what we just discussed about their thought pattern that he was never at the same level as Shokin. That's different. That's a different conclusion than other people, correct? That's a different conclusion than some of the anti-corruption people. But certainly at the beginning, there seemed to be a genuine belief, and I have no reason to doubt the belief from the State Department that this guy was someone they could work with.
Okay, that's point 1. Wait. Are we going to do this one point at a time?
I'm just summarizing. Then after that, when the determination happens in 2017, they start cutting funding to the Prosecutor General's office. That's sort of outlined in the testimony. They stop working on programs at the Prosecutor General's office. They're only focusing on the NABU. And so it is the case
so
that
instead of going one at a time, we're just rambling on. Got it. We could have done this one at a time. But go ahead and ramble on to all your points, and then I'll ramble on to refute them all. Go ahead.
Okay, how would you like me to proceed?
Well, I thought you outlined 4 points before, and that's what you were going to do.
Yeah, I was going through all of them.
Right. So we were going to do one at a time. Go. So to answer your questions, one, the idea that they didn't think he was corrupt as Shokin, even if I buy that argument, which I don't, but even if I do buy that argument, by 2017 they knew.
Yeah, so
that argument can be dispensed. Number 2?
Hey, that argument explains why nothing in the intervening years of the Obama administration, right? That argument is there for people like you who are like, immediately if there was nothing, why didn't Obama do something in 2016? That's what that argument's there for, right?
Why didn't it? Same people, George Kent, Yovanovitch, all those people still there. They're not pressuring.
So by the end of 2017, when a similar determination was made, I just mentioned to you that the United States actually did stop liaisoning with and funding a lot of the programs at the Prosecutor General's office, and so there was efforts, right, directed towards Lutsenko and the PGO. That did happen, according to the testimony.
Stopping sending as much money to the PGO is different than demanding he be fired. Next.
It is different. No, it is different.
Next.
Of course. Yeah. But of course, the kind of leverage that the government had at the time, right? You do not have the same kind of high-level desire on the part of the chief executive of the country, namely the president, to combat corruption in Ukraine. You just don't. They're too busy with the fucking drug deals that they want to cook up.
Is that the third point? Can I respond to that point real quick? All right.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, that point. So what?
I didn't elaborate it. I didn't elaborate it. So do you want me to elaborate that point?
Sure, why not? You're great at elaborating. Go ahead. Yeah, here we go. So 7 minutes. Here we go.
After Maidan, there was economic crisis in Ukraine, as you're well aware, and the kind of structural loans and funding that was being offered to Ukraine at the time was substantial, and it was a moment in time where there was a significant amount of leverage for the United States. And the State Department officials that we've all cited throughout all this time all unanimously agreed there was much less leverage in 2017.
Okay, leverage is irrelevant to whether or not they should have asked Poroshenko to fire. Leverage would just mean whether or not Poroshenko would agree with the request. They didn't even issue the request. Next.
What do you mean? Well, why would you issue a request if you didn't think you could effectuate it?
You would ask. So your argument is that unless they had
to be worthless,
you would never ask a carrot. You would never ask a favor.
No, I mean
they just knew. They knew. Like they knew.
It was a monumental effort to get rid of.
So
Shokin.
what?
That's
They could have
our
still.
State Department
I just want to be
That's
clear.
what
I
they
just
say.
want to be clear that your argument here is, unless they had leverage that they absolutely knew would work, they would have never asked for the firing of Shokin.
No, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I don't know that. That's a kind of factual.
Because that's stupid.
Because
It's stupid because you know that's stupid.
Right.
Right. Because that would be stupid, right? Because the idea, if they thought this guy was corrupt and they had to work with Poroshenko, they could have at least went to Poroshenko and said, "Listen, we think this guy's not doing a good job. Can you remove him?" And you're like, well, they couldn't do that because they didn't have leverage. They could still ask. And secondly, they did have leverage. They did have leverage.
Well, so you disagree with the State Department officials that they had less leverage?
Well, they may have had less leverage, but they had leverage.
Not the same amount. Not
So
the
what?
leverage they had.
So what? One, the leverage would I already articulated the first argument that the leverage wouldn't prevent the ask. It would just mean the chance that the ask would be accepted would be lowered. And second, less leverage doesn't mean that, then you don't even try. They would still have leverage to say, we still cooperate with you. We're still basically financing you, like as a government. They're still, by the way, they're still sending money to Ukraine. They're just done sending it to Lutsenko's office. They're like cooperating with the NABU. They're cooperating with other facets of Ukraine. So they could have said, yeah, we're going to stop doing that as well. Stop doing that stuff. And in the future, if you need help, we're not going to work with you anymore. We're not going to. That's leverage.
They didn't think it was worth the effort, given the fact that they didn't have that leverage, and given the fact that the elections were coming up close in time, in a year and change.
There's the fourth. So we had parliamentary elections that were coming up in July.
Not the same, you know it.
What's that?
Not the same, you know
right,
it.
Right. So less leverage means if there's 1% less leverage, then there's no sense even asking. Elections coming up a year, and let me ask you this: if the elections were,
how about the election of the guy who appoints the prosecutor?
Let me ask you this: if the election was 18 months away, is that imminent elections?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like
give me 18's imminent, right?
I'm telling you what the State Department considers to be imminent.
You're right, and it's nonsensical. It's nonsensical to say over a year from now there will be an election, so we can't even ask to deal with corruption. That is nonsensical.
Here's a question, Rob. If let's see if you agree with this. If in 6 months there's going to be a new election, and it would take, you think this prosecutor general is corrupt, do you go through all the effort to try to remove him prior to that election?
Yes.
If it's tomorrow,
yes.
I wouldn't say tomorrow. Okay, I mean that's just not how I think career State Department diplomats are thinking.
Let me ask you this. Let's take another example then. So when Obama is expelling diplomats because of the Russian hack, right? Yeah. And elections are coming up. Do you think he shouldn't have done that because elections are coming up?
That was after.
What's that?
Wasn't that after?
Oh, you're right. So that's even worse. So they knew it was going to be changed. So why do it? That's not how career diplomats. They knew that the new guy would come in and just do whatever the fuck he wanted. So why even bother to expel people for a month or so?
Well, that kind of decision is sticky in the sense that, to undo those kinds of expelling and the sanctions that we're talking about with Obama, that's a sticky action that's going to, cost some political credit for the opponent to undo. Not exactly the same when there's a new administration, turnovers, generally expected. I don't know why you're me.
It's because it's not. Pisco, this is a terrible argument, and this is further to why I question like the shit that's being testified. It's a terrible argument because your argument is that our country can't deal with corruption in prosecutors' offices in other countries if there's an election 14 months out.
No, I'm not.
That's nonsensical.
I'm not saying that they cannot. I'm not saying that they're barred from doing so. I'm saying that in their estimation, it's a big effort to get this done. They don't want to have a token gesture. They probably have to get it approved by Trump and have high-level engagement on this issue. And they certainly do not have the same high-level engagement. That's their testimony, not mine. That's them saying that, not mine. That's the career people, not me. And so, it's a lot of effort for what? For an election that might get rid of him anyway, which it did.
It's just stupid. It's stupid. I get a couple more questions and we'll get out of here. If it's true that Shokin didn't have an investigation into Burisma, right, and that there was no serious
an active genuine investigation.
Okay, right. Why is it then in January 2016 Zlochevsky sending Onyshenko to offer $50 million to end the investigation into him?
He wants to pressure Poroshenko as well. He's going through all these stops to try to prevent any prosecution of his company, whether on legitimate or illegitimate grounds. That is evidence bolstering my theory. The fact that he's reaching out to Americans, the fact that he's reaching out to Poroshenko, he's taking the opposite position of the Americans in the negotiation. He wants to less pressure on him, and he's going to Poroshenko for it. Why go to Poroshenko if you're already going to the Americans? If Poroshenko's on the take, why are you going to Poroshenko?
If your argument is the pressure's coming from the West, why would he go to Poroshenko?
He's going to because Poroshenko is ultimately the decision maker in terms of the or at least one of the major stakeholders and decision makers in terms of what is going to become of this pressure campaign from the West. It makes total sense for Zlochevsky to reach out to and offer bribes and stuff to Poroshenko while Poroshenko is in the middle of these negotiations with the Americans in opposition to the Americans, right? I mean, this is driving a wedge between the Americans and Zlochevsky.
Do you think? Let me ask you. I understand your name ramblings. I get it. You're saying that. Let me ask you this: do you think that Poroshenko let Onyshenko?
Wait. Let's not go back. I don't want to get past that. Well,
no, I get it. It's frustrating to follow you because you just ramble on and say nothing.
It's not a ramble. What did I say? That's a ramble. What do you say that?
Because you want me to do a Pisco impression? Here, I'll go. Because it would make sense. It would make sense. It would make sense if, like, you were being investigated you would reach out to Ukraine and you'd reach out to the United States. So it totally makes sense for my theory because you're reaching out to these people to make sure that the investigations into you aren't occurring and the pressure, and he's doing the opposite of what the United States, he's doing the opposite. He wants the opposite of what the United States want. He wants the opposite of them is what he wants.
America is pressuring Poroshenko. All right? Poroshenko has some amount of control over who the prosecutor general is. None of that is a ramble. That's all direct and succinct. America is pressuring Poroshenko. Zlochevsky is trying to get to Poroshenko and say, give us protection. I'm going to bribe you. Why bribe him? I mean, what's the need to bribe Poroshenko if this is not the dynamic?
The need to bribe is because he feels the pressure because they're literally investigating him now. He's not offering $50 million after he's been paying $1 million a month. He's not offering $50 million because Joe Biden's saying fire Victor Shokin, someone you're claiming that is already on the books. He would know if he's paying, there would be no sense of urgency for him to offer $50 million unless he felt that there was something that was a jeopardy of him coming from Poroshenko. He got tired of it being held over his head that Shokin was looking into him. He got tired of it. So he finally went and said, listen, what can we get this done? Can we get this taken care of? Your argument, in order for your argument to be true, it is that Onyshenko is telling the truth in the tape. He's telling the truth about that, but he's lying surrounding the circumstances of the tape.
He's just taking, no, listen. I'm going off the authenticity, which I don't have a basis to doubt, of the tape between Poroshenko and this oligarch guy, or whoever the guy, Lutsenko, whatever. So I'm not currently, because I don't have a reason to dispute the authenticity of that tape. That's very different than his impressions of the dynamic, and I don't have to take that.
No. It's not impressions. He's literally saying direct things. You could say he's lying, but it's not. He just.
I have no reason. He has no proof of it.
It's not the impression, right?
And he's fugitive from justice, and he's being sanctioned by America for, among other things, spreading lies and being a corrupt asshole. So I do not trust him, just to be clear, because my prior is, and this is different than you. My prior is that these fucking Ukrainian people who are on Poroshenko, who at one point were part of Poroshenko's gang, are not reliable. That's
why did he blow the whistle, and why did Sakralilis say that
Poroshenko started going after him? Poroshenko started going after him.
Why?
I have no earthly idea.
Why would he blow the whistle? It doesn't make sense. Why would he make this up and put himself in the spotlight? Like, and let me ask you this: like, you don't know. Would you acknowledge his statement could be true?
The statement that Shokin was taking a hard look at Burisma and had found $3.6 million bribe, that statement could be true?
Yeah, the statements he made, all of the statements that he's making, that the reason was that he was...
Why are you asking me if it could be true? You should be asking me if you believe it or you think it's credible. That's what you should be asking me. a lot of things could be true. It could be true that, you are actually a rainforest god. But, so ask me about my level of belief in that statement, and I think I don't credit his statements.
Can you hear right now?
Hello?
No, can you hear my screen?
No.
Okay. See if you can get on in here. When was he being investigated? When was he being investigated by the United States and accused of corruption?
They put I believe the Treasury Department, who's in charge of the foreign export controls and that stuff, I believe that he was put on the sanctions list in 2021.
2021. Okay. All right. I'm gonna.
But he was investigated.
If you can't hear, I'm gonna play some of his audio. So if you can't hear it, I'll have to
I can't hear it. I'll credit whatever you tell me.
Okay. Well, I gotta see what he says. You ready?
An approach to testify about this scandal. Unfortunately,
these crucial testimonies of Onyshenko never happened, and this is the reason.
Even in 2016,
when I spoke with the U.S. Justice,
in U.S. Justice, there was some prosecutor.
There was a prosecutor came to see me.
But there was
there was still a Democrat time, and Obama was president. And they talked to me, and they wanted to listen to me in Washington about everything.
They want to listen to me in Washington about everything, yeah. And the prosecutor
and also the agent of Homeland Security made for me a 2-year visa
to come to US. It's called like parole,
like when the opposite party wants to listen to you as a witness.
You're like a witness, and that last moment
I got my visa, and I was supposed to fly to the US and
Washington. And then Joe Biden
told the State Department to cancel my visa,
not to come.
That I wouldn't come.
Last moment, they already gave it to me.
They already gave it to me, and they said from the U.S. consulate comes and says,
consulate, they call me and says, "Oh, please don't go
because we just got information from the State Department. We've canceled your visa." Okay.
Prove that Biden did that.
Okay, I can't right now, but let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not the point that I played that, right? If we could prove that the State Department did it, do you think that shows something?
No, it depends on why. What do you mean? What are you talking about? If they canceled his visa for what?
When he was supposed to come to the United States to talk to prosecutors.
Talk to the Department of Justice.
I don't know. He didn't say DOJ. He said prosecutor.
If they're an active DOJ member and there was an agreement to talk to them, I think it would be bizarre for the State Department or for the DOJ not to be able to talk to him at some point. Either the DOJ should be going to wherever the fuck he is, or they should get on the phone with the State Department and talk about why that was. But I'm not privy to those, and I'm not going to speculate on what the fuck the basis was for the cancellation of visa, or if there was, or if Joe Biden was involved. And it doesn't behoove us to speculate.
But it's not speculation. It's testimony that someone's making. It's a claim that he's making, right? And the greater question, the reason I bring that up is, if you remember, the entire focus I have of this is the double standard that we've seen with investigations versus Trump versus other people. Can you give me any reason whatsoever that the FBI wouldn't want to listen to this guy's testimony?
About what? About the Bidens?
I mean, he literally is saying he has an audio recording of him providing a bribe to Poroshenko. And he's saying that the surrounding nature of that is the Bidens were soliciting money. A lot of the stuff he's saying here in 2019, by the way, this interview's in 2019. A lot of the stuff he said has been found true. It was more than just the $50,000. We now know that there were millions that were being put in shell companies all around the Bidens. We know
that?
That's what Comer's saying that they have evidence of.
Well, I mean, show it. I haven't seen it.
Well, they haven't released every, but that's what they're talking about. They're saying it's very
different.
Okay. All right. Let me rephrase my words. It is being accused that some of the stuff he is saying now by people that are investigating it, that it is true. We'll see if they're able to provide that proof.
Yeah. So nonetheless, if there's an investigation into briberies, then sure, I think that this person should be talked to. I don't think that they should credit what he says. He seems like a shady guy. Everyone who is talking about him, the people that who are Western aligned, seem to acknowledge that fact. And he's used to be important.
That he's a whistleblower.
No.
I don't understand. I don't like.
He's Russian aligned. That he's Russian aligned. That he's Russian aligned. And
that. Spin your story.
What do you mean spin your story? I'm aligned. I don't know this fucking guy, right? I don't know him personally. The only thing I can go off of, right, are reports, decisions by U.S. agencies, decisions by foreign countries, statements made by people. I have to rely on those things, just like you have to rely on them. And so that's what those statements say. That's what the decision to put him on a sanctioned person list
during Trump's administration in 2021. That's 11 January 2021. I have to rely on what is publicly available because I don't personally know him.
So anyways, after that rambling story, what this guy's saying for anyone who's just tuned in, this guy is saying he has audio of him providing a bribe to Poroshenko in January of 2016. He whistleblew, he came out about that. That is public knowledge that he has this tape. In addition, he's telling his story. His story is that he was told by Zlochevsky to go do this because Zlochevsky wanted to offer this bribe. When he talked to Poroshenko said the Bidens were also getting money from Zlochevsky, that was going on, that they were trying to squeeze Zlochevsky for money, and Poroshenko said that that Joe Biden wanted Viktor Shokin removed so that the case would be dropped against Burisma. That's what this guy said. My question is quite simple to Pisco. Should the FBI have interviewed him?
Under what investigation? Under the investigation into Hunter Biden for what?
Well, I would say as soon as this became public knowledge that this person was accusing and he's reaching out to try to talk to people in the United States, that they should have interviewed him because this is allegations of serious corruption.
It's allegations from this guy of corruption of Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, correct?
Correct.
There was an investigation into those matters. I believe started in it's been going on for 5 years under David Weiss. And I think that they were trying to get to the bottom of whether or not bribes were given. I think that you should follow those leads. So I think that I'm curious to know why they wouldn't talk to him. Maybe because they don't trust him, but I have no idea.
You would think it would be unusual if they didn't talk to him.
I'm not sure. It depends.
What do you mean? I don't
have access to the information of this dossier of this guy, and my guess is there are probably a lot of fucking skeletons in his closet related to his accused of being part of a Russian network of influence. And so my priors is probably the DOJ is not going to trust anything this fucking guy says. But does that mean that you shouldn't talk to him? Probably not. If I was interested in, it seemed like there was an offer previously to talk to him, and so I don't have a problem with them talking to him. And I think they probably should.
Okay, so if they didn't, that would be unusual.
I'm not sure if it would be unusual. Depends on who this person is, on what they know about.
So just to be clear, there's an active investigation, right? That we know, since at least it should have been well before 2019, or 2018, but for 5 years there's been an active investigation. It's basically stalled. It did nothing. I could talk more about what that active investigation did, how they were trying to cover up based on news stories we have from the New York Times and Politico, but we'll leave it at that for this point in time. So this investigation's going, and it's seeing if Hunter Biden didn't pay his taxes and was improperly foreign lobbyist and was getting money from shady places that he wasn't supposed to. Meanwhile, while this is going on, there's this guy who has a tape of him giving a bribe to Poroshenko, who is then going on to say Poroshenko said that basically Zlochevsky was bribing Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and that Joe Biden was insisting on the fire of Shokin to get the case buried into Burisma, right? And you're saying that, well, if they thought he was shady or something, maybe it would make sense to not interview him?
Well, I'm saying that there's a basis for you not to interview certain people, and for you to suggest that there isn't is ridiculous. So if I come out here and say out loud, I have evidence that Joe and Hunter Biden were paid $20 million, does the FBI have an obligation to interview me? Probably not. This person, right, is closer to the facts, obviously has some connection to Poroshenko and Zlochevsky. That points in the favor of interviewing this person who clearly at least had access at one point to people of interest, correct? But on the other hand, right, there's a lot of indications of unreliability for this person, just like the kind of random person I talked about, in conflict of interest that would make you want to doubt that person. The same reasons that you give for the kind of scrutiny that would be applied to any kind of whistleblower or confidential human source in the past. I think that, on balance, given what I know, they should probably interview him. But again, I'm not privy to all the information that the Department of Justice has, and so I'm not here to judge until I have access to that information, or until there's an IG report or some kind of investigation from the investigators that could illuminate why and how they took that decision.
Okay, so what Pisco just said is, again, just a bunch of gibberish that's used.
Not gibberish.
Yes, it is. It's used to be able to try, because he's saying, well, it seemed, he knows it's like, well, shit, yeah, they should interview him. But instead of just saying that, he's like, well, maybe they don't trust him. Well, that's the way things go. They interview people all the time that are connected to things that they have reason to be suspicious of. That's the sort of, and it isn't just some random person. This is a guy who literally blew the whistle before the investigation started. I think it was like, well, apparently he was trying to talk to prosecutors in 2016, but then he blew the whistle in Ukraine in like 2017 or 2018, right? And he presented this audio tape of him soliciting Poroshenko for the bribe. So this is someone clearly that, even if they had reason to think that he had motivations or could be duplicitous, that the FBI would want to talk to. But Pisco's like, well, if they thought that he could be lying and he was a shady guy and he was connected to Russia. Remember, my argument is the double standard that's going on. Just curious, did the FBI talk to Igor Danchenko? Did the FBI talk to Igor Danchenko?
They did.
Oh, a suspected Russian spy. They talked to him.
Yeah, no.
He was unable to verify anything, and they used it to spy on Trump's team, right?
Hang on a second. You're totally mischaracterizing the order of operations and when he was spoken to. You're totally mischaracterizing Onyshenko is literally a fugitive from justice from Ukraine. He could be subject to an extradition order in the United States. I'm not sure. I don't know about this guy. I will do research on this guy further, but he sounds like a shady guy. There could be a million reasons why the DOJ, rightfully, legitimately doesn't want to talk to him. And also, you don't know that they didn't talk to him other than this guy's, words. My suspicion is that this person is totally untrustworthy. But again, that doesn't preclude you from talking to him. But I will do further research into Onyshenko and come back to you on my findings there. I mean, I don't think it's unfair.
You have these phrases that you say when you don't know what to say. That, like you said, you're messing up the order of operations, and
you are.
And then you didn't explain what that meant.
I'll explain exactly. Wait. I'll explain.
Okay,
exactly,
go ahead.
Because you're aware. So the conversations with Igor Danchenko happened after the first FISA authorization, as you're aware.
Yeah, but they used the evidence of Igor Danchenko, his claims that were unverified, to get the FISA warrant.
No, actually, in fact, no.
Yes.
One of the criticisms from the Inspector General is that they didn't use the Igor Danchenko statements, which were helpful for as against the Carter Page FISA warrants, and they criticized
You're messing up the order of operations. You're messing up the order of operations.
I'm going to finish this if it kills you. The Inspector General criticized the Department of Justice for not including statements from Igor Danchenko. Yes or no? Yes or no, Rob?
Are you going to let me respond after I say yes or no? Are you going to let me expound?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yes. But that's the second thing that they looked at with him. They took his literal words as he was the primary sub-source that was used as the reason for the FISA warrant. They didn't follow up and talk to him in person. But yes, they used the words of a suspected Russian spy to spy on a presidential campaign, knowing that he was paid by the opposition and that nothing that he said was verified by the FBI. Then later, they attempted to verify after the FISA warrant, which is ridiculous because it proves they didn't even attempt to verify for that FISA warrant. And so they spoke to Danchenko. They spoke to Danchenko after the first FISA warrant, and then they withheld what he said was, actually, this isn't as big a deal as you made, and a lot of it was like beer talk and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You apparently think that you should always talk to everybody all the time. I'm just here to tell you that there could be legitimate reasons for not talking. And I don't have firsthand knowledge of the Department of Justice. Hang on. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the Department of Justice, the internal deliberations about this particular individual. I don't think it's unfair for me to follow up with those communications and the extent to which I can do research on them.
You can follow up.
Hang on. Is that unreasonable for me to do?
No, you could follow up, but it's unreasonable, the stance, the hoops that you're willing to jump through, right? Like, I'm talking about a two-tiered system. We could see with Igor Danchenko, you've defended this in the past. This dude was a suspected Russian spy by the FBI. This dude was paid for by Hillary's team. And they still took his words without even reaching out to him. They just took his words, smearing Donald Trump, and did an unprecedented action. They got a FISA warrant, which we now know was unlawful, to spy on the President of the United States. But then you're saying that the DOJ then, when it comes to this guy who's saying, I heard from the president of Ukraine. I have contemporaneous evidence showing that some of what I'm saying is obviously true because I have this tape showing Poroshenko soliciting a bribe. And then I'm additionally saying, and this was connected to Hunter and Joe Biden. Joe Biden himself wanted Shokin fired so that it would cover up the case into Burisma. And you're like, well, maybe they didn't trust him enough to interview him. That is a clear double standard. Bar none, absolutely clear. You can't be like, well, maybe they had reason to not think he was credible and he was suspected of being close to Russians and shit. Literally, that's the case with Igor Danchenko. Unlike with Igor Danchenko, Onyshenko wasn't paid opposition research. They don't know that about it. They knew that about Danchenko. They suspected Danchenko of being a spy. They didn't suspect Onyshenko of being a spy in 2006 when he was apparently reaching out trying to talk to prosecutors in the United States.
DOJ claims it talked to Onyshenko.
What's that?
According to DOJ claims it talked to Onyshenko, and then it met with him.
They do? When was this?
I have this from the Kyiv Post. If you wish to look at it.
Yes.
I'll send it to you.
You can put it in the Discord?
Yeah, Discord.
Okay.
The quote you're looking for is, the Department of Justice has indirectly confirmed that its representatives had met with Onyshenko, but issued a statement afterwards saying it would not cooperate with him in the future.
Fugitive lawmaker, Radical Party, excuse Petro, all statements made by others. Let's see. Is it far down?
Just search the following key phrase, the Department of Justice has.
He said on December 1st, what's the date in this? 2016. He said on December 1st he had given the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation information alleging corruption of Poroshenko and his inner circle. The Department of Justice had indirectly confirmed its representatives have met with Onyshenko, but issued a statement afterwards saying it would not cooperate with him in the future. So that's in December of 2016. That's when he's saying he talked to... That goes in line with what he's saying, right? What he's saying is that I talked to prosecutors, right? And they said, okay, we're going to have you fly you in and talk to you. And then they canceled his visa.
Said he met with him.
Okay. Let me read the exact...
It sounds like he met with him. I don't know what the problem is.
Representatives had met, right? But it doesn't say they took his testimony or anything like that.
I don't know what to say to you, Rob. I mean, I'll do further research on that.
I will fully admit here, I don't know. It may came up. The DOJ might say, actually, we have a 302. We talked to him. Like, that could be. What I'm telling you is what I'm setting the groundwork for when this all comes out. If it comes out at the end of the day that this case is closed and the DOJ never talked to Onyshenko, that seems pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I think that before you come to that conclusion, right, you should consider, like, if in December 2016 they met with him and he was just bullshitting the whole time, like they didn't trust him at all, and he has, he's alleged to have stolen like $1 billion plus whatever value, whatever the Ukrainian fucking currency is, I don't actually know, of something somewhere, and he is a fugitive from justice from Ukraine. I think that could be a legitimate basis not to interview him in 2019. If that's all I'm saying. That there could be legitimate reasons, and a previous, conversation might be a basis to that. That's all I'm saying. And maybe he's unwilling to come to America in the future. I don't know, but I will look into it for you for sure. I do think that the Department of Justice should have vigorously, when they were deciding to do the investigation into these allegations of Hunter Biden, they should have followed everything. And so if they're purposely not easing on the gas pedal, that's a problem.
I mean, it says.
You've been doing a lot of the question. I just want to get out one thing, and then you can ask me anything you want. This is all I want to get out. That on the Poroshenko matter, the fact that Poroshenko is accepting a bribe or purporting to accept a bribe from Zlochevsky, that is bad. That is bad for your narrative.
No, it's not.
Because to me, there's not is it the case that both Zlochevsky and the Americans are pressuring Poroshenko for the same thing, which is to get rid of Shokin? You know, Zlochevsky's pressuring Poroshenko and giving him bribes to get rid of Shokin, and the State Department and the other American officials are pressuring him with the lack of sanction, or with getting rid of the aid that they're going to give him. And Poroshenko, you say, is corrupt. And so why does it take that long, right? Why does it take all the way to fucking May? If both America and this corrupt guy are pressuring him, why is he defending Shokin?
Yeah, you ready? When was Biden's quid pro quo?
In December is when the
and when does Onyshenko say his recording was?
January 2016.
Okay. Now, do you acknowledge that Biden gave the quid pro quo and that Poroshenko didn't budge?
Again, I'm using quid pro quo as in the literal definition of the word, without ascribing any without ascribing a negative connotation to the word. And just like when you say raid, when you were talking about the Mar-a-Lago warrant execution, I'm not ascribing any moral aspersions to that. So, but I will use the phrase just for future reference. So the quid pro quo was issued in December of 2015, and the the recording is purported to be in January of 2016. What was your question, sorry?
Maybe instead of getting defensive and just talking about things that's completely irrelevant.
What is your question?
Yeah, you're using the term quid pro quo as the term quid pro quo is literally meant to be used. The question was, if that was in December 2015, right? And that the meeting with Onyshenko was January 2016. Do you acknowledge that Poroshenko resisted the quid pro quo in December?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, so then that would be a reason, if you've paid Hunter Biden to go tell his dad, get this dude fired, and so his dad goes and says, okay, get rid of him or you're not getting the $1 billion, and Poroshenko's like, no. So then the next month, you're exasperated and you're like, fuck. I've been giving this guy $1 million a month. It's still not enough. So you send your guy in January to go, listen, we'll pay you $50 million. $50 million is what we'll pay you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does make sense why you would do both.
No. Let me just tell you. It doesn't make sense.
Why wouldn't that make sense?
Not Zlochevsky's conduct. Poroshenko. Why is Poroshenko hanging on to Shokin? When this huge threat has been levied, you say huge threat, I agree, huge threat is levied by America and Joe Biden, and also this big carrot is offered by Zlochevsky. Why are you balking?
The carrot. Isn't it obvious? Did the balking work out for him? Yeah, he got $50 million.
Yeah. Oh well, first of all, that's the conversation. Whether or not it was paid out, obviously, I'm not making any claims about that. If he was, right, like, why isn't this a no-brainer at that point in January?
Because, right, what happened is this conversation happened in January, right? It's not going to happen that day, right? That wouldn't look good for Poroshenko to just come out that day that he met with Onyshenko and do this. So it's like, what, February 12th that he tells, so it's like,
the resignation, yeah, around that time, I think, is when. So
it's like a couple weeks after Onyshenko meets, he's like, okay. And your argument's like, well, why did it take a couple weeks?
No, there are further calls. I mean, there are further calls, and Blue Star Strategies is still engaged through February.
Okay.
I believe into March.
Okay, and?
It just
what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do? And
it's super fucking odd. Like, Poroshenko, the fact that he's balking, in December, he gets the carrot in January, to wait at all for this and to be forced to have these continuing calls, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Remember, most of the Blue Star was after Shokin got fired, or the resignation had been announced, right?
Most of the 10 meetings, there were meetings in December, there were meetings in January, I think there were meetings in February, I believe. I can look up all the meetings.
Okay, so prior to Onyshenko, it would make sense why they're going out constantly, right? It's all hands on deck is what it is. They're getting tired of it, right? They're reaching out to Hunter Biden. They've been giving this bribe to Poroshenko. They're getting tired of it, right? And that's clearly what Onyshenko's saying. It's clearly what Poroshenko's saying.
Why do they need to lobby Why do they need to lobby the State Department through official State Department channels? Why do that if you already have Joe Biden on board? You don't need to go through these official State Department channels, do you? Why are you doing that?
Well, one reason would be because if Joe Biden just comes up with this decision himself, right, that might seem very odd. So if at the same time Hunter Biden's talking to Joe Biden and you're covering your bases by also having your lobbyist reach out to other people in the State Department, that would make sense much more for cover. And in addition to that,
I guess they're also telling them that that a fake conclusion related to Devin Archer and whether Shokin is good or bad for them. So I guess in your mind, Blue Star Strategies is operating as a cover for plausible deniability for the Bidens.
Well, that's a big part of why they were. It's clear that's what Devin Archer believes. It's clear that Devin Archer believes he was being told a narrative by Blue Star Strategy.
Right?
What's that?
Because he winked and because he shook his head a little bit.
Because he said that was the narrative that was being told to me.
Yeah, and so that means that he believes that Blue Star Strategies.
Remember the part when in the interview with Tucker where he said, "Does that make sense?" And he's like, "Yeah, looking back, even on paper."
Well, I think that's a reference to saying that Shokin was under control is a mistake. Right,
which is exactly what I'm saying. Right, that's exactly what I'm saying. Right, that's exactly what I'm saying.
I think the reason why Poroshenko is balking is because Shokin and him are buddies. They're friends. He is an agent of Poroshenko.
Could be true. That's again not mutually exclusive to anything I've said.
Okay, but the more likely it is that Shokin is corrupt, the more likely that everyone on the American side is acting genuinely, and that they're acting.
It could be the case for like a George Kent type person, but again, all the evidence seems to suggest that Poroshenko was this dude taking bribes. That we have a tape of him saying, "Hey, we've been giving you $1 million a month from Zlochevsky," and he's like, "Yep, Zlochevsky's a good guy," and he's like, "We want to give you all these other assets," which they claim is tantamount to $50 million. And he's like, "Oh, it's a good guy," right? It's clear. We have him on tape saying that stuff, right? So given that, the chance that he's taking a bribe, and then outside that purview, Shokin is just on his own, undirected by Poroshenko, also soliciting bribes, and Zlochevsky is paying those bribes, I guess, in your theory, to Shokin, instead of saying, "Dude, I bribed your boss. You don't have to do this. I bribed your boss." Instead, he's not telling Shokin that. He's just paying Shokin this bribe while also simultaneously paying $1 million a month to Poroshenko and then eventually offering $50 million to Poroshenko.
And $5 million to Hunter and $5 million to Joe.
Well, I don't know. The confidential human source is not involved in what these people were saying here. He could have made that money, or could have, what Onyshenko said was it was $3.6 million over various companies. And that's actually the number we see, by the way. Correct me if I'm wrong, and this is what I meant to say earlier. Don't we know, didn't Devin Archer say that it was exactly $3.6 million, that they each got $1.8 million?
I don't know if he's referencing like the total of their salaries or some other benefit that the board members were receiving. I'm not sure what is being referenced. If you're talking about a bribe,
well, that's what that Onyshenko. What I'm saying to further speak to the veracity of what Onyshenko is saying, it would be quite odd that if before that number became public, that it was $3.6 million that went to Hunter, and that he literally says that in an interview. He's like, actually, it wasn't just $50,000 a month; they got $3.6 million. That would be quite the coincidence, don't you think? Now, it might be, let me steel man for you. It might be that number had been released in 2019. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like maybe reports were reporting.
Yeah, I don't know what so give me the statements by Devin Archer when they were made. Give me the statements by Onyshenko and when they were made, and I'll tell you. If there's independent corroboration of that figure, with two sources that don't talk to each other, or I don't know, something or some testimony that was undercover, that's certainly an area to look into. But of course, like that is not the same, and the numbers are always changing. The 5-10 million, like I don't know how that plays into the bribe against Poroshenko. I guess Zlochevsky is bribing both
the Bidens and Poroshenko.
Right, I explained to you.
I don't know.
That would make more sense than bribing both Shokin and Poroshenko, which your theory would entail.
No, I don't say that I don't say that Shokin, I have direct knowledge that Shokin took a bribe. My suspicion is that Shokin was extracting bribes from Zlochevsky, but I don't know who the end recipient is, because I think Shokin is an instrument of Poroshenko.
Okay, so let's say that's true. So let's say that's true. That fits right in with my theory, right? So my theory would be that Shokin's out there and he's either intentionally knows he's just investigating so Poroshenko could get a bribe, or he's a rube and he's being sent out there by Poroshenko to investigate, and the only reason is because Poroshenko is going to solicit a bribe. But we know that Poroshenko took the bribe. We know that happened, right? And so,
well, no, we literally don't, right?
Well, if this tape is accurate, unless the tape is fake, which it seems like
all
of the relevant.
That sounds good, but that he was offered a bribe, we don't actually know that. I mean,
well, that's not true. That's not true. We don't know that he took the $50 million, but we know that he acknowledges in the tape that he's been getting $1 million a month.
Oh, sure, but I thought we were.
That's a bribe, right?
No, okay, but even that, it's him acknowledging it, and so yeah, if that's true. If the tape is authentic, that would be admitting to getting money from
okay, so given that, right, it would seem ridiculous if he's getting that money that Shokin's also soliciting, so the whole point is then in my theory would be that Shokin's out there and he's investigating. Let's assume the worst. Let's assume Shokin knows that he's just doing this so Poroshenko could get a bribe. Maybe Poroshenko is cutting off a slice for him. Whatever. Let's say that's going on. That's what's happening. Still in that world, it would make sense why Burisma wanted Shokin gone.
Because they wanted to stop giving bribes?
Correct. Because they wanted to stop.
They don't have a problem giving bribes.
No, they certainly do. That's why they got tired of paying this money every month. That's why they say they want the case done with. They want it on paper done. Because you have to understand, even though they're paying this bribe, Zlochevsky's not even in Ukraine. He's on the lam. He can't be there because on paper these investigations are still going. So he's finally exasperated, like, fuck, dude, do something. I'll give you $50 million. I'm tired of having this, because it's basically an albatross over him. It's constantly. He's got to dance anytime they say, because it's like, why don't you give me another million? Go ahead.
Hunter Biden's exposure is just, the reason why Joe Biden would want to do this is because of the Biden's financial exposure.
Well, for example, there could be a litany of reasons. One, again, we've done this before, but it could have to do with possible criminal behavior that occurred at Burisma while Hunter was there. It could have to do with possible criminal behavior that has nothing to do with Ukrainian criminal behavior, but would be criminal in the United States, like not paying taxes or failing to register as a foreign lobbyist or things like that. It could be that it had nothing to do with criminal behavior, and they just didn't want to see the family lose millions of dollars a year.
Yeah, I think it's just much so. Okay, so this is bedrock. I think it's just much more credible that what's going on here is it's the government. I believe the State Department folks. I think that that's the reason why. And you think that, I guess, it's possible that even if that scenario is true, that the government independently came up with a reason to get rid of Shokin and to pressure Poroshenko, it doesn't alleviate Biden of his responsibility, because he could have coincidentally had the same bribery scheme going on at the same time. I don't think that that's very plausible. I disagree with
listen, because in this scenario, right, we could say that if you're George Kent and them, you're just looking there seeing, Shokin's not pulling the trigger. If this is true, if Shokin was investigating, but not really officially, right, he wasn't really, going to courts and getting warrants and stuff like that, though he was freezing assets and shit in February, but nonetheless, right, if that's true, right, then to George Kent and to the people at the State Department, it would look like Shokin's not doing anything. He's not doing anything here. And he's not doing anything in these other investigations as well. So we want him gone. We want him gone because he's not doing anything. And simultaneously, Biden's being told, we know for a fact, I can't say that. If Devin Archer's testimony is true, which we have no reason to dispute it, he was told December 4th that Zlochevsky was like, I'm under pressure from Ukrainian government investigations, which would make sense. That would be Shokin and Poroshenko directing it. And he said, hey, can you call your dad to help deal with it? So he calls his dad. And then his dad comes up with this idea. He's on the plane. He's like, you know what we should do? A quid pro quo. That's what we should do. And Zlochevsky's going to be like, good, now we got that prick Poroshenko. But here's the problem. As everyone's testified, Poroshenko's a rotten prick. He don't really care about Ukraine. He cares about getting on the Forbes billionaire list, and he cares about being in the history books, is what we've been told, right? So everyone says he's just like this greedy asshole. So he's like, nah, I'm going to hold out. Nope. I'm going to keep getting my $1 million a month. We'll see how long we can drag this out. You go ahead and threaten that. I'll hold it out until the last minute if possible. So he's like, no, I like Shokin. Let's keep Shokin. And he does like Shokin. And he wants Shokin to stay there because Shokin's the key for him to keep getting this $1 million a month. So after the quid pro quo is not accepted in December, in January, Zlochevsky sends Onyshenko. And Onyshenko's like, look, dude, you know we've been sending you $1 million a month. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, what do you got for me? He's like, how about this? All these assets would be $5 million or $50 million. And then in subsequent conversations, because it wasn't in this recorded conversation, so in subsequent conversations, Onyshenko's like, so I started talking to Poroshenko, and he was like, look, my hands were kind of tied because of Biden, because Biden was on there, so I really couldn't do anything. I couldn't move forward. And the Americans are also squeezing Zlochevsky. They're going to want their piece of the pie too, right? So we have to, you guys have to get together. That's what Onyshenko said, that they were like, Poroshenko was like, you guys have to get on the same page for what we're going to do here, right? And so they agree, okay, we'll go ahead and go through with what they wanted to get rid of Shokin. We'll get rid of him. We'll bring in a dude that we can trust, Lutsenko, and within 3-4 months, he'll close the investigation. Biden will never talk about it again. Burisma will put out a celebratory, yay, we did it, we're great. Everything will be peachy. And that explains why no one in the Biden department is saying jack shit about this one case that they talked about that was exemplary of the corruption.
They're all rubes because they're all rubes. They don't know. They're not in on it.
Well, no, because I would think they would be told by the people at the top, like Biden, the people, they would be told like, okay, it's time to move on to other shit. Thanks for the raid, man. Yeah. I really appreciate it, Gorpson. Now, how doesn't that scenario make far more sense than what you're suggesting?
Because I think that it requires the State Department officials. First of all, there's no like evidence in terms of like written communications or people testifying to conversations had with Joe Biden sufficient enough to credit these allegations. And there's no actual evidence of the payments other than people who, you know, I don't think are credible. And so that's the reason why I don't.
Well, we have a
that's
tape.
number one.
We have a tape.
Well, you have a tape about the bribery with respect to Poroshenko, and you have a tape of someone alleging it, the 3.6 or whatever, but no, in my opinion, no hard concrete proof that these kind of transfers were made, illicit transfers were made to Joe Biden or Hunter Biden. So that's number one, the reason why I don't credit it. Number two is it requires, I think, the State Department to be, it's a huge coincidence that the State Department is coming to the determination that Shokin has come to the determination that Shokin is not serious about prosecuting corruption, but that's exactly what he's doing, and that the State Department is accurate about.
But can I pause you for a minute? You're using coincidence in a way that I don't think makes sense, because your interpretation is Shokin's not actually prosecuting. And so to be like, that's a huge coincidence that they would think that Shokin's not actually prosecuting when he's not actually prosecuting. No, he's not. That was the whole point, that he's not taking any official steps, that he's literally just collecting information so a bribe could be solicited and it could be held over there. So to the State Department, that's exactly what it would look like. It would look, if that's true, it would look exactly like he's not prosecuting them. That's exactly what it would look like.
Oh, that's what you're saying. So okay, I think I understand you. So it wouldn't be weird in your mind because it would look to the State Department that he's not prosecuting, but the threat that Shokin is representing is a threat for bribery extraction.
Correct. So he's saying I'm being investigated. The Shokin, Ukrainian government, they're in Poroshenko, they're investigating me, right? It's not the case, the official case, right? But they're investigating me because they're going to solicit this.
They're not really. They're just threatening me. It's more than
right. But the question, and it could be one of either scenarios that that's literally what was happening, or that Shokin thought I am compiling a case that eventually I'll bring. I'm doing research. Either way, right, it doesn't matter because to the West, it looks like, well, Shokin's not really filing paperwork. Shokin's not really like...
I don't... I guess I understand what you're pushing. You're saying if Shokin was actually investigating... Well, I don't know. If Shokin was actually investigating, why would the State Department officials say that he wasn't.
Wait, say again?
If Shokin was actually investigating Zlochevsky and Burisma, why would State Department officials say he wasn't?
I don't understand what that has to do with my scenario, but I could, what you're talking about, I could give two reasons. One, they're mistaken. They think he's not investigating, but he is. Or second, they're corrupt.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, so in the case in which Shokin is actually investigating that scenario, legitimately, someone is lying on the other side. That is either State Department officials or anti-corruption people plus resigning deputies plus all these other folks. They're lying and Shokin's telling the truth.
Well,
under the theory that Shokin is actually investigating, someone is lying.
Well, wait, not necessarily. They could be mistaken, right? They could think that he's not investigating, but again, I don't know what's the statements that they made that you're talking about. The only ones I read was George Kent. George Kent, when they ask him in the testimony, they're like, was Shokin investigating Burisma? And he's like, I don't know. I'm unaware of the specifics. That's basically what he.
I'll refer you to them. I'll refer you.
But you're saying Newland and them specifically said no, he wasn't investigating Burisma.
I'll go look at my democratically created Senate report document, and as well
that
as
document. By the way, we didn't get into it, but that document sucks, man.
We'll
it doesn't
talk about
say
it. I think
anything.
it's really useful. Well, I use it for its for the sources that it provides, which I think are useful. But anyway, I spend too much time here, and I know it's like 3:30 for you. Interesting conversation, bro. I don't know. I think my story is way
let me just summarize it saying this at the end of the day. Again, the question is, was there a double standard by the investigators, by the FBI, and how they approached something like investigations into Trump versus how they approached investigations right? And just one thing that we haven't talked about that I think is worth mentioning real quick. Given that you're aware that they all knew that there was at least a conflict of interest appearance-wise with Hunter Biden being on the board.
I think that the people who are credibly assessing it, I think that there's an appearance of a conflict of interest. I know that there's one member of Vice President Biden's staff, then Vice President Biden's staff, who categorically is like there is no conflict of interest, but I think the appearance of it is problematic.
Yeah, and it's clear that people like George Kent are talking about it, right? And so my question to you is this, right? Given that that's obviously what they would think, because it certainly looks really bad. And given that you acknowledge this, they had talked about people in the West, including the United States, including Ambassador Pyatt, including the UK, had talked specifically about the Zlochevsky Burisma case. You acknowledge that?
That Hunter Biden had talked about the Burisma Zlochevsky case?
No. The people in the West were saying, the prosecutors were corrupt. Right. So that's like the one case that they're citing the most that shows corruption, right? So given that, don't you think then that they would say, and then it's now knowledge that Biden's team forced the ousting of Shokin. You acknowledge that after that it was knowledge that occurred.
That Biden's team, managed by the State Department, was pushing for the removal of Shokin. Yes, that's
after at least months after. That was knowledge. Okay, so then why wouldn't they make some sort of statement once the predecessor that they initially said was a good guy lets Burisma off the hook? Why wouldn't they say something? They have to know. They have to know how this looks. They have to be like, oh, fuck. This was the case we kept talking about. And the vice president's son's on the board of directors. And the vice president was the point man to fire the prosecutor that was allegedly looking into it. And he said that the new prosecutor was a good guy. And that prosecutor just dumped the case. Don't you think they should have at that point spoke up?
I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because on the one hand, if that happens and there still is genuine hope that this person can be of assistance or can be worked with, because again, that happens before, according to the State Department officials, the determination is made that Lutsenko is beyond hope, then I can understand potentially why they would do that. And it wasn't this kind of egregious looking thing where with the UK one was kind of like egregious foul play. And I understand that the State Department is conscious of the kind of perception that America is running the show in Ukrainian prosecution world that could have. So I can understand dynamics on both sides. It would be helpful for my case, right, if contemporaneous statements were made at the time. I'm not disagreeing with you there. And as far as I can tell, there was no.
I don't think they ever made statements. Right? They never made statements ever.
Well, I believe there were statements made about Burisma that were referenced in certain testimonies. And again, I think I have to follow back up with you on that specifically.
But the point I'm making is this, I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why. Like, even if it was like, well, it wasn't as like, you know, the 2014 prosecutors that tipped off, it wasn't that bad. Well, says who? Right? Because you heard the people from the Anti-Corruption Action Center, which again is an organization that was partially funded by the Obama State Department and had worked with them to talk about corruption in the prosecutor's office. It's clear what they thought. They're like, dude, they literally stretched the law. They completely rewrote redid the law and everything to make this a tax case. It clearly wasn't. And this is like, this dude's been in office, and again, like they said, so on the books, this investigation into Burisma, that we're told nothing was being done on it. Nothing's being done on it. That's what we were told. So if we believe the official narrative, it's just sitting there. It's on the books, but nothing's being done with it. The whole time Yerema's there, the whole time Shokin's there, so 2 years, and then Lutsenko comes in, and he gets in there in like May, and literally he has it where he's closing it in September, and it's officially on the books, and they're celebrating it in December. So even if we say he closed it the day, he wasn't taking steps to close it until the last day. That means literally this 2-year investigation that somehow he was able to, in 5 months, be like, guess what? It was just a simple tax thing, and ignore the litany of evidence of corruption, which people around the world had been saying. The IMF had said, the UK had said, the United States had said. He just ignores it, and no one speaks up. No one says, like, oh, come on, this is...
publicly?
Right.
You mean, yeah. I mean, I think probably there's less of a clamor at that point, and I don't think it's super like suspect for that not to occur.
You don't. I mean, you acknowledge. You said it's a coincidence, and I'm not here to quibble about that again. But the actions of Joe Biden directly led to this Burisma getting off the hook, and Joe Biden's son's on the board of directors of Burisma.
I don't think that.
Like, if I did that, like, think of it. This would make sense. If Biden's really like, it's just on the up and up. Biden and the State Department, they're literally just like, listen, it's not the greatest thing in the world that Hunter Biden's working with this company, but we're all about just Shokin's a corrupt fuck. We're all about that. And not just Shokin, because you acknowledge this. They talk about more than Shokin. They're talking about corruption rampant in the Ukraine and the Prosecutor General's, right? So they're like, there's so much corruption. There was corruption in 2014 about Burisma specifically, and and we talked about that. We told the world, like, look at this fucking evidence of corruption, right? So Joe Biden just in his heart literally is trying to deal with corruption. And he's like, okay, we got Shokin out of there. He's gone. He's absolutely gone. And then you see, like, fuck. That directly led to this case against Burisma where my son's working being dropped. That looks so bad. That's going to hamper our efforts to fight corruption so bad because everyone's going to look and say Joe Biden took an action that accidentally directly benefited the company that his son worked for. And so wouldn't it behoove Joe Biden at that point to speak up and be like, what the fuck? Instead, 3 days after the case is closed, he's in Ukraine giving a speech celebrating, talking about how they're ousting corruption.
So there are multiple investigations into Burisma and Zlochevsky. You're talking about the PGO investigation, and you're questioning why Vice President Biden didn't call attention to the fact that the Burisma investigation ended in the PGO office when it did. I don't know that he had awareness of it. I don't know any of the reasons behind that. And again, I don't care really to speculate. I don't think that it's at all related to the inception of the plan against Shokin. I think that was just one example of corruption.
It seems odd, is all I'm saying. It seems odd.
I mean, like,
and I'll tell you. So we're talking about what scenario is more plausible, right? My scenario, that Hunter Biden was lobbying his dad, and his dad was actively trying to sabotage the investigation into Burisma. In that scenario, of course it would make sense why you wouldn't be drawing attention to it. You'd be like, yep, everything's good, time to move on. That's what you would do. In your scenario, that this dude really wanted to out corruption, and they had specifically talked, at least in part, about the Burisma case, and they all knew that the appearance was pretty bad that Hunter Biden was there, and he publicly said Lutsenko was a good guy, and then Lutsenko closes this investigation 3 days before, officially closes it 3 days before Joe Biden shows up to give a speech, his final speech in Ukraine about corruption. And instead of saying, this was what's going on, we need to get to the bottom of this, instead he's like, doing great, you're doing great outing corruption. Which, by the way, is not true. They weren't doing great outing corruption. They were doing poorly, as you acknowledge. They didn't know give up hope at that point, but it had been poor. So it doesn't make sense. That does not make sense.
You're pointing to the lack of public statement on the lack of action as against Burisma and Zlochevsky at that moment in time. And frankly, I'll look at the timeline of when Biden visited and when it was that the case was, quote, dropped. As you're aware as well, there's discrepancies on when that happened, which agency did it. And so I'm happy to think about that more, look at the timelines.
Would you think, is my scenario possible? What percent? I'll just ask specifically. Give me. You don't have to be super specific, but give me a percentage.
Less than 1/10 of 1%.
Less than 1/10 of 1% is what you're going to say.
Yeah.
It's less than 1/10. So if this information comes out, what are you going to say?
That this was actually corruption?
Yeah. What would you say about how staunchly you've defended the appearance of how bad this looks?
Dead wrong. I mean, I'm very clearly out on the limb here saying that I think that what happened was legitimate, or that there's no evidence to say that. I guess I could say, if there's new evidence, that's whatever, right? That I was duped, right? That's what I would be saying.
Here's the most important question about it, right? If it does come out, if it comes out that we find out that yes, this happened, that Biden got money, or that he was involved and intentionally, right? If that comes out, will you say that the FBI?
Apologize to you.
No. Will you say that the FBI is corrupt?
Why? No.
Because the FBI didn't investigate this thoroughly.
Oh, I mean,
they had a double standard. They've been covering. I mean, for God's sake,
you have to show some negligence on behalf of the FBI.
Well, I could show the double standard. I could show that they had no reason for FISA warrants against Trump. But in this, if that would be the case, that it turned out this was true, there's all kinds of smoke.
And you'd have to point to a time in which there was probable cause to make the FISA determination. And then you have to say they should have applied for a FISA warrant at this time, given what they knew at this time.
But they chose not to. They didn't need a FISA warrant initially. They could have talked to people like Onyshenko and talked to people like Shokin and talked to people like blah, blah, blah.
I'm saying, you're going to have to, for me to make a determination as to the FBI's corruption, you're going to have to make allegations as to the FBI's conduct or lack thereof.
Right.
That's
I'll make it to the double standard that they had. How they did such, right.
Sure,
and we can already see that double standard exists.
Hang on. Let me just say this. You're not going to be able to short circuit the analysis of the FBI's incompetence, corruption, whatever. You're going to have to make specific claims as to the FBI, what they should have done at any given time or whatever, right? If it turns out that, now let me flip it around on you. What if there's what you consider to be incontrovertible evidence that actually Joe Biden wasn't motivated by his son, and that it seems likely that everyone's been on the up and up in the State Department? Will that affect how you view the DOJ or the State Department or Joe Biden or anything?
Any slight way. Well, that's multiple questions there. I do leave room that Joe Biden is innocent. I leave room for that. That could be. I think the chances of that are low. I think the preponderance of evidence. I would say less than 15%, around 10-15%. Right? That's what I would say. Not tenths of percent. But that doesn't change the fact that there was a clear double standard in how the FBI approached situations around Joe Biden versus situations around Donald Trump.
Yeah, let's talk about this next time, because I really want to drill down on this, because I think that the timeline of what if you want to allege DOJ double standards on this, then you need to make some allegations as to what the DOJ knew at what times and what steps they actually took. And I just don't think that you have enough.
Well, we do know. We know on the Russia collusion. We know that.
Well, thankfully you have access to a bunch of IG reports and analyses of the decisions made at what time. But if you don't have access to that same amount of it, like, let's be honest, part of your argument, or a lot of your argument on the Russia investigation, has to do with like investigations that have come out and reports that have come out about decision making at whatever time, right? And so like you're starting to get some of that with the whistleblowers on the IRS side, right? And so you'll need more of that, and maybe even some official reports.
I understand. I would say that I'm 99.9% confident that they did not have an equal veracity in behind the scenes that we haven't heard about investigating Joe Biden and his team. But I guess there is a slight, that I will put it, an absurdly slight percentage that it'll come out. It's like, actually, we did have FISA warrants against Joe Biden. Actually, we were raiding people's houses and stuff.
You're going to need more like evidence in the internal deliberations, like the whistleblowers, like talking about when do we actually know when the Burisma investigation started, or what it entailed, who they talked to, like all that kind of stuff, the kind of information we have for mid-year exam and for Crossfire Hurricane. I think you need like at least, I don't know, 20% of that or 10% of that to start making those kind of conclusions.
Here's what we know. We know in 2016 that the FBI, the DOJ, everyone, we know that they would have been aware that Hunter Biden was on the board. We know that they could have easily talked to people if they chose to say, yeah, I was a business partner, this is what's going on there, like Devin Archer or Tony Poplinski. Yeah, we know that they know that Joe Biden issued a quid pro quo. Like, we know, and that's...
Yeah, but is that the basis to start a national security investigation?
It is the basis to start, yes. My standard, as I've told you before, is any time that a prominent politician in this country is threatening to get fired, using their pressure to exert to get someone fired, a prosecutor fired, that's looking into their family's business, yes, that should be triggered for an immediate investigation. I find
by the DOJ.
Well, I think it should be an independent investigation, but at the minimum, a DOJ investigation.
Okay, all right, yeah, I want to talk more about that in a future.
And just real quick, I will leave you. I will leave you go. Like, have you been following this Weiss shit?
Yeah.
What do you think? Does it look bad?
A lot of questions. No, okay. So here's my take on that. Just my initial take. One, there's a lot of weird shit happening. It's weird. It's weird because, and I don't think it's Merrick Garland's weirdness. I think that there have clearly been some mistakes from the DOJ, clearly. And it's something that needs to be looked into. Because number one, the disorganization and lack of clarity at the settlement conference with the judge. I mean, these were just like basic questions the judge was asking about the scope of the settlement negotiation that the parties didn't agree to. And it's absurd to me that they didn't have an agreement on the scope of what the thing covered. That's the whole point of it, right? And so that starts like, there's some question marks there. The discrepancy between the IRS whistleblower statements and David Weiss's statements and Merrick Garland's statements, that's a cause for concern. And my intuition, I trust Merrick Garland, and to be real with you, I think that Merrick Garland's on the up and up. And so I think that there's a source of confusion. Almost certainly it came from David Weiss. And again, the IRS people are not alleging things towards Merrick Garland. And so that makes me concerned. That's an area of concern that people should look into and to make sure that there's nothing bad happening on there. And now this decision, seemingly in response to the IRS whistleblowers, at least that's some of the allegations, that there's a kind of change in the approach to Hunter Biden based on whistleblower stuff. That is, I think, something that we need more information on, because that could be troubling for sure.
Okay, yeah, but even still, I know we can talk for hours on this. I'll let you go here, but like even still, like doesn't it seem odd that the mistakes that are made always go one direction? The mistake with the FISA warrant was they fucked up and mistakenly led to the unlawful spying on Trump's team, and then there's weird stuff mistakenly that seemed to be to let Hunter Biden slide after a 5-year investigation. And I don't understand, you could say you trust Merrick Garland, that's fine. We could talk about, you have to realize what an epically fucking ridiculous move it was for Merrick Garland to appoint Weiss as the special counsel.
Well, I think he was stuck.
What are you talking about? You could have appointed anyone else.
No, because Garland had promised to Weiss and to Congress specifically that if Weiss had asked for special counsel, he would grant it. That's
Okay.
what he promised. But I just want to say this. He had promised that to multiple parties, including Weiss.
What
And
does
so
it
when
matter
Weiss
if they
asked-
would have accepted if they would have said, look, at this point, after this debacle in front of the judge,
That's a
and
hard
after
choice. I mean,
whistleblower, that's not hard at all. In fact, there's questions as to whether or not, you might know more about this than me, there's questions as to whether or not he was allowed to appoint someone with inside the office as a special counsel based on their regulations.
No. I mean, I think that's resolved by
Maybe, but I refuse to believe it's like, well, he gave him his word. That's not bound by law. He could just brought Weiss in. He could have brought Weiss in and been
based on
like,
your intuition,
yeah.
Based on your intuition, who do you think is more likely that kind of being shifty, Garland or Weiss?
Oh, they're all right. My guess is I'll be honest with you. I think Weiss probably is more telling the truth. This is what I think happened. I think Weiss was probably like, we'll just bumble through this, whatever, no problem, right? And then his team starts finding credible shit, and he's just like, don't look into that, whatever. And they're like, no, you should ask to push. And so he's like, okay. And I think that he probably was sort of frustrated to some point that he was kind of had his hands tied. And so that's out of a moment of frustration. He told the whistleblowers, like, I tried to bring this case to, Graves, DA Graves or whatever. And they're just like, no. And then later he had to say, once his hand's in the cookie jar, he had to change his story. He's like, oh, no, I misspoke to the whistleblowers. Actually, I could charge anything wherever I want. Because if that's true, if that's Garland's take, that's just like...
Well, then Weiss is lying.
Well, he would be lying to cover up for Garland because Garland's lying. Yeah. That's why I said both. Right. Because if Garland's telling the truth, why announce some special prosecutor? Because Garland's argument's going to be, he had the right to prosecute him anywhere he wanted.
Well, I mean, I think that's a lame point by these people, because I think what they're saying is he has the right to go after anyone. Just ask, and we'll give you the status. And it's just like a one-step thing. So I think that's kind of a lame point.
I don't think that's at all. I don't think that's at all. Then why, if that's the case, why would he be telling the whistleblowers, right? Oh, so you're just going to say Weiss is lying?
Me?
Yeah.
I think that. Listen, there are contemporaneous accounts from the whistleblowers that Weiss said that statement. And I think that, Weiss should be called to Congress to respond to that on what he said. And if he made a mistake or if he was wrong, but it is a discrepancy and they both can't be right. And so I want an explanation for that. But I don't.
Well, why would you announce that guy's special counsel before that discrepancy's hashed out? Like, if the dude lied, if it comes out that he lied, he intentionally lied, you would no longer want him to be special counsel, correct?
If he intentionally lied?
Yes.
He should be fired.
Right. So why not wait until that discrepancy's hashed out before naming him the special counsel?
As I said, I think Merrick Garland, first of all, I think they're trying to get him before Congress. And second of all, I think that Merrick Garland made a commitment to appoint him if he asked for it. And I think he asked for it. And so
I think they got caught. I think they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar when the whistleblowers came out. So then they were like, oh shit, we got to charge something. So they had this ridiculous tax charge. I think that the implicit agreement was from the DOJ or from Weiss's team and from Hunter's team was like, we're just going to give you a slap in the wrist for this and then you'll be scot-free for the rest of the shit. I think the judge saw through the bullshit and they didn't expect that. And so they were like, oh, fuck. Which is why there's a discrepancy between Hunter's lawyers and them. I think then that it became obvious then to people like something really fucked up's going on here. Those whistleblowers must be telling the truth. And so I think then Garland was like, okay, I'll name Weiss special counsel to try to cover my ass. And that also gives me cover for, well, there's an ongoing investigation, so Congress can't have oversight of it. I think that's what happened.
I don't know. I think the DOJ is trying to offer Weiss to testify. And so...
Well, how many times do you think he'll say in that testimony, I can't respond about an ongoing investigation?
Depends on what he's asked.
Right. But that's the point. And so if this special counsel lasts for 2 years...
He should be able to comment on the substantive conversations between him and the whistleblowers and all that stuff. He should be able to comment on that.
Well, we'll see. Maybe, but that's still not what Congress was going to do. Was actually look into the facts of the Hunter Biden situation, whether or not he was lobbying and all of that stuff. Now they'll say, no, we can't do that. We've investigated for 5 years, and now at the end of 5 years, now we're doing a special
It already
counsel.
was that. The Senate already did that. Fine, do it again if you want. Do it in the House. Go have at it. They already did that.
But they're not going to. They're going to say we can't comment.
But the Senate already had a hearing on this, committee, and a report released on this very issue. If you want to do it again and run it back, they can.
So but didn't they say we can't comment? There's an ongoing investigation.
DOJ?
Yes.
Sure.
Right. That's my point. If it would have been wrapped up, if there wasn't a special counsel and it would have been wrapped up, then Congress would have oversight. It's been 5 years. Some of the statute of limitations has ran out in some of these charges, which the whistleblowers talked that they were outraged about.
I think you'll be, well, I don't know if you'll be happy, but I think you can expect to see charges imminently. I don't think they will be doing.
Well, they
this
have no choice now because it looks so bad. It looks so bad that even you have to acknowledge, which is absurd. Even CNN was out there today like, yeah, this is really fucking bad. And it just seems odd to me that the mistake goes in this direction.
I think that we need answers. And so I'm in favor of additional oversight. I'm fine with Congress calling these people into court, and I'm fine with the charges and it being played out in court.
Is your gut feeling, if the whistleblowers wouldn't have came out, that this would be done?
What do you mean? That the plea agreement would have gone on fine?
Or the charges would have been dropped, or the plea agreement would have went on fine?
No, I think the charges predate the whistleblowers, and I think there would have been charges, and I think the judge's questions are unrelated to the whistleblower's testimony, and so I think that the plea agreement mishap, I think, would have happened without the whistleblowers. But it sounds like the whistleblowers affected things in other ways potentially, and so that needs to be investigated.
Well, I'm pretty sure, I have to double check this, but I'm pretty sure the New York Times was reporting, sources were claiming that there wouldn't have been charges about the whistleblowers, and certainly Hunter Biden's lawyers are saying that.
Okay. We can look into it and talk about it.
All right, man, I'll let you go.
Hey, man, go to bed. Enjoy it. Hey, love you, dog.
All
Keep
right,
it real.
take it easy. Yep, thanks for calling in. We'll see you, man.
Bye.
Yep, bye. Enjoy your vacation. Yeah, whatever. I think Pisco's a nice guy and everything, but, shit's getting heavy now. Now it's getting heavy. I can't stay here very long. It's 4 a.m. But the real point, the real gotcha I had is, why wouldn't they want to have a serious sit-down with Onyshenko and Shokin? Why wouldn't they want to? If Onyshenko is telling the truth about, look, I talked to people at the DOJ, and I was supposed to fly in and talk to prosecutors, and then in 2016 they revoked my passport. If that's true, and that should be something that we'd be able to see, if we could find that Onyshenko's passport was rejected in 2016, that's asinine. There's no reason not to talk to that guy. None. There's no reason not to talk to Victor Shokin. These allegations are so severe. And again, if you look at the double standard, he's just like, yeah, but maybe they didn't talk to Onyshenko. They didn't want to talk to him because he's a shady dude. They literally took a suspected Russian spy, Igor Danchenko, and used his unverified words that were paid for by Hillary Clinton's team to spy on Trump's team. And so that's what I'm talking about with the double standard. And I don't think Pisco, I don't know. Maybe he gets it, maybe he doesn't. But the whole thing I'm talking about, if you're fine, if that's how we're going to do FISA warrants, if the bar is so low, then fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it with everyone. Why are the mistakes only ever one direction, though? Maybe I have a massive blind spot. That's okay. It doesn't matter. I'm still crushing him in the argument. Wiki's page on Onyshenko is pretty interesting. Is it? I'll have to check it out. See what it says. But anyways, I'm going to try to put some small form videos out on this. Maybe like 10, 15 minute videos. Let's see what it says. Let's see. So in 2016, Poroshenko, who we know is corrupt, accused Onyshenko of corruption. He was put on the U.S. sanctioned person list in 2021 due to an attempt to influence U.S. presidential elections. What a joke. He's a show jumper. It's kind of interesting. But, all right, we're going to head out. I'm not going to bother to raid someone. I don't know who's on at 4 a.m., so... Thank you so much for listening. Tomorrow night I should be on Wick's channel talking about the debate. We'll see how that goes. I don't exactly know what that's going to look like. And then Thursday I think I'm going to be on with Ogre talking about Minecraft or something like that. I'm sure I'll talk about what I want to talk about, and he'll play Minecraft. So thank you so much. Everyone who supported me, followed me, please go to my TikTok. Follow me on TikTok. I have like 47 followers. I need to get to 1,000 so I can live stream on there and then debate fools on TikTok. So, all right, thanks so much, everyone. I appreciate all of you. As always, have a good one.